Witnessing just how quickly Leo had gotten used to the second stage chi, Quinn started to emphasize how other vampires must feel when comparing themselves to him. "Don't feel so down," Leo encouraged him. "I felt the kind of aura you've demonstrated all the time in the dojo. Because of my ability, I have always been able to sense chi on a different level compared to others. As for control, my unique soul weapon allows me to fine-tune not just mine but the chi of others as well. So as long as I have seen and understand how it works, it's an easy feat to replicate it. If it had been anything else but chi, it would take me a while to learn it as well." Quinn believed he had hidden his jealousy well, but he realized too late that it had just been him hiding the emotions on his face, which was useless in front of the blind Leo who saw beyond a person's face. "Can you do me a favor?" Quinn asked. "Although the other students are unable to learn this, you mentioned that Erin is similar to myself, so if you have the time, away from your normal night duties, would you be willing to teach her?" Leo nodded. "No problem. I've already planned to do that even if he hadn't asked me to." Although she blames herself for what has happened, her obsession for power is pointed in the right direction. With nothing else to show Leo, Quinn decided to leave the training room. Unexpectedly, there were two people who had been waiting for him. "Sorry to disturb you, leader." Xander quickly bowed down. "There's something we wish to discuss with you in private. I know you must be busy these days, but we believe it's quite important for you to know this." Quinn didn't know Xander or Amy well, only that they helped Layla and CIA during the fight. Yet from the look on his face, it appeared to be something quite serious. He was wondering just what could make the boy so worried. "Of course, if you have any concerns, then feel free to come to me at any time. I don't want you to feel like you can't." The three of them walked off to one of the many empty rooms in the castle. They entered a smaller room that had a small bed, indicating that it was a room meant to be used for servants. It was untouched and on the first floor with the training rooms, but at the same time it was away from the others as well. "I don't want you to take offense, but I don't know how much you know about vampires since you used to be." Xander paused, trying not to offend Quinn. "Don't worry, I probably know as much about vampires as you guys who have been born in the vampire world, if not more. I also don't mind being called a human. I won't bite your head off," Quinn joked, but it was clear that Xander was finding it hard to react. "Is this what it's like to be a leader? Everyone is so uptight around me, even though we should be around the same age. Perhaps I'm even younger," Quinn thought. As for the comment about knowing more about vampires, Quinn was naturally referring to Vincent. At times like these, it was super convenient to be able to ask a leader who was older than most members of the current generation of family leaders. "Okay, here it goes." Xander let out a big breath. "It's about Erin. You see, we think no, we're pretty sure she's a damper." There was no reaction from Quinn's side when they accused their team member of being a member of that subclass, and Amy noticed this. You already knew, didn't you?" She spoke softly. "Indeed, I did." Quinn nodded, pausing as he waited for one of the two to say something else, but neither one spoke out of turn. "Why? Did she do something that caused a problem?" "No." Amy shook her head vehemently. "She hasn't done anything, and she's been nothing but nice. Only, we didn't know what to do because there are rules to report a damper, but we don't want her to be taken away, so we decided to come to you." Turning his head, Quinn was now looking at Xander, who found it hard to keep eye contact. "Quinn, it may not be my place to say this, but you need to make sure that they don't say anything to anyone else. Not at this crucial time," Vincent advised. "You might not like it, but you know what to do. Look up," Quinn ordered them in a stern voice. With Xander's legs shaking, he slowly lifted his head. "What is this pressure? It suddenly feels as if I'm talking to one of the leaders." Finally, when he lifted his head, Quinn's eyes were glowing red. "Will you tell anyone about this?" Quinn asked while using the influence skill. As if stuck in a trance, Xander replied, "No, since I have already reported it to my leader." He replied in a monotone voice and the influence skill stopped working. "What just happened?" "I just replied without having even a chance to think about it." Was that his power? "Sir." Xander suddenly looked up, putting his right arm across his chest. You are going to do great things for this family. I have worked hard under the 10th family, and I promise you to work even harder under your cursed family. 100 reputation points earned. Quinn was surprised that his actions had resulted in earning Xander's respect. Yet it was a welcome surprise. Thanks for telling me this. You two can go now. I'm sorry for using that on you, but I just needed to make sure that this information will remain a secret for now. I promise you that I will look after Aaron and everyone else in my family, no matter who or what they are. When the two finally left the room, Quinn sat down on a Victorian-style large chair. So will you tell me what's wrong with being a damper, or do I need to beg? Quinn mused. Sorry, I was just too taken aback how the little boy in the past has grown up to the point he managed to speak like a real leader. Vincent answered him, his tone revealing that he was half teasing and half serious. Your question sure is a tricky one though. I studied many subclasses during my time, and it was my duty to report back to the king. Of course, this also included information about the Dampiers, yet it was completely scrapped and rewritten. I assume what the kids have been taught about them is false, and I can tell you the reason why. Dampiers aren't scary, irrational beasts like the Wendigos and other subclasses. I'm sure even you can see that. No, the thing that scares the normal vampires is what they represent. Remember when I told you that the vampires' opinions were split into those who thought we should rule over humans and those that thought we should protect them as a higher form of existence? Similarly, they are stronger than vampires, especially when fighting them. They share the same skills and traits as us, but at the same time can even overcome the one weakness all vampires have, sunlight. Don't they just sound like the perfect vampire? But now think about the implication. If we feel we have the right to protect humans as the better life form, then shouldn't we allow Dampiers to rule over us? It was why relationships between a human and a vampire were forbidden. But once the new king took over that is on the side of protecting humans, why are they still considered a taboo? Quinn wondered. Because it would cause conflict. The king more than anything must think about its people just like a leader. If you have two sides already disagreeing about a single matter, just try imagining them trying to discuss Dampiers. As I said before, no one has been able to see the true potential of a damper. Erin is still at the first stage of her evolution. According to my research, she is able to evolve just as many times as a vampire. It would be wise of you to hone her skills. Allow her to grow, and maybe one day she could even become your queen. Vincent said straight at first, but after a minute he couldn't help but giggle. Just then, the door was opened wide, and Paul entered. I've been looking for you, Paul declared. My people, they have finally arrived. Walking through the main center of the vampire settlement, a particular group attracted a lot of attention. This was because, for the first time ever, 200 humans were being escorted by 10 royal guards. The humans walked in a single file, split up into 4 rows while the guards were placed around them. The look on their faces, some were worried, broken down, defeated at what they had seen, while others still had determination and will. The fire in their eyes hadn't burnt out yet. We're going to survive this place no matter what, Ashley thought. He was one of those that hadn't given up. A man who was the lieutenant of the group, in charge of them after Paul. During their days in the cell, hearing countless cries, seeing other beasts, he tried his best to give everyone hope. However, right now, he had no clue what was happening at this very moment. Are they marching us to our deaths? They're going to feed us to those creatures, right? A nervous soldier said, who was shaking. Ashley wanted to comfort them, but he also didn't want to give them false hope. If they were going to kill us, why did they allow us to live for so long? And why are we being guarded right now? What was worrying the others more than anything was the look and the faces of those that lived on this strange planet. Off to the side of the streets, they had gathered in large groups, all of their eyes glowing red, and on a closer look, their teeth seemed to be growing beyond their mouths, sticking outside like large fangs. Don't kill them, one of the guards said as he continued to march forward. The guards had no weapons on their bodies, but they did wear light black armor with royal blue trim. They just can't control themselves, some of them at least. The guard continued as he looked around carefully with his eyes. Listening in, Ashley was wondering what they were talking about, until he saw one from the crowd jump towards their large group. They leapt up around 3 meters in the air and had crossed a significant distance. It was not a feat a human could achieve by any means, especially while wearing no beast gear. We don't have any beast gear to defend ourselves. It was all taken off us, Ashley shouted in anger. He pushed through his group, going to the side, hoping to save one of the females that were about to be attacked. However, before he could reach them, one of the guards moved out and grabbed the attacker by the neck. He had moved so fast Ashley was unable to see him. Before letting go, the royal guard slammed the attacker onto the ground and held him down by the neck. The attacker kicked and tried to claw at the royal guard, but he would just apply more force each time until the hacker eventually calmed down. "Everyone," the guard shouted. "This is an order from the royal guard. Return to your homes for the next hour while we are transporting the humans." They complied with the order as quickly as possible, returning to their homes, but not without whispering and gossiping about the first humans they had seen. Where are they taking them? Are they using humans for experiments again? "No. I think that's the supposed group that attacked us before," another said. "Still, what are they going to do with them?" Although they had returned to their homes, they continued to watch where the group was going through windows and such. A short while later, they could see them all enter the 10th castle area. "These castles, this place. What is happening, and Paul, where are you?" Ashley thought. Eventually, the guards had reached the 10th castle, and the one in the front shouted at the top of his lungs. "The humans have been delivered, as promised by the Royal Knight Dwight. We will now take our leave," the guards said as they left the humans, standing there alone. "Wait, they just left. Does that mean we can leave?" one of them asked. "Do you really think we can? If we tried to go back through all those things, we would be killed. The only thing that was protecting us were those guards," Ashley pointed out. "So, are we meant to just wait?" Soon all of their questions would be answered, as the castle's large double doors opened wide, and unexpectedly, they could see an old face they all knew well. "It's good to see you all again. Paul," Ashley shouted, and soon the others started to call his name. "Everyone, remember who we are," Ashley shouted back. Saying these words snapped them all back into action. Even those that were disheartened before. They got into the position they had practiced countless times, and all stood straight. "We have returned, sir," Ashley shouted. And the others in unison followed after, saluting their general. "A lot has changed," Paul said, his eyes filled with sadness, looking at all of them. "Why don't we head inside?" Walking inside, before Paul was a young man who had come out with him. Ashley made note that Paul allowed him to walk into the castle before him and wondered about what happened while they were locked up. The group was led to the grand dining hall. It was able to fit them all in quite comfortably, and those from the cursed faction were there as well. However, the students were told to remain in their rooms for the time being, as they were worried that they may not be able to control themselves. Once they were in the hall, Paul went to the front to make an announcement. He looked at them all again before giving an explanation of what had happened. "As you know, we are not on Earth, and maybe as you suspect, these people who live here are not humans." Paul confirmed their thoughts. "However, due to Quinn, the owner and leader of this castle, we have been able to strike a deal with them that can save you all." Paul went into further detail about the planet they were on and the deal made between Paul, Quinn, and the others. The way Paul explained it was that Quinn and Paul were both victims, and he even told them the truth about himself. How he had already been turned. This was an important point because the next request he needed to make was about turning all of them as well. Quinn had thought about how he was going to do this. He was able to turn 50 people at most and had already turned 10. But he had no clue how many his vampire knights could turn. On Vincent's assumption, since they were both at the noble stage, they should be able to turn around 10 each. If Quinn got the group to turn one person each, and then the students as well as himself, that would still only be half of the entire group brought to them. Those that were turned could turn others as well, and this was what Quinn was counting on. However, Vincent reminded him that not all those turned would become vampires. Some would be halflings, subclasses, and only certain subclasses were able to turn others. It should still work out, as long as the numbers are with us. Quinn thought. After the explanation was done, it was, of course, quite a shock to them, but to Paul's surprise, most of them were willing to be turned. The reason being, it felt like while they were trapped before, they had gone through hell. They wanted freedom, and if this was the only way to get it, then they would do so. The others that were on the fence or against the idea did understand what Paul must have gone through. It was quite clear if the deal wasn't stuck, then all of them would be used as food by now. With no choice, they too were willing to be turned. There was no time to waste, and Quinn got to work straight away. Paul, Leo, out of this group, I think it would be best if you select 10 of those that you trust most. I believe that they will be able to grow quite well under you. Quinn commanded. The reason for thinking this was one of the knight's skills in the system. Knight's command. A vampire knight is able to form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the vampire knight, their skills and strength will be increased by 10%. Leo, also about what we talked about before. Maybe it's time to put that theory to the test. If these humans have been turned into vampires, perhaps these can learn chi? Try to select those that have the most potential. With the orders made, Leo took 10 people with him. He selected those with the strongest aura of chi. Paul followed after. As for the rest, Quinn wanted to wait and see what would happen first. Leo started to turn them one by one, activating the ritual. Everyone watched the person in front of them scream in pain as they were being turned. It had put some of those off, but when they realized they were completely fine after, it calmed their nerves a little. Everyone so far had turned into either a vampire or a halfling. And then when Leo turned the very last one, they too had turned into a vampire. Was my assumption correct? If the others turn people, they turn into the same class that created them. Maybe if Alex does turn someone, they too will become a blood fairy. Of course, Vincent didn't know the answer, as the system seemed to be doing its own thing, which didn't follow the normal rules that he had learnt. Next, it was Paul's turn, and in his group Ashley stood proud, being the first to be turned. Then it was time for the rest to follow. Just like Leo, everyone had turned into a halfling or a vampire. Those that were turned into a vampire were told to step to the side, as Quinn would use those to turn others as well. But before that, it was finally his turn. While turning others, Quinn didn't want to use his slots, so he planned to only turn 20 more people. This way, he would still have 20 slots left. If need be, he would turn the rest after. So far, everything had gone well until the 9th person. The 9th person was wriggling around on the floor for far longer than the rest, screaming louder than the others before him. The skin on his whole body was shrinking. His facial features were becoming more prominent, and his hair was falling out. This guy, is he turning into a bloodsucker, but how? Quinn thought in a panic. No, Quinn, that's not a bloodsucker. You need to kill him now. He's turning into a Wendigo. The man on the floor continued to scream in pain, and it looked like his limbs were starting to stretch out. Quinn had seen a Wendigo before, and so had Logan. Everyone make space. Step away from him now. Logan shouted, ordering everyone away. All who knew him were aware that Logan only spoke when necessary, so seeing him so agitated, they immediately started helping with clearing the group of people, by making them stand against the side of the walls. Vincent, are you sure? Is there really no way to reverse the process or to at least stop his evolution process? Unfortunately, Vincent remained silent in front of Quinn's cries and pleas, making it clear that killing him would be the only option. Fine, but what if I capture him? Don't you think if I restrain him, we can look for a way in the future? Quinn suggested in desperation. No! Vincent shouted back in frustration. I'm sorry, Quinn, but there is absolutely no way to reverse an evolution once it has begun, and you won't be able to change them afterward. I tried more times than you can imagine, and not once did I come even close to a success. What makes you think you can? I know you don't mean to be, but you're actually being selfish to that person. Wendigos are creatures that feed on human flesh. Every second of their life they are under the constant pain of starvation. Yet they're undead creatures who can't be sated no matter how much they eat. The best thing to do is to finish him off, for your sake as much as his own. Paul, who was standing by the side with the others, was stunned. He too recognized what the creature was, as they had met with them when they first had arrived on this planet. Quinn's hesitation had allowed the transformation to complete, and the Wendigo stood up. The tall creature immediately turned its head towards Syl and Logan, and let out a mighty scream as it launched towards them. However, Quinn appeared before them to protect them. "I'm so sorry," Quinn apologized, as he sliced at the Wendigo's head with his hand laced in chi. The next moment the head fell to the floor with its body soon after. "Some of the 10th family members are frightened of you. 200 reputation points." He had already expected this type of repercussion. Now that the first batch of soldiers had been turned, they were members of the 10th family, so it was only natural for his reputation to go down after losing their respect. "You don't understand, I didn't want to do this." Quinn wanted to explain his actions, that he had no other choice, but before he got the chance someone else had something to say. "Quinn!" Paul shouted, as he stormed towards him. "These people trusted you, and now you killed their companion just like that. My men!" Clenching his fist, it looked like Paul was about to punch him. But before he could do something he would come to regret, he felt a sword being placed against his throat. "Remember who you work for now," Leo admonished his fellow vampire knight. "Who was the one who saved your life and that of the soldiers before you? It was Quinn, the one you swore to protect when accepting your new role. You, as an ex-general, should know better than to let your emotions get the better of you. Take a look at him. Does it look like he wanted to do what he did?" When Quinn lifted up his head, Paul could see that Quinn's eyes were filled with sadness. There weren't any tears coming out from them, but he could tell that he had taken no pleasure in doing what he did, and had merely acted out of necessity. Nevertheless, it didn't matter how sorry Quinn felt about the deed. The others were now afraid of being turned. They all had thought that, by getting turned, they would get to live longer. But apparently the process wasn't as risk-free as they had believed. Quinn needed to do something to calm their hearts and change their opinion, and he had to do it quickly. "I'm sorry, everyone," Quinn apologized by bowing down in front of them. "I should have been upfront and clear about it. As you saw, some of your colleagues have become halflings, whereas others became vampires after turning. It's a random chance for you to become one or the other, and although those two are the most likely evolution you will undergo, there is also a slight chance that you can turn into something else entirely. The thing your friend became is called a Wendigo. They are beasts who feed on human flesh and are in constant pain due to hunger. Unfortunately, the changes are irrevocable. Please believe me when I say, I only did it because there really was no other way. Had I not intervened, he would have started attacking those around him to satisfy his never-ending hunger. I did what I had to do, before he could start a bloodbath. I won't force any of you to turn if you don't want to. However, you should also be aware about the consequences if you wish to remain humans. If I don't attempt to turn you, then the only thing waiting for you is death. It might not be today or tomorrow, but don't forget you're in the vampire world now. Coming here, you must have experienced it already. They all pretty much regard humans as nothing more than walking juice boxes. The deal that I've struck allowed me to take you in, but if you wish to leave, you can only do so after turning. The very best case scenario for a human will be to die on this planet from old age. By turning you will get another chance to fight. Isn't that why you joined the military? To fight for not just yourself, but also your family. This will be the only way you will get a chance to see them in the future. I promise you all, even if you die, be it today or in the future, I will make sure that your families back home will be supported for the rest of their lives. Although his speech was touching to them, it was still hard to feel convinced after what had just happened. The chance might be small, but nobody was eager to take it. It was one thing to do in battle, but an entirely different thing to be struck down after becoming a beast. Still, Quinn's appeal to think about their families did give them a new resolve. The mere thought of their loved ones had been the only thing allowing them to endure rotting in their cells in the meantime, daydreaming about what they would do if they only could get one more day with them. How can you promise us that? One of the human soldiers shouted. How can you promise to look after our families? You're not the Supreme Commander Oscar. You might be a king or whatever here in this castle, but that doesn't mean you have any power outside of here. But he does. Paul stepped in after having calmed down. Seeing his stabilized aura, Leo retracted his sword. I don't just work for a nobody. The person you are all currently looking at is not only a family leader in the vampire world, but also one of the great powers in our human world. He is in charge of one of the great factions comparable to the Big Four. It might come as a surprise to you all, but a lot has happened while you were stuck here. Quintalon is now one of the world leaders. Many of them couldn't keep their mouths closed after hearing what Paul had just revealed. Would it have come from any other person, they would have called them a liar, but this was their general. I knew you wouldn't follow nobody, Ashley said with a smile. After much debate and learning some facts, slowly a few more came to volunteer to be turned. This time, though, Quinn took a step back and allowed those who had successfully turned into vampires to do the turning. Those who then turned into vampires could do the same to others. Eventually, Quinn had to step in once in a while, whenever the chain of turning got broken. As soon as another vampire appeared, a new chain began. This way they were lucky enough not to encounter any other major hiccups. The soldiers under Paul's command were all strong, so most of them had successfully turned into vampires rather than halflings. And in the end, Quinn still had 15 slots left after everyone had been successfully turned. Paul, it's been a long day. Please see to it that your guys find their lodging. Quinn requested, and his vampire knight did as told. The 10 that were taken in by Leo, and the 10 taken by Paul were allowed to live in the castle. As for the rest, they were free to pick out any of the mansions and large houses just in the inner castle area. Most of the soldiers chose to stay in groups and to live in the large houses together. This meant that plenty of houses remained available in the inner area. As for getting them settled and learning about their new bodies, Quinn delegated that task to Timmy and Xander. The two would give everyone briefings about when blood would be delivered, how much and how often to take it, and other things they should be aware of. It would be a while until they would get used to their new routine, but the good thing was that they were all used to taking orders as soldiers. This made it easy for Quinn to leave most of the day-to-day stuff to the duo. The day was nearly over, and although Quinn wanted to just rest, he decided to do that in one of the training rooms. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep after what had happened today, and the best thing to calm him down was letting out the pent-up frustration. Shit, that never happened before. So I thought it might never happen. Quinn thought in frustration. You are being hard on yourself, Quinn. Vincent came to console him. Honestly, to have only one person turn bad for a group that size is quite the success. Your plan to make the newly awakened vampires start turning humans as a sort of chain was quite ingenious if you ask me. That's not the problem, Quinn argued. You know, when he turned and I had to kill him, my first thought wasn't how sorry I was to take his life. No, it was thankfully it wasn't one of my friends. At least it happened to him and not them. I can't help but hate myself for thinking like that. Just then, the training room door opened, and the one who had entered was none other than Erin. I forget that there might be others that use this place, she stated, as she continued to nonchalantly walk in. Quinn turned his head but didn't reply, and just looked at Erin for a while. She continued to walk forward, until she was right up in his face. You can't be like this, Erin told him. If I was under a spell or mind control right now, I could have killed you. Quinn, death is normal. You're not all-powerful. It was bad luck that he happened to turn into a Wendigo, but you shouldn't blame yourself. Those people were soldiers, and right now they need a leader who has his head together. I need someone who has their head together. You understand? Her words snapped Quinn out of his daze, and it was only now that he noticed how close she had gotten to him. Then a sudden thought entered his head. The words from Vincent about making her his queen. His face started to turn red, imagining himself on the throne with Erin next to him. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? She asked, placing her hand on his head. No, it dash. He got cut off by the sound of the door to the training room opening. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't know someone else was here. I'm sorry for interrupting you too. Layla quickly closed the door, and at the same time, on the other side of the door, she felt a deep pain in her heart. What was that? Layla tried to think, yet her heart was beating fast enough to make her worry it would jump out of her chest. She had her hand around his face. Were the two of them about to kiss? Layla had only seen a glimpse of the two of them, and they had been standing far away, yet her mind was turmoil. Her imagination tricked herself into believing that she had seen Aaron with her hand around Quinn's cheek, with Layla coming in at just the perfect moment to interrupt something important. Those two, well, they would suit each other. I mean, she's a special compared to me. What have I even done for Quinn lately? She sulked, and soon she felt something running down her cheek. Wiping it away, she tried hard to compose herself. Suddenly, the sliding doors behind her opened and she lost her footing, falling backwards. But she felt someone grab her just before hitting the floor. "Hey, easy there, Layla. So you were the one we just saw," Quinn stated as he propped her back up on her feet. Aaron, who was also there, walked past and while doing so punched her on the shoulder. "I have no interest in him, so go for it," she whispered into the other girl's ear and continued walking away. Why would she say that? Didn't these two? "Did you want to see me?" Quinn asked, as he had never seen Layla before in the training room. What's even more surprising was the fact that CIA, who was usually stuck at her hip, was nowhere to be seen. Honestly, Quinn and Layla used to be a lot closer since the CIA incident. Unfortunately, he just didn't feel too comfortable around Layla's new BFF, which had resulted in him approaching Layla a lot less recently. "Yeah," she replied, twirling her hair. She thought it would make her less nervous as long as she had something to play with. I saw that the incident earlier got you down, so I thought you might need someone to talk to." "Was it that obvious?" Quinn sulked. "Thanks for worrying about me. Actually, Erin came to me to give me a pep talk. Well, her version of it, anyway. Don't worry, I won't lose focus. However, since you're already here, why don't the two of us have a little talk? It's been a bit since our last chat." Although Quinn suggested this quite naturally, there was another reason he had been avoiding Layla, and he thought what better time to speak to her about it than now. After Quinn suggested to go somewhere else, Layla started following him. However, since it seemed like he was about to head to one of the bedrooms, she quickly suggested going to the dining hall. Layla was worried it would be quite strange to just have a boy and girl in a room, and the way her mind was acting right now, she just wouldn't have been able to handle something like that. The dining hall was completely empty, as it was already quite late at night. Most of the others would be sleeping by now. The two of them sat opposite each other across a large rectangle table. At first the conversation was quite nice. It was more of a catch-up with how the two of them were feeling. But then they started to talk about the past and the old times. During this conversation, it made her realize what was on her mind. What happened to Vorden? He doesn't really seem like himself. She asked Quinn. It's a bit complicated. I'm sorry that I haven't had the time to go through all the details with you yet. You were away, and then we suddenly met at that duel. Quinn paused for a brief second, then continued to fill her in about the story with the blades. That's so sad. Do you think we'll be able to get the old him back? I haven't given up on it. Someone once told me that abilities never die out. If someone with an ability dies, then that ability can reappear again somewhere else. Whether this is true or not, who knows, and maybe it's something that takes hundreds of years to manifest, or everyone with the ability needs to die but we have to try, right? Just like I'm doing now. Layla nodded and agreed, but hearing about what happened to Vorden, it was the second time this day that she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Even her stomach was starting to feel a little queasy. How come you haven't come to me? Surely that one question must have been on your mind for a long time now. Quinn suddenly blurted out. Layla looked down and started to dwindle her fingers, because she knew what he was getting at. I guess I just wasn't ready yet. After speaking to CIA, and the way she's been acting, I can pretty much figure out what happened. You know, the first night I figured it out, I couldn't stop crying. My mother, she wasn't like other mothers. We never really did things together, and whenever we did talk, it was always just be about pure. She sacrificed her life to save you. She really did care for you, Layla. Maybe she didn't show it, but at least her last moments were dedicated to you. I know, she replied with a big grin on her face. I can feel the energy that she passed down to me inside of me. Can I touch your hands for a second? Quinn requested. What? Layla started to panic. When she saw him place his hands on the table, she hesitated for a bit, but ultimately placed hers on his and grabbed them. Quinn then closed her eyes, and Layla did the same. What is he about to do? My heart. I can't take this for long. Done. Quinn told her after a moment and let go to her slight disappointment. It appears that her chi really is inside you. This must be her final gift to you. It might not be as strong as hers at her peak, since she used it to heal you, but it's plenty strong. Say, what are you going to do after this? Do you plan to head back to Pure? Quinn wondered. I intend to go to Pure, but I have no plans to stay there. My mother, she was one of the founders of Pure, but she never told me her reason. I hope by returning to them I might discover just why she hated ability users so much. Once in a while she would even look at me with hatred in her eyes. Once I found that out, Layla stopped there, because that's when she realized she hadn't really thought about a future beyond that point. In the past she had just followed her mother's path for her in life, but with her now gone, you can figure that out later, Quinn advised her as he noticed her blank look. Our priority should be to defeat the Dalki, or at least get out of this place. Otherwise there won't be a future to worry about. A few days had passed since their talk and their new family members were starting to get into the swing of things. Quinn was gaining reputation points daily, but he had stopped placing more towers for the moment. He didn't want to get even more attention to himself just yet, and thought the two at the front were fine for now. However, he had upgraded them to level 3, making them stronger and more powerful than before. As for the statue, that didn't have a level as it was unique in its own way. One day, when Quinn was in the lab checking on Logan and Peter, one of the men that worked for Paul came to notify them that there was a visitor, namely one of the second family's vampire knights. So it's finally started? If I remember correctly, the second family leader is Cindy, and she's the one that might be able to get CIA's memory back. It's clear she wants something from me, but perhaps we can use them as well. Let them in, Quinn ordered. Quinn didn't move from where he was. He didn't want to make it seem like it was such a big deal that a knight had come to see him. Fortunately, as a family leader he outranked their guest, so he had the privilege to wait for them to come to him. In the meantime he continued with what they were doing, in this case examining the new things Logan had created recently alongside Peter. Eventually the female knight entered the room. She had short brown hair and big eyes. All three of them noticed the bag under her eyes. Vampires didn't need much sleep in the first place, so it was rare for one to have them. She gave a quick bow to Quinn as a sign of respect, and immediately went to deliver her message. The second family leader, Cindy Cha, invites you to a meeting in her castle, tonight at 6 p.m. There will be several other leaders present, so she hopes you will join them. She promises that you won't regret it. She stood there as if waiting for an answer, but Quinn just waved her off, allowing her to leave. It's just as Dwight predicted. Cindy must be trying to get me over to her side. I guess if I want to find out more of their plans, that meeting will be the perfect place. Dwight did deliver on his promises, so time to return the favor. Peter, who was swinging a strange contraption in his hand, a tool Logan had created, waited for her to leave before warning Quinn. I don't like that bitch. They were having those meetings before you were here, so she is definitely planning to use you, Quinn. If you ever need someone to give her a slap, I'll be the first one to volunteer. Right? Quinn replied awkwardly. He had actually heard what had happened between him and Cindy from Layla a couple of days ago. Half an hour before the meeting, Quinn decided that he would participate. He was sure that they wouldn't attack him. After all, they would want him on their side. Nevertheless, just in case they wanted to do something stupid, Quinn was confident enough to be able to escape via his shadow. Leaving the castle, Quinn wore a hood to cover his face and made his way to the second castle. A short while later, another visitor arrived at the 10th castle. Another vampire knight. Entering the castle, the first person she asked to meet wasn't Quinn but Leo. One of the soldiers went to fetch him. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Did you come here for that duel? Leo asked. Actually, I'm here to see my brother, Silver replied. Ever since his talk with Dwight, Quinn had been wondering which of the two groups would approach him first. He had even started to worry a bit since the day of the king's burial was closing in, but neither one had contacted him yet. Without any new information, he had also naturally abstained from visiting the Vampire Knight. Honestly, I'm surprised Bryce hasn't made a move yet, Quinn wondered. It's unlikely he will try to pull something. Bryce is a lot of things, but he's also a man known for following the rules. In that regard, the other leaders actually respect him. Unfortunately, that also makes him a viable candidate. A leader who follows the rules is also something the current leaders will want to see on the throne. If there was any evidence that he had something to do with some sort of actions that were outside of the scope of the rules, it would ruin his chances significantly. Vincent explained. Still, Quinn's uneasy feeling didn't get better from this. The tension remained that everything was going to pop off once a new king was elected. Finally, after walking under disguise through the city, Quinn reached the inner area of the second castle. It would have been faster to travel using his shadow, but right now, Quinn was being more cautious than ever. He had a flask full of blood on him, and he didn't want to use any of his shadow MC points. When Quinn lifted his hood, the guard wasn't surprised. In fact, he looked to have already expected him. He bowed down and then started to lead the way into the castle. Looking around the place, it was certainly livelier than his. He could see the smiles on people's faces, and there were even young children having fun. It was one of the few times Quinn had even seen children in the vampire settlement. During their walk, he also checked for any form of defense like he had. Unsurprisingly, there were no towers or any other form of defensive structures, not counting the walls. Then again, the vampires who lived in the inner area were meant to be some of the strongest members of their family. Despite the leaders' differences, it also wasn't like attacks on each other were commonplace. However, Quinn wasn't just wary of the other vampires. He knew a certain powerful individual like no other was coming for them. The only question was, when exactly he would show up. Entering the castle, Quinn noticed that the layout was nearly identical to his own. The entrance also led to a grand reception room, and the size of the rooms themselves was the same. The main differences were all the decorations inside, and the fact that these rooms had a clear, distinct feeling that they were lived in. I really need to get someone to clean our place up a bit. Now that I see one in action, our castle smells like dirty mothballs in comparison, and we still have too many unoccupied rooms with dust and armaments and photos that must have piled up for decades. Eventually, the guard led Quinn up the stairs until they reached the top floor. They stopped in front of a pair of double doors and the one escorting him on them a couple of times. The 10th family's leader, Quinn Talon, is present. After being announced, two vampires from the inside opened the doors wide. Cindy Cha, leader of the second family and the one who had invited Quinn, was on the other side, a cup of tea in hand, a smile on her lips. She was wearing a large black dress, in a Victorian style that wouldn't look to be out of place at a ball. You certainly look different from the last time I saw you, she greeted Quinn. I'm looking forward to talking with you face to face. Last time there was unfortunately no opportunity for that. Looking behind the one who had most likely organized this entire evening, Quinn recognized many familiar faces. They're Jean Talon, the 4th family leader with whom he had a brief scuffle in the underground tunnels. Although the other was unable to use the full strength of his ability, explosive blood was certainly dangerous. Then there was one with a very familiar face, which wasn't a coincidence since he was the father of one of his best friends, Lee Sanguines. There was also the large vampire who was always covered head to toe in a thick black armor, Muka Fortuna, the 9th family leader, in charge of the underground tunnels and prisoners. The other two Quinn had not met personally. He only knew them by name. The one furthest to the left was Sunny Kent, leader of the 5th family, and next to her was David Scudder, leader of the 11th. As expected, it seems like these types of things don't change even now. The group is equally split. Vincent lamented. Quinn immediately understood what he meant by this. There were 13 families in total, so all those who had been invited must be on Cindy's side. In other words, she had secured 6 votes for herself. Unless there was someone who planned to abstain, the other side would have 6 as well leaving, meaning Quinn's vote would be the tiebreaker. Are the alliances the same as back then? Quinn wondered. Not quite. Very similar, but still with a few changes. Vincent replied. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. Quinn replied, as he bowed down following etiquette, before going over to the open seat they were directing him to. Quinn felt a bit odd at first. He could tell that they were not only staring at him but were also analyzing him. He could guess that the reason for that was that his smell must have changed from last time. How did the boy manage to become a bona fide vampire lord, when he had just evolved into a vampire noble the last time he came here? Jean wondered. Just how fast is he progressing? No, I should worry more about how much stronger he will become if this trend continues. We must get him on our side, or things will look dire in the future. Now that everyone is here, allow me to cut to the chase. You don't mind, do you, Quinn? Cindy asked with a smile. The reason that you've been called back is that the current king is soon to go into his eternal sleep. After that happens, there will be a week of mourning. During that time, every leader must either choose to present their case why they wish to become the next king or forfeit their right to candidacy. On the 8th day, the council will come to a vote to decide on the next king, as well as their royal vampire knights. Usually it would be 2, but Dwight has chosen not to accompany His Majesty on his last journey. So this time only 1 replacement will be elected. According to Vincent, this was quite unusual, as the royal knights tended to be very loyal to the king. Although Quinn hadn't known Dwight for too long, it had been easy enough to see how loyal he was to the king. As such, the reason for him remaining was quite clear to everyone. I won't sugarcoat why we've brought you here. At the moment, all of us gathered here have decided that they will vote for me as the next queen. We are content with how things are run, and I don't really plan to change things around after getting my new position. I'm sure your maths isn't bad. So your vote would indeed be the one to secure my victory. The other mandate most likely to be in charge is Bryce. You don't need me to tell you that he already has several grudges against you, and he has a dislike for humans as it is. Of course, I am different, and the leaders here can all attribute to that. I have treated those from the 10th family when they got injured. I even helped your 2 allies who was brought in, and I intend to continue treating the 10th family fairly. All I'm asking is for your vote when the time comes. Quinn remained silent. It all sounded great, but honestly he didn't know Cindy too well. At least anyone should be better than Bryce was his opinion at the moment. However, her actions just came off as a little too arrogant, as if she was already expecting Quinn to agree. Everything was falling into place for her and it was making him feel uneasy. Then there was also the warning from Peter. His friend was unusually sharp in his judgment of others who might hurt Quinn. Should a new king or queen really be selected at this time? Quinn questioned. I mean, there still has been no news about who attacked my 10th family. However, from what we've discovered, there is only one logical conclusion. One of the other families must have been involved in this attack. I don't know you all too well, yet I know for a fact that I at least annoyed some of those at this table. Go on, Quinn. Vincent cheered him on a little further. Push them some more. We will never find out the truth without giving them some hardball questions. A little nervous to say this before, with the push Quinn wanted to say what was on his mind. For example, we did find out that the attack was done by a bloodsucker by the name of Roa. Wasn't he originally from the 2nd family? And now, out of nowhere, I get an invitation to come here, to crown you as the new queen? That seems awfully suspicious. Although his speech started off nice, he started to think of all those in the 10th that had been attacked while he was away, and the words he spoke were true. Roa was from the 2nd family and he was the one who killed the others, including Edward. The others were taken aback by Quinn's words. All of them had tried to gather information about this new family leader, yet all their sources could find was that he was supposed to be a normal 17-year-old boy, with his 18th birthday not too far away. Even if he didn't look like your typical 18-year-old, his experience should have still been limited. What was making them confused was how did someone like him find out about Roa? There weren't that many who knew the former 2nd family leader, so how could he have found out that sort of information? The initial thought was somebody was helping him, but maybe that wasn't the case. The last time these family leaders had seen Quinn was at the council table. He was still a frightened teenager, shaking in his boots, even though there had been times when he had sparked and shined through, just like he did now. Well, you have a right to say that, Cindy admitted by taking a sip from her cup of tea. It was only when she placed it down that Quinn noticed that the tea itself was red, and the liquid didn't look like water. How is she covering up that smell? Quinn let his mind wander. Just like I have the right to say this. Do you really think the current leaders should be judged based on the previous leaders' actions? You should get rid of your human thinking. Not only aren't we one and the same, but in the case of us vampires, there could have been centuries between the previous and current generation family leader. Some of us might not have even been born when our predecessor came to power. The environment of our upbringing would have been completely different. If you want to follow this trend, then I have to ask you, what about your 10th family? You might have changed the name, but the 10th family will remain the 10th family, no matter what you call them. Should we punish you for what Vincent has done or the crimes the leaders before him might have committed? Why don't we go back to the originals and punish each other for their crimes now as well? Taking another big sip of her drink, she put down her cup. I think you get my point. Cindy had retorted his logic with a fire in her belly. Quinn had to agree it was quite reasonable. He didn't know any of their situations, but then he had only been trying to probe them, hoping to find a clue if not an answer about the situation. He just knew that one of them must have been working with the bloodsuckers. As a former member of the second family, the current family leader had naturally been his prime candidate. Quinn, we're aware that this wasn't the most welcoming of meetings. Muka spoke. I apologize for that. A lot of us leaders have high pride, and we already get compared to our predecessors internally. However, Cindy had a point. Although we might follow in the footsteps of others, everyone is responsible for their own choices. As for me, I want to find out the truth just like Dwight. Remember when you came the time before? My knights had been killed, Fex got interrogated, and the influence skill had been used on him. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because I'm convinced that the one responsible isn't anyone in this room, and that includes you. If I had to put my life on it, my guess would be Bryce. No matter the cost, that man cannot become the next king. Muka was clenching his fist, and his words were spoken with conviction. Honestly, Quinn believed his words a lot more than Cindy's. I haven't made a decision just yet, but I do agree with your points. Honestly, my decision will be based on what's best for the 10th family. You are asking me to do something that I might regret in the future, so in return I at least want to get something out of it now. Quinn demanded. Aren't you the feisty one? David was enraged, and his tone made it clear he was ready for a fight. However, when all other leaders stared at him, he quickly sat back down. Fine. Speak. What do you want? As long as you aren't asking for too much, we should be able to accommodate you. Firstly, protection. It's no secret that my 10th family still gets treated poorly, including those living in the pooling area. I've received some reports, and they are shocking to say the least. I want all of your family members to immediately stop discriminating against them, including those in the pooling area. Should there be any incidents involving the 10th family that require punishment, be it in the past or future, I want you to leave the punishment up to me. There were a few looks between the other leaders, honestly leaving their people in the hands of another family. They wondered how their families would view them. I'm not asking for you to let me decide everything on my own. If it's an incident involving both our families, I'll be happy to decide what is fair together. Quinn clarified. As long as it's a case-by-case basis, then I think we can agree to your deal, Muka suggested. Especially those that have been punished enough to be sent to the prison. I will definitely be able to hand over those criminals to you. Boy! Just what are you thinking? Vincent wondered where he was going with this. There were two reasons for Quinn to make this request. Soon those in the 10th family would start to be treated better, and it would be through his own actions. This should lead to some nice reputation points, allowing him to further upgrade his defenses. As for turning the criminals to him, there were times when the punishment was eternal slumber or imprisonment for life. Quinn wanted to check if they might have been judged too harshly in some cases. If so, he could lessen the punishment and add to his force. Naturally, if he had to agree that the punishment was fitting, He could at least use the skill Shadow Eater on them so they would help him improve his shadow ability. He knew it was quite harsh to make the vampires suffer through such a thing, but with Arthur arriving, someone who had been doing this for thousands of years, how could he ever hope to match up to him without getting his hands dirty? "Are there any more requests?" Cindy asked, as if she thought he had already pushed his luck with the first one. "Yes, although the next one is far more simple, and it actually involves you personally," Quinn answered. "I've been told a bit about your ability, that you are supposed to be able to reverse time on a certain body part up to a certain degree. I have someone whose memories have been wiped, so I was hoping that you could help in that regard." Cindy didn't reply immediately, and instead looked into her drink that was now empty. She stood up and walked over to Quinn, offering her hand. "I agree. As long as you give us that vote, then your 2 requests shall be honored. Feel free to send them over whenever you like." Although Quinn didn't want to make a deal that he might later break, he needed to gain her cooperation. He couldn't allow Bryce to end up as king, so in the end he might actually end up giving her his vote anyway. He shook her hand, and with that the meeting had concluded. "As long as no problems arise between now and when the voting starts, this will be our last meeting. Quinn, whatever you do, be careful to survive until then," Cindy told him as he was the last to leave. Quinn was unsure if it was meant to be a threat, or if she was genuinely concerned. Before he had a chance to clarify, the doors had already closed behind him. Soon after leaving the place, one of the leaders who was present in the room had approached Quinn just outside the castle, away from the others. He was one that stayed silent during the whole meeting. It was Fex's father, Lee. "Quinn, there is something we need to talk about. Something I was unable to say to you before." Lee spoke. Thank you. Thank you for doing everything you could to save Fex." He didn't bow down. Quinn supposed he was too prideful for that, but he didn't care. This was enough. "It's fine. Fex is a good friend and I treat him like family." "How is Fex doing anyway?" Quinn asked. "How long have I been here?" he wondered. His head had been ringing with pain upon waking up. It had been dull but constant, without any signs of stopping anytime soon. No matter how hard he tried to think about how he got into his current situation, he was unable to remember a single thing from before he woke up. Fighting through the ringing pain, he had eventually managed to open his eyes. At first he had seen absolutely nothing. His eyes needed time to adjust to their surroundings. His vision was slightly altered, which could only mean one thing. Right now he was in a complete pitch-black room. It took quite a bit of time before he started being able to make out the silhouettes of the things around him. Still, it was a far cry from him being able to see during the day. "Where exactly am I? How did I get here?" As the ringing suddenly started to dull, he attempted to move his hands. Unfortunately, he quickly realized that they were heavier than they should be. His attempt resulted in the sound of metal scraping across the floor. Moving the other hand and his legs resulted in the same thing happening. He was completely chained up. "Arg!" he shouted with a hoarse voice, using his mighty strength to pull against the chains, but to no avail. He could only move each of his extremities up to 10 centimeters before his freedom got restricted. "At least that annoying ringing in my head has stopped." After having this thought, he suddenly had another shocking realization. My name. What was my name? Why can't I remember something as simple as my name? Then he started shouting in frustration for whoever put him here to come forward. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't anyone who came forward. Frustrated, he wanted to touch his head, but once again the chains stopped him from doing so. Once he noticed that he had forgotten his name, he tried to remember other things about him, only to realize that he was drawing more and more blanks. He was unable to recall his name, his age, his outer appearance, or anything about his past. It was as if his life had just begun a few moments ago when he had opened his eyes. His heart started beating louder and louder as he started to panic, and the walls appeared to start closing in on him from his perspective. "Arg!" he shouted again, stomping his foot on the floor so hard that part of the ground had risen. It broke. This time, grabbing two hands, he proceeded to tug at the chains as hard as could. He could see that they were attached to a wall further down. However, as long as they were made of the same material, He believed his almighty strength should be enough to break free from them as well. He pulled and pulled, sweat was dripping down his face, and eventually blood started to drip from around the cuffs of the bracelet the chains were attached to, and eventually he had to stop. It's useless. It feels like those chains will never break. Checking himself, his body appeared to be in fine condition, not counting his self-inflicted injuries at least. There were no markings on him whatsoever, and there were no clues as to who he was. He got some comfort from at least wearing clothes, yet they were too simple to give him any information about himself. The only thing that he found noteworthy was that he had a single earring on his left ear, but no weapons to use to break out of the room. Well, whoever trapped me in this place can't be that stupid, but surely I had to have come in somehow? He started to think. Walking towards where the chains were attached to the wall, he brushed his hand against the wall, and could feel slight bumps in the rock, and a certain watery smell. The wall is made out of stone? Then listening in carefully and placing his head against the wall, he could also hear the sound of what appeared to be running water. Am I in a cave of some sort? If there's running water, then that means there has to be an exit somewhere. Still, as he tried to move around, touching the side of the cave walls that he was in, the chains would only allow him to go so far. Once again, his frustration peaked and he attempted to pull out his hair, something that seemed to be a habit of his despite him lacking any memories of it. While doing so, he had swung his arms up, and the blood from his wrists around the cuffs hit his earring. At that moment, it started to light up. The earring detached itself from his lobe and fell to the ground. The white light started to take shape until eventually he could see its full form. A pig? Idiot! I'm a bull. Can't you get this right after all these years? Haven't you punished me enough by naming me Ham because of this misunderstanding? I clearly have a ring on my nose marking me as a bull. Ham complained as he started to fly around with his bat wings in circles out of frustration. You came from my earring. What? No, who are you? Do I know you? Do you know me? He asked, clinging on to hope. So they really did succeed? I couldn't see clearly what had happened. Only hear voices, but there was no time to help you. All right, let's bring you up to speed. Your name is Fex and you're my... Ham paused for a second as he recognized that this was a golden opportunity. And you're my servant. Yes, I, the mighty Ham, am you master. Fex's face told Ham that he clearly wasn't buying that. I have the power to crush the ground with my bare feet. Yet you're saying I'm the servant of a little pig? Sorry, bull. No, I meant Ham. I doubt I would be that pathetic. Fex replied in disdain. Fine, I was just joking. You're not my servant, but we're really close in rank. Like you're just barely above me. So you have to treat me with respect. Okay? Ham clarified. Even though Fex was unable to remember the little bull, he was aware that he might be his only chance of getting out of this place. Sure. Say if you know who I am, then you must know someone who could help me form the outside. Right? Fex asked. Ham thought about it for a while and he quickly recalled one particular person who had already risked their life to save Fex in the past. He hadn't even asked anything in return, so it was likely he would do it again. Yeah, Quinn. Quinn will definitely come if I call him. Ham answered excitedly. His wings started to flap with excitement. Well, whoever it was, they captured me alive, so they must have a use for me. Otherwise, they would have just killed me. At some point, they'll have to check up on me, or at least come to feed me. Fex stated. All you need to do is wait for the door, window, or whatever it will be to open, and then fly out of here as quick as you can. Go call Quinn and lead him back to this place. Ham nodded. For once his master was relying on him, and he would do whatever he could to help. The two of them waited patiently to proceed with their plan. They were unable to tell just how long they had waited and how much longer they would have to. Without anything better to do, Ham started to fill Fex in about his past self. Eventually Fex's hearing allowed him to hear the sound of approaching footsteps somewhere, but in the cave it was hard to locate. Ham immediately flew upwards so he would be outside the newcomer's perception. Soon enough a part of the cave wall moved to the side. For a moment Fex was happy that their plan proceeded smoothly. That was until he saw that what had come inside didn't look the least bit like a human. No, it was far too large and it bared its teeth in his direction. Its eyes were that of a monster, and its skin was tight with bulging muscles. Seeing this thing, Fex could only think one thing. It's so ugly with no hair. As soon as the creature stepped forward, Hem immediately used the chance to slip through the gap it had come in from. Luckily, the creature mistook the bull for a bat on account of his wings. Hem continued to fly through the cave, swirling, noticing that it wasn't a regular cave. There was a whole civilization living here, with many beasts that looked just like the one that had entered. Hem didn't have time to look at them. He needed to find a way out. Unable to see a way, he resorted to following the sound of running water. A few minutes later, he shot outwards, finally exiting the cave. Looking back, he saw that he had actually been behind a waterfall. Fex, I will come back for you. Quinn will save you just like he did before. I know he will, Hem thought, flying off into the distance, towards the vampire settlement. After Fex had instructed his direct family members on how to create a soul weapon, Lee Sanguines was unsure what to do with that information for a while. It certainly was something that could be used to improve the position of their entire family on the council, especially after what had happened. Due to past incidents, the Sanguines family had a reputation of being a bit unreliable. However, Lee didn't care about that. After considering what to do with it for a long time, he decided that the best course of action was to share this information with the king, or at least with Dwight, who could pass it on. This way it would be up to the king what to do with it. However, there was a problem with this method. Lee and Silver felt like this wasn't their information to share. Although Fex had allowed them to do so, this was a huge discovery that would forever change the vampires as a race. It was guaranteed that the king would honor the responsible person with rewards and titles. Unfortunately, Fex was officially no longer a member of the 13th family. As such, they wanted for him to personally deliver this news and receive his glory. They hoped that his contribution might sway the king into overturning their decree, so that he might enjoy being part of the 13th family once again. Still, Silver had disagreed with her father's idea. She felt like even if the banishment from the 13th family would be reversed due to this discovery, Fex would likely remain with the 10th family with all his friends. Nevertheless, she agreed that Fex should be the one to deliver the news and receive the reward. Heading over the 10th family castle, Silver had intended to inform Fex of their decision, as well as ask him a few questions herself. She had been practicing the method in secret already, although not yet to the degree of managing to create a blood weapon. Since the information was eventually going to become public anyway, she saw no problem without getting a head start over the others. That's when she had met Leo in the 10th castle. Leo was a bit dumbfounded upon her request. I'm sorry, but did you just ask for Fex? I'm sure the last I spoke with Quinn, he informed me that the two of them had gone off to the 13th castle, but that was around a week ago. Please, I know you're blind, but you don't have to joke about not seeing him, Silver replied. However, Leo's face was dead serious. I assure you, I'm not joking. As you should be aware, a vampire knight's duty includes being aware of who is in and out of these castle walls. Ever since the day he had left, he had yet to return. Quinn mentioned that he might enjoy staying with his family for a while, so we've been under the impression he was with you, but it appears that's not the case. Silver's heart started beating rapidly, as she started to have flashbacks to her brother's position before. That's impossible. He left on the same day he arrived, and it was already over a week ago. If the 10th family doesn't know where he is, and he hasn't updated anyone on his position, just where could he be? Silver was usually composed in all circumstances. At least Leo had never seen her act out. Her aura was normally firm and strong, staying close to her body, yet he could see that it shifted like a wild beast, with her hands shaking, causing the sword in its sheath to rattle. Fex is strong enough to take care of himself. Wherever he is, I believe he is safe. Nobody should have any reason to go after him unless they would want to go after Quinn. Together we have a good chance to find him. I can see what you can't, and you can see what I can't. He must have gone missing at some point between your and our castle. Leo tried to talk her down. It's okay, Silver replied, taking a deep breath. You are a vampire knight and you have your own duties to attend to. I will search for him by myself. Leo quickly placed his sword on the ground in front of her, before you could leave. It's exactly because I am a knight that I will accompany you. Have you forgotten that Fex is also a member of the 10th family? We have another vampire knight now and he is doing a pretty good job. I would say he is more suited for doing paperwork, whereas a case like this is more of my speciality. Leo smiled, wanting to find out what had happened to her brother. She stopped refuting Leo's willingness to help and the two of them rushed off. The 10th house and the 13th house weren't very far apart, so there wasn't much to search in terms of the vampire settlement. There were only 2 castles on the way between them. It also wouldn't make sense for Fex to deliberately take a roundabout route. Looking around, they both walked different paths that he might have taken several times. Silver was having a hard time, and she was just pulling anyone she could see around the areas questioning them. Have you seen a gelled black-haired boy? The previous descendant of the 13th family? Silver almost shouted, scaring those around. No, I haven't, I don't know. The scared man in front of her answered, making himself small, afraid he might get hit for being unable to help. Her techniques weren't the best and all it had accomplished was clear the area they were searching in, reducing the number of people they could ask if they had seen Fex. She knew she was acting rashly, but she just couldn't help it. I thought he wouldn't get targeted again. Why would they even attempt to use him? Even if they're after Quinn, they could have used anyone else. No, I should have walked back with him, but I thought he wasn't a child, he was a strong adult. The only ones that could have made a move on him would be one of the other leaders or one of their vampire knights. She realized. When the crowd dispersed, it actually allowed Leo to discover something. The vampire settlement consisted of mostly a stoned floor area. There were houses spread throughout, and streets placed all over the place with shops and market stalls. There weren't any clear roads or places one could go to. Overall it appeared as if they had been constructed without any prior planning to it. The two of them had chosen to look for Fex, between a path with several streets, that would go between the 2 castles. With Leo's special ability, he could see something on the stone pavement below. He hadn't noticed it before because the aura had been too weak. What is this? Leo wondered as it just looked like a vampire's aura. But for some reason it had remained on the floor. Silver came over, bent down and took a closer look. The stone was slightly red and trying to place her finger on it. It had already dried out. It's blood, she assessed. The blood still has an aura but is dry, which means it must have come from someone with quite a lot of energy. To still have the energy last that long, Leo concluded. He began looking around and eventually found another spot with that aura on the ground. Following them like breadcrumbs, it eventually led the duo down a dark hallway between several houses. It was already dark, thanks to no sunlight, but the houses had covered every little light source with beast crystals and more. Your aura tells me that you want to immediately rush in, but it should be more fruitful if you allow me to go in first. In case they are in a special place, Leo advised, slowly walking inside. Silver forced herself to fight her wish to rush in. She endured the wait for half a minute, before she slowly followed behind him. The blood splatters and aura on the floor started getting larger and larger, until eventually Leo could sense where the aura was coming from. After turning a corner through the alleyway, he placed his sword away. Who would do this? Leo thought. When Silver looked at who it was, she too couldn't believe someone could do this. Up on one of the alleyway walls, pinned against the back of a house, was a body which had been spread around. Both hands and legs had been hammered in, to prevent it from falling. The blood was dripping from each wound, and it looked like they were unable to heal. She's still alive. Quick! Get someone to help us heal her, while I help her down, Leo instructed, as he chopped the large head off the nail, and then the two of them had no choice but to pull her off. It must have hurt immensely, but there were no cries of pain due to how close to death the person already was. When Silver brushed the bloody hair away from her face, she recognized who it was. Kazz? It was unexpected while looking for Fex that they had found Kaz instead. Honestly, though, when Silver had seen the trails of blood, she was worried that just maybe they had come from her brother. After seeing Kaz the way she was a little relieved. Soon, though, her mind went back to being the vampire knight she was. following her duty as she should be doing. It looks like she's really badly hurt. And if she's still alive, she will need help immediately, Silver stated while looking at the amount of blood in the alleyway. In a situation like this, it would be best to take her to the first castle since she belongs to that family to get treatment. Especially since she's a vampire knight. It might be best to take her to the second family, but Bryce would raise a fuss if anyone did that, so the only choice is to take her back to the first. The only problem is, Silver hesitated for a few seconds. She wanted Leo to take Kaz back but knew that it wouldn't be such a good idea due to the relation between the two families, and Leo might not know the correct procedures. Bryce was a person who got quite offended at certain things, which might even cause a conflict while he was there. Leo's straightforward personality that spoke his mind and did what he believed was best wouldn't be good in a situation like this one. You take her, I will continue to see if there are any more clues around here. Besides, maybe when she wakes up, you can ask her what she knows. Leo replied, knowing full well what was on her mind. With a quick nod, Silver was already gone carrying away Kaz and heading to the first castle. Leo continued to look around, wondering if there were any different signs of aura around the place, but the only thing he could see was the blood of Kaz. Kaz is a vampire knight and she is strong, yet someone was able to completely overpower her to the point where there were no signs of struggle. If there was a fight between her and someone else, then there should at least be injuries from the other, yet there is none. Someone would have seen something or heard something. It's almost as if the person had already managed to subdue her somehow, and this was the result. The question is, why not kill her to leave a trail, so that Bryce wouldn't know? Having fought this close, shouldn't the vampire connection have gone off? And the way she was pinned up there, it was like a message. The question is for who? What this also implied though was if Fex was involved in this somehow, he was safe as there weren't any signs of his blood around here either. Closing his eyes, Leo decided to increase the range of his ability. He could make it so he could see the auras and everything around from a bird's eye-like view. At that moment, Leo could sense something from above. He had noticed something odd, a bat-like shape flying through the sky. I finally made it, now to the 10th castle, Hem said, covered in sweat, huffing and panting. Silver had eventually made it to the first castle, and it was safe to say that the guards at the gates didn't make it easier for her to enter. Move aside, you idiots. I have your vampire knight in my own hands. Will you be responsible for her death? What will you tell Bryce if he was to hear of his daughter's death all because you want to do your checks? As she finished her words, none other than the person's name she had just mentioned appeared. It was like he had responded to his name. He had his cane held in both hands, and the veins were seen bulging on his hand. Who? He shouted, hitting his cane against the floor. It was so powerful it caused the guards around them to fall to the floor. Who has attempted to attack a knight of the first family? At first, Silver thought maybe Bryce was upset due to his daughter being hurt, but she could tell based on his actions now and her father's of the past. This man was just upset that someone had dared to go against his family. Handing her over, Kaz was quickly rushed into the castle, while Bryce continued to stare at Silver. He didn't even turn to look, as Kaz's beaten body went past him. Is he waiting for me to say something? I need to find out what happened. I need to speak to Kaz when she wakes up. But the pressure coming from Bryce's body was immense. Vampire Knight, Silver Sanguinis reporting from the 13th family. Silver started her formal greeting bowing down. I discovered Kaz between the 10th and 13th castles just outside of the 12th. I am unaware of what happened to her, but brought her here immediately. From the scene, it looks like she has been in that condition for a while. Even after mentioning this, the expression on Bryce's face didn't change, and she was wondering if he even cared about her at all. I will confirm what you say with her when she wakes up, but if it's not true. Bryce stopped there, he didn't need to say anything else and just turned around. Wait, sir, Silver shouted, when Bryce turned back, and she could see his face. The words she wanted to ask wouldn't come out. She wanted to be the first to ask Kaz a question, but it was clear he thought of her as a suspect and would never allow it. When she wakes up, and if she's okay, would you please inform me? I'm worried about her. Me and her are the same age and grew up together after all, she said, and turned back around, heading towards Leo hoping he had at least found something. While Bryce continued to walk, he was placing his walking stick, harder and stronger, into the ground. It was digging into the ground as if it was made of butter. I sent Kes to go grab Fex hoping to see how far this little development of his blood weapon had come. And now Kes returns like this? Bryce thought. Did the 10th leader plan ahead? Did he plant something so none of his people could get hurt? If it is him, are you trying to start a war, kid? It won't be the same this time. It won't be the same at all. When Kes finally was able to get the treatment, the medical team at the first castle found that she wasn't actually as badly hurt as she looked. It was more made to look that way. The wounds on her hand and feet had healed once she had been removed from the wall. But her energy was gone. She was feeling incredibly weak for some reason. The staff were unable to find out why, but eventually Kes had regained some of her energy and started to wake up. Quick! Inform the leader, a member of staff shouted. Moving slowly, Kes started to touch her head and touch several other parts of her body. You must have been through a lot. Don't worry. The leader will be here to see you soon. Kes looked at the girl beside her who was treating her, still squinting her eyes as if in pain. The staff found it a little strange, since she no longer had any injuries on her, so they were trying to figure out what she was exactly suffering from. Who are you? Kes asked. The staff member smiled. Don't worry. I just work in the castle. I don't expect anyone to remember who I am. You are a busy person. You just get some rest. However, that wasn't what she had meant at all. When the door was swung open, Bryce had entered the room, and everyone had stepped aside, allowing him to pass. He walked, and everyone kept their heads down, bowing to the first leader. Eventually reaching the bed, Bryce looked at Kaz. What happened? He asked. The same as always, he didn't even ask about her condition, or how she was feeling. The leader is always straight down to business. But this is what makes him a strong leader, the staff members thought. From her bed, she looked him up and down a few times, and the squint in her eyes still remained. What happened? I don't know. She paused. I know you must have saved me, but please tell me? Who are you? Kaz asked. Standing just outside the second castle was Lee and Quinn. The other leaders had already left the area early, and Lee had waited for Quinn to come out, as wanted to pass on a message to the 10th family leader. It was something important, something he had been hiding inside of him for a long time. However, when Quinn had popped the question about Fex, a strange look of confusion appeared on Lee's face. What do you mean? Shouldn't you know better than me how he is doing? I know you're busy as a leader these days, but didn't you just state that you were close? Lee questioned in bewilderment. Quinn was silent for a moment as he put two and two together. Fex is no longer at your place, is he? When exactly was the last time you saw your son? Quinn asked back. Lee was now starting to really worry. He told Quinn that it was already more than a week ago. If both leaders thought the Fex with the other and he had gone missing, just what could have happened to him? A shadow swiftly formed around Quinn's hand, and he immediately popped the mask onto his face to get in contact with the castle. He tried his best to suppress his rising fury that someone was messing with his best friend, and by extension with his family at such a crucial time. It was important for him to not overreact before finding out all the details. On the other end, Paul was the one who answered the call. He found it a bit odd that he had to wear a mask to communicate, since he was sure Logan could have just as easily created some smaller and simpler devices for them to use. However, his request had been denied. The mask had already become a trait for those close in the family circle. Furthermore, aside from communication, it had some other features as well, such as its ability to cancel out the noise from spreading to the outside. If one was to stand close, they were unable to hear what the user wearing the mask was saying. This could be activated or deactivated at will. Has there been any news in regards to Fex after he has gone to visit his family? For example, anyone that's seen him ever since? Quinn asked. Not quite the latter, but there was a silver-haired girl that had come to the castle earlier. She wanted to see him. Shortly after that, Leo told me to take charge since he accompanied her to investigate. They only set out a while ago, you basically just missed them. He hasn't reported back, so I doubt they have found anything yet. Paul answered. Hearing that Leo was on the case already alleviated Quinn's worries a little. He was the perfect man for tracking people with his ability. Nevertheless, Quinn still couldn't figure out why someone would have gone after Fex. If it was to blackmail him, shouldn't they have contacted him by now? Perhaps this is a ploy against his dad. But Lee looks like he has also been oblivious to Fex's disappearance up until a few moments ago. Who are they and what do they want then? Realizing just thinking wouldn't solve the problem, he called Leo through the mask. His vampire knight informed him that he was looking around the area with Silver, trying to find any clues, but they had been unsuccessful so far. He's missing, Lee mumbled while clenching his fist. Did someone go after him because of the blood weapon technique they discovered? Or is this some ploy to influence the next king's election? Lee thought. Quinn, did Fex tell you or anyone else about the blood weapon technique he recently learnt? Lee asked Quinn, who had been busy fiddling with his mask. No, I was actually the one who... Quinn stopped for a second, as he realized there was one more that knew about it. Because, when Fex used the technique successfully, there was one time that Kaz saw him. It has to be Bryce, Lee shouted. He knows that I have already decided to cast my vote against him. If he knows about the blood technique, then he has two reasons to capture Fex. It's his way of telling me to vote for him, and he can get even more power for himself. Lee was furious, and Quinn could feel the heat of energy coming off from his body. I have to return to my castle. I will try to gather as much as I can and find Fex. Lee informed the other before storming off. Bryce, why does he keep doing things like this? Quinn was beyond angry. Vincent, you said he wouldn't get involved, that it was too important at this time, so why would he go after Fex? I trusted you. Quinn, listen to me. I think you and Lee are both acting rash here. To me it just doesn't make sense. Things might have changed in the time I've been away, but Bryce should still be a smart person. He wouldn't do something like this since the risk of him being found out is also great. Think about it, even if he were to use it and succeed, once it would come out, his authority as the king would be greatly undermined. Vincent argued. Even if I'm wrong, you're still playing into his hands by getting angry and attacking him. Without any proof connecting it to him, you will be just a young leader who has rebelled. We must find that proof first. I suggest you meet with Dwight and inform him of this news. I'm sure it will help him greatly, and maybe he can convince you. Quinn was taking some deep breaths before calming down again. He asked Paul to put in a request to meet Dwight, but before that, just in case anything else had happened, Quinn decided to head back to the castle. Once there, he immediately called for an emergency meeting with the main group in his family. His first priority was to find out if anything else had happened to the others that he had been unaware of. He still was trying to figure out whether this was a ploy against him, Fex or Lee. With everyone gathered, Quinn insisted that if anyone was to leave the group in the future, they needed to do so in at least a group of 5. This was said before, but he told them this again to get it through their heads. In cases this wasn't possible or if someone wasn't willing to, Quinn decided that the minimum requirement to leave would be to have someone accompany them who knew the shadow ability, and that the chaperone would have to keep it slightly active at all times. This way, when something unexpected happened, Quinn could get to their position quickly when needed. Leo still hadn't returned to the castle, and there had been no updates from their end. However, at least the request for Quinn to see Dwight had been quickly approved. Leaving the castle, Quinn wanted everything to go as smoothly as possible, so he brought CIA and Nate along with him. He wanted the other leaders to honor their earlier promise as soon as possible. He was worried that if he didn't collect his benefits now, then after fulfilling his part of the deal by voting against Bryce, they might just change their mind and go back on their word. As such, he decided that on the way to the king's castle, he would be the one to escort CIA and have Nate as backup, at least inside the castle. Soon enough, they stood outside of the second castle, having arrived with no problems. What are we doing here? CIA asked, feeling a little strange without Layla or any of the other girls next to her. Do you remember me promising you that I would do my best to get your memories back? Well, the second family leader Cindy has an ability that just might help you. At our meeting earlier, one of my demands was that she would do her best to help you. Quinn explained, and for the first time he smiled at her. He sincerely hoped that his guilt for hurting her life would go away if this turned out to be successful. Nate, I have to go, but remember, keep your shadow active at all times, and contact me via the mask if anything suspicious happens. Don't leave the castle until I return, Quinn ordered. Nate responded with a playful salute, and Quinn was off in his shadow. Well, pretty lady, why don't we head inside? Nate suggested playfully, placing his hand out towards the castle's entrance. Arriving at the king's castle, Quinn was forced to undergo the same procedure as last time before the guards led him to the same dining room as before. As soon as the other guards had left, Quinn immediately told the royal vampire knight about Fex and what Lee believed to have happened. However, he didn't mention the blood weapon technique. Only that Lee suspected Bryce might have done this to influence Lee's vote for the next king. I see. But this doesn't sound like something Bryce would do at all, Dwight replied to the dismay of Quinn. I looked into him, especially since I suspected he had been working with the bloodsuckers. However, I found no such thing. I know you hate him, but blackmailing really isn't something that would work against the leaders. Honestly, I'm stumped as to why someone would have taken Fex. I know you're worried and wish to find him, and I hate to say this, but we need more information before we can go around pointing the finger, which is why I haven't done that myself either, Dwight explained. This type of answer wasn't good enough for Quinn. Not that one of his best friends was involved. It had been over a week since either side had heard from him, and Quinn just felt like the more time that had passed, the less chance they would have of finding him alive. Exiting the king's castle, Quinn felt like the meeting had been nothing but a giant waste of time. He had been doing everything by following Vincent's advice so far because he felt the vampire by his side knew better. But now he was starting to have serious doubts whether that was really the case or not. On his way out, there was a large man in black armor who appeared to have been waiting for him. It was the 9th leader, Muka Fortuna. I have heard what has happened to Fex. Muka bowed. I actually came here to try to meet with you. Quinn, there isn't a doubt in my mind that the person who is behind this is Bryce. I know Dwight has his ways of doing things, but I feel like we are going to lose this battle if we are playing by the rules while our opponents aren't. Honestly, Quinn couldn't agree more, especially when the rules were working against him at the moment. So what do you suggest? Quinn asked. Dwight needs evidence, and I can only imagine there has to be something in the first castle. Unfortunately, my skills, body frame, and abilities don't make me the ideal person for such a thing. You, on the other hand, you have been gifted the power of the shadow. Find the evidence that we need in the castle, and maybe you might even find Fex there. Muka suggested. Don't listen to him, Quinn. Remember Dwight's words. Don't trust anyone, Vincent warned. Don't you find it awfully suspicious that he appeared just after you have met with Dwight? Quinn felt he was at a crossroads. He had been pushed around his whole time as a human, and now the same thing was happening as a vampire. He didn't want to be used as just a mere pawn any longer. He would find out things himself. The second family was very welcoming to both Nate and CIA. Despite their sudden arrival at such a late hour, it was quite clear they were outsiders. Yet they were still greeted with waves and smiles. As they were being escorted through the inner castle area, more and more eyes from those living within fell on them. This is great. Nate grinned as he waved back. He felt less like a chaperone who had tagged along and more like a hero who had just slain a big monster threatening the populace. Ugh, you're so predictable. You know being desperate isn't going to help you get a girlfriend. We girls can sense that kind of thing. You being extra nice just makes you seem clingy and wrong. CIA commented on his behavior. However, Nate was currently too happy to let CIA's words bring his mood down. The grin on his face continued to grow. Several girls had already come up to him, handed him flowers, and some had even pecked him on his cheek. If anything, they were a little too welcoming. Not that Nate was complaining. In fact, he was already looking forward to boasting about it to his friends once they returned. The two of them were aware that Quinn had made some type of deal with the second family leader. Based on their current treatment, they could only suspect that it would be to vote for her in the upcoming election. While looking around and passing through, CIA began to notice some things. Perhaps it was because she was actively ignoring the fool beside her, although he was actually the one who indirectly provided her with the hint. Nate's appearance was a stark contrast to the vampires. The inner castle area housed a large number of females as they could see, yet they appeared to lack any men. CIA only saw male children, none older than 12. Layla said the second leader was nice to her, so I guess I'm just overthinking things. CIA tried to reason. Perhaps the men are all just inside? Eventually they had been escorted to just outside the doors of the leader's throne room. A knock announced their arrival, and soon after the doors were opened up to reveal a beautiful woman wearing her usually large black dress. You must be CIA from the 10th family, right? It appears that the boy failed to mention he would be sending me such a cutie like you. Cindy complimented her guest. The girl's cheeks immediately became a few shades redder, but before she could hide, Cindy grabbed both her hands together as if she had just received a gift. It's nice to meet you. CIA quickly bowed. Come in, come in. Please sit down while I get you a drink ready. I'd like to talk with you for a bit, before we'll try to help you in any way I can. CIA was a bit overwhelmed by Cindy's openness, but seeing as this might be her only change to recover her memories, she walked through the large double doors. Nate was just about to follow behind her, when he was suddenly stopped by a single finger on his forehead. I'm sorry, but this pertains to my ability, which is a bit special. You should understand that I wouldn't want others to know too much about me. Besides, I'm sure your lady friend would also want some things to remain private, Cindy stated. Although her tone was nice, Nate felt that this wasn't a suggestion but more of a command. I know the boy has asked you to be her bodyguard, but I will take good care of her. Feel free to wait outside or ask some of my family members to entertain you. Usually, Nate would have complied with such a beautiful lady's order, but the way she had looked at him just seconds ago, he could feel a strange shiver through his body. I'm sorry, but Quinn told me that I have to look after CIA at all times, and that's what I've come here to do. Either I go in there with her or we will both leave. Nate stood his ground. The finger on his forehead turned into a flick and he was sent flying across the room, skidding across the floor. Eventually he regained his footing and started to rub his head as he felt blood trickling down. All that from a flick. These leaders are no joke, Nate thought. Now, don't you go making the girl's decision for her. You should let her decide, right? Cindy berated him, looking back in CIA's direction, who was already inside the room. CIA looked towards Nate as if his eyes were telling her to disagree and come towards her, urging her to leave this place together. But CIA kept thinking about her memories. She had done so much to try to get them back, and now she was so close to achieving her goal. She couldn't just turn back now. I'm sorry, Nate, but I need to know. The last thing Nate saw was Cindy closing the door with a smirk on her face, as CIA continued to walk further into the throne room. Should I call Quinn? No, I'll stay here and keep my shadow active. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and we'll try to enter again in half an hour. If they don't reply or come out, then I'll act. Nate decided, as he stood with his back facing against the wall, hoping to hear whatever was happening inside. The second family's throne room was unique, as they had plenty of beds placed on each side, and the throne was at the very back. It looked more like a hospital than anything else. CIA was asked to lie down on one of the beds at the very back next to the throne, while Cindy had remained standing. The boy told me that your memories have been wiped, and that you wish to get them back. Now I would like to hear your version of that. Is what he said true? Cindy asked. Yes, although he was the one who wiped them. I just want to know who I was before I met them. CIA answered in a soft voice. Interesting, I didn't take him for the type to bully young girls. I have to say I'm quite intrigued what made him wipe your memories now. But first there are a few questions I need to ask you. Cindy went on asking about how old she was, when her memories had been removed, and what she could remember, if anything, from before the incident. With all that information she could see about whether or not she was able to help or not. At the same time she decided to record what was happening on a small electronic device the size of a finger. So, can you help me? CIA asked, her eyes filled with water. She looked at Cindy as if this didn't work. Then she had decided that she would no longer attempt to get her memories back. From then on she would just live her current life and forget about the past. "I can help you," Cindy answered as she handed the poor girl a handkerchief. Having expected bad news, the tears in her eyes started to really fall. "You really mean it? I will really remember who I was." Tears had already started to flow from her cheeks, as she felt like her journey would be over. "However, there is a catch. The reason why I can bring your memories back is because I will reverse your mind to the time before they were taken. You will revert to you from around a day before losing your memories. In other words, everything that has happened to you after that will be gone. One day before they were removed. Putting it more bluntly, it wouldn't be too wrong to say that the current you will cease to exist. You won't even remember who I am. So are you absolutely sure you want to go through with this?" When asked the question, CIA started to think if there were any memories worth keeping, and the only one she could think of was her time spent with Layla. But it was so short. All her memories only added up to a year. In her mind, getting her old memories back was worth forgetting that 1 year. Seeing this, Cindy brought up the video recording she had made. "I just recorded everything you said earlier, that you told me about yourself. Once you come back, I'll play it to you." "I'll do it, I have to." CIA nodded, learning of that information. Cindy got straight to work and placed both of her hands on CIA's head. A few seconds later, an energy was seeping through the palm of her hands and CIA's eyes started to white out as her mind was being reversed. There was no pain and the process only took a few seconds. Finally, when Cindy's hands left CIA's head, she could see clearly once again. But she had no clue who the person in front of her was. "Relax, darling. I'm not trying to hurt you. You must be very confused right now. So here you have a little drink to calm your nerves." Cindy offered her a cup with some dark red liquid. "First of all, you should know that your memories are dated. Someone removed your memories a year ago, and I was asked by a person important to you to try my best to return them. Unfortunately, I'm not all-powerful. While I managed to fulfill your wish of returning your memories, everything that happened after you lost them is gone now. I'm sorry, but it's the best I could do." CIA looked around the room trying to make out where she was. The last place she remembered being at was the inter-tournament, where she had been asked to look out for Layla, and that Quinn and the others were a danger to her. However, at the moment she was holding the top of her head and squinting badly, she was suffering from a major headache. "What's wrong? Are you in pain? My ability shouldn't affect or hurt the person it's being used on." "No, it's not that." CIA groaned. "Just now I saw a vision. I don't know who you are yet, but for some reason I saw you in that vision. I saw Quinn killing you." She blurted out, not really considering the situation. Cindy dropped the cup she had offered CIA. "The Banshee's prediction saw the boy killing me?" Cindy took a moment to calm down a little. Then she asked CIA to clarify what exactly had happened in her vision. Fortunately, a Banshee's vision was merely one of the possible futures, so it wasn't like it was set in stone. Nevertheless, Cindy needed to find out as much as she could about how one of her future selves' demise came to be in the first place. "He felt stronger than last time, but how could a boy like him possess enough power to kill me?" Cindy pondered. "I'm sure you understand that your vision is making me a little nervous after hearing you say that. Could you tell me more about it? Even a tiny little detail could help me avoid such a fate," she requested with a smile, only unlike earlier this one was more forced to hide her slight worry. "Of course, only—" The vision was incredibly short. "I saw Quinn with his hands covered in a lot of blood. He himself was badly hurt, looking like he had been through a rough fight, the kind where one false move could decide life and death. Beneath him was your body, surrounded by a pool of blood. I didn't really see much else, other than that." "I'm sorry." CIA apologized. Luckily the pain in her head had just as quickly subsided as it had appeared. After hearing this, Cindy placed her hands behind her back naturally. At the same time, she placed the recording device that had recorded CIA's memories from before inside the band that held her dress from the waist. "Now could you please tell me where I am and how I got here? Are we back at—" She turned her head a few times but decided to still ask. "Pure." CIA whispered. Hearing this, Cindy had come up with an idea. Before reverting her memories, Cindy had made CIA tell her everything the others had told her about her former self and what the supposed reason was for Quinn messing with her memories. Now, armed with that knowledge, the second family leader told CIA about everything, only she made sure to give the story a dark spin, by making a certain person sound far worse than they were. In the end, after already having removed your memories, he chose to turn you, to make sure you would remain loyal to him. He chose to turn you into what he was. It was the same for Layla, but it seems like she has grown quite fond of him based on what your other self had told me. The other you that wanted to save her, show her the error of her ways. The other you confided to me that you had a feeling it might have been your mission from Pure to do so. Hearing all of this, especially about where they were now and the part about turning into a vampire, was shocking. But she could tell her body was different. It didn't feel like it belonged to her, like she wasn't quite herself anymore. My mission, was it to look after Layla? That's probably why I went as far as I have done to stay by her side. I have to complete it and return to Lucy somehow, CIA thought as she tried to fill in the gaps. Of course, there were some details that hadn't even been recorded on the device, so she was unaware of what had really happened with Quinn or Pure. Quinn, how could you turn both of us? Why did you choose to tell me all this? Aren't you and Quinn on the same side? I mean, both of you are vampires after all, CIA asked the woman. Oh my, so straightforward, getting right to the point, I like it. Well, you are correct in that we are both vampires and at least for the time being we should be on the same side. However, Quinn is originally a human and I just can't bring myself to trust him. By doing you a favor, I was hoping you could help me in return. Although your other self had agreed to my request, it wouldn't be fair to force you to do something you can't even remember. Cindy explained as she patted the girl in front of her lightly on the head. Of course, now that I have heard your version, it's safe to say I no longer trust him as much as I did before. As such, allow me to ask the current you, would you be willing to keep an eye on him for me? Cindy didn't doubt that Quinn would vote for her, as the boy didn't seem to type to easily cross others. Besides, his hatred for Bryce should ensure that they would be on the same side, at least for the foreseeable time. There wasn't anything concrete she wanted CIA to do for the time being, but having CIA act as her eyes and ears would be helpful for a variety of reasons. Most of all, to find out what had led to the events of the vision. Why would he attempt to kill her? Around 25 minutes after she had entered the throne room, CIA came out and the doors behind her were quickly closed, preventing Nate from seeing Cindy again. Hey, are you okay? She didn't do anything strange to hurt you or anything? Nate asked as he looked all over seeing if there were any injuries, but also made sure not to touch her. Bug off, CIA replied, slapping Nate's hand away. Come on, just take me back to Quinn. Although Nate didn't like how CIA was treating her. After dealing with the leader, he imagined something must have gone on between the two to annoy her. As such, he chose to ignore it as they both left the castle. In reality, CIA couldn't even remember Nate's name. Cindy had never bothered to learn Nate's name in the first place, so she had merely informed CIA that someone from Quinn's family was already waiting for now. For now, CIA opted to keep the fact that her memories for the past year had been lost a secret. The two of them waited outside, and eventually Quinn came to pick them up. When he popped out of his shadow, he looked at CIA awkwardly for a few moments. Are your memories back? Do you remember everything again? Everything you wanted to know? Quinn asked, a bit unsure what outcome he should be hoping for. Of course. CIA nodded happily. Cindy did a great job. Thank you, Quinn, for helping me get back my memories. With no time to waste, Quinn used his shadow travel and was already heading back to the 10th castle. Between the three of them, the journey was silent. Each one had a lot on their mind. Quinn was still undecided whether to trust Mooka or not, but even if he didn't trust him, he definitely didn't trust Bryce. It was also quite likely that the first castle would have something inside of it to bring more light into this confusing mess. Still, it would have to be him choosing to infiltrate the first family because of his own decision, not Mooka's. When they finally returned, Quinn spotted something lying in front of the castle doors. It was black in color and looked like a dead animal. Coming out from his shadow, Quinn quickly approached it. What is that? Nate asked. Is it a dead bat? Not wanting to touch it directly, Quinn eventually used his foot to lightly flip it over, revealing a large nose with a ring around it. That's Ham! Quinn shouted in excitement. He went down and picked him up immediately off the ground. It's Feck's familiar, but what is he doing out there? Did Fex return? When picking up Ham, Quinn noticed he was incredibly hot, and at the same time covered in sweat, not to mention unconscious and not responding to anything they said. A familiar's energy was different compared to that of a human or a vampire. Even using chi wouldn't work to wake. All Quinn could do was place him somewhere safe and hope he would wake up soon, hopefully with some answers. Going inside, he asked Paul about any news regarding Fex. Once again, while there was no direct news, the Vampire Knight received an update from Leo and Silver, and the two of them were currently heading back to the castle. Ham was placed in one of the beds, and was kept under watch, with strict orders to inform Quinn as soon as that happened, no matter what time it was. Right now, though, he felt like he could do nothing but wait, either for the news from Paul and Silver or that from Ham. As long as Ham is still alive, I can be sure Fex is also out there alive. I promise. I'll find it. Wherever you are. Finally, both Leo and Silver had arrived at the 10th castle, and they had some news. Quinn arrived at the reception of the castle, by the entrance waiting for Leo to arrive. When Quinn saw Leo and Silver, both parties looked a little down. The duo, just as Quinn, had hoped that Fex might have been found by the other side. This meant that the big news Leo had informed them about was something else. After meeting up, they moved over to one of the smaller reception rooms, which had a couple of large sofas and a table. It was a room rarely used, but rather than find something comfy to sit on or look around the place, Quinn was just eager to hear what information might be important enough to make the duo of Vampire Knight return instead of continuing their search. Only the three of them were present, as Quinn didn't want to get the others involved. By now, everyone in the castle already knew that Fex had gone missing, so they were on pretty strict orders to remain inside. Silver. I'm very sorry that I just heard about Fex today. I was sure he was enjoying his time with you and your father. It's my fault that I hadn't checked up on him earlier. Quinn started off the conversation by apologizing as he fully blamed himself. Lee is now also aware of what has happened to your brother, and said he is doing everything he can on his side to see if he can find him. I'm going to do the same. Silver nodded but didn't say anything, and the silence just worried Quinn more. When one was silent, they tended to be thinking about something else. It was clear she was worried. Paul said the two of you found something. Will it help us find Fex? It's possible, Leo answered, but it might or might not be fixable. You see, as soon as it became apparent that he had gone missing, we started searching between the two castles, and on our path we managed to stumble upon Kaz. Hearing this name, anger started to rise in him, and Quinn thought his hunch was right, that Bryce was the one behind it all. We found her pinned in an alleyway behind one of the houses. She was badly beaten and her blood was everywhere. From the looks of things, she had been that way for about a week. The path taken and the timing collates with when Fex disappeared as well. I have a feeling these two things are linked. Kaz was beaten by someone? How is that possible? She's Bryce's Vampire Knight, right? Who would even have the power to do what? Just what the hell is going on? I bet you're glad you didn't go storming into Bryce's castle now. Patience is something one learns when they get older. Vincent teased the other. Is this really the right time to give me an I told you so speech? Besides, I listened to you in the end. Didn't I? Quinn replied angrily. Then what about Kaz? Is she in any condition to tell us what happened to her? Or did you find anything else? Quinn asked. She was too weakened when we found her. To avoid any misunderstanding, the first thing we did was have Silver return her to the first castle to heal her injuries. I checked if there have been any reports, but for some reason, it looks like Bryce hasn't reported what has happened to his first Vampire Knight yet. Judging by his character, he will try to find out who did this himself. I also wanted to ask Kaz what happened, but she hasn't left the castle yet, and I have no idea of her current condition. So it means we are still stuck and have no idea of what happened to Fex. Silver said with her head held down. Not quite. Quinn smiled. I didn't want to say anything to you guys beforehand because the lead on my end isn't in better condition than Kaz. Still, his existence proves that Fex is at least alive and he might even know where he is. Going up to one of the higher floors, they arrived in the medical bay of the castle. There were no healers among the vampires, so just like the other rooms, this one was usually empty. Luckily, many of Paul's people knew how to do treatment beyond first aid, and they were currently looking over Ham in the hospital bed. Quinn had asked Linda beforehand to keep watch, since he wasn't willing to take any chances if someone was going to go after one of his people again. That's the flying creature, Leo called out once he recognized its aura. It's Ham, Silver shouted as she leaned forward, but the person who was looking after him quickly stopped her. They say he's very weak at the moment. I found him lying just outside of the castle and he was covered in sweat. I imagine he must have used a lot of energy to get here. I was hoping after some rest he would wake up, but he still hasn't done so. Silver asked permission if she could look over Ham, and after the personnel explained a few things, Silver started to check all over him with a gentle touch and finally placed him back down. The look on her face seemed to be more worried than before. Quinn had imagined that seeing Ham would make her feel better, but for some reason she seemed even more concerned now. It's because of Ham's condition, Vincent explained. Remember, Ham is not a beast or an animal but a familiar that belongs to another world. Although strong ones like yours can remain in this world, once one makes a contract, their power is linked to their creator. She's worried that his current conditions could be either of two things. Ham is recovering slowly or worsening due to Fex's condition, or it's due to him being too far away. If his condition is getting better but slowly, then it would be the latter. So that's why we can't use ki or blood, the heal Ham. The energy familiar's use is different, something linked in our bodies? Correct. With this new information, Quinn wanted to say something. Silver, Ham should wake up soon. He's looking better than he was before. So at least we know Fex isn't hurt, and they've captured him for some reason. We will just have to wait. The problem was, could they really afford to wait? The ceremony for burying the king was soon, and they wouldn't be able to delay it much longer. The three of them were about to leave the room, but Silver requested to stay. She wanted to stay by Ham's side even though she knew she could do nothing. It was just that she wanted to be the first person there when Ham woke up. You can stay here as long as you like, Silver. Just remember to get some sleep. The second we find out where Fex is, we'll punish those who are responsible for all of this, Quinn said. He felt bad, but honestly, with Quinn and Vincent, the two of them couldn't figure out what was happening. A lot of the others were ruling out Bryce as a suspect due to Kaz being attacked, but Quinn felt they had all overlooked one crucial detail. What was Kaz doing there in the first place? Had she been there together with Fex? If that was the case, what had the two been talking about? Back at the ship, he had seen glimpses of Kaz's reaction when talking about her leader. She was frightened of him, and there were times when Kaz had decided to do things that she felt were right. Did she decide to go against her father? Was Bryce after Fex like Muka claimed? Could she have just been there to try and help Fex? Do you think that is something Bryce could do against his own daughter? Quinn wondered. I wouldn't say it's impossible, Vincent commented. Unlike humans, there are only a few vampires that have a strong bond with their children. In the past, it was actually considered quite normal for leaders to have multiple wives. By spreading their seed, they increased the likelihood of creating the strongest vampires possible. It was also agreed that rivalry between siblings would have a good overall effect on their powers. As such, the blood relation didn't matter too much. However, it is strange that Bryce hasn't revealed any information on someone attacking the first family. A knight at that. If he did, he could try to pin the blame on the other side, and use this to grab one of their votes. This game of crowning the next king seems to be getting rather complicated. And we're stuck in the middle, Quinn lamented. Before leaving the room, Quinn looked over Ham and Silver. He felt a slight itch on his back, and a deep whisper that he couldn't make out. Did you just say something? Quinn asked. Not unless you can suddenly hear me humming in my own head, Vincent replied. Weird. Is the stress starting to make me hear things? Quinn wondered as he left the room. The next morning after Ham had arrived, Quinn came to visit the hospital room where he found Silver looking over Feck's familiar. She hadn't left it, and by the looks of it she hadn't gotten any sleep either. It's a good thing vampires don't need much sleep, I guess, Quinn thought to himself. With Ham not having woken up, he left the room without even greeting Silver, who was fully focused on her task. Keep an eye on her and let me know if Ham's condition is getting better or worse, Quinn instructed Linda, who was standing outside of the room. Just like Peter, her subclass didn't need any sleep at all, which was also the reason Quinn had specifically chosen her to guard the place. Over in the dining hall, the other students, the old army and those from the Cursed faction were all enjoying breakfast. At the start everyone had kept to their own groups, but as everyone got to know each other and started to get along, eventually their members started to mix and mingle, leading to the creation of new groups between the members. Most prominently, the groups had been split into those consisting of only girls and boys for the meals. At one of the boys-only tables, Nate was currently busy boasting to his peers about how he had been the center of attention when he had been over to the second castle. I'm telling you guys, all the girls were bringing me gifts. They were totally all over me. Then, making sure no one else was eavesdropping on their conversation, he whispered. And they're also a little prettier than the girls we have over here. So you're saying that someone like you with zero talking skills, who freezes every time a girl comes up to you, with your blocky head, was not only surrounded by pretty girls, but they all seem to be into you? Alex summed up all of Nate's negatives. I don't want to call you a liar, but you gotta admit if you have no chance here, it's hard to believe they would all be so into you over there. I assume they were just being nice to him. Who knows? If we were to visit them, they might treat us the same way. Sam theorized. I mean, we could always go over and have a look. Did the second leader treat you that way as well? Peter suddenly perked up. He grinded his teeth against each other as he thought back to the slap he had received from Cindy. I'm not lying. Everyone over there really did treat me nicely. Well, Cindy was polite at first, I guess. However, once I tried following her and CIA into the throne room, she changed. She tried to convince me to stay out, but when I refused, she flicked me across the room with her finger. Nate explained. She managed to flick you? Dennis asked. A lot of them were still wondering about just how strong the other vampires were, since they only had the students to use as a benchmark. On the other hand, they at least knew Nate was considered strong among them, and those that had never seen the leaders before were quite surprised. You shouldn't be so surprised. The vampires treasure strength above all else. To put it into each one of them should hold the same power as the leaders of the Big Four. Logan stated nonchalantly while typing away on his holographic keyboard. He always was a hard worker, and even taking his meals didn't stop him. You idiot! Peter slammed the table. Quinn told you to look over CIA. How could you allow her to be alone with that bitch? What was even the point of sending you with her then? What if something happened? Look, I'm sorry, Peter. I was well prepared to go in, but I didn't want to mess things up. We're in the vampire world right now, so I couldn't just barge in on a leader when she was trying to help us. I was at the door the whole time, and if I felt there had been any problems, I would have contacted Quinn immediately. Nate argued back. The others that were at the table stood up, ready to get in between the two if a fight was about to break out. But after giving Nate a derisive look, Peter walked out. What's his deal? CIA came back fine in the end, didn't she? Nate pouted. I even tried opening those doors a bit to eavesdrop, but they wouldn't budge. Was I supposed to try and destroy them? Because of his hunch. He might just be on edge. I know I certainly am, Alex said with his hands shaking. Think about it. Fex got taken away somehow, and he's strong. At least way stronger than me. Now we're practically on lockdown, forbidden from leaving this place. I don't know about you guys, but being unable to hammer away like I usually do on the ship, it just doesn't feel like home. The others wanted to say something to brighten the mood after what happened, but many that came from the Cursed faction felt the same way. They couldn't imagine living the rest of their lives on this planet. They just hoped that after Quinn finished his business here, they might return to how things were. There were two girls who hadn't gone for breakfast, the two being CIA and Layla. Right now, the two of them had gathered in Layla's room because CIA wanted to talk with her about something. So you finally got all your memories back? I guess all that hard work paid off in the end. Layla smiled while grabbing the other's hands. You went through a lot during those times, and I'm just glad that you're still the CIA that you were. According to Cindy, the two of us are supposed to have grown close. I remember us talking at school a few times, but I didn't really care about Layla back then. It was only because of the mission. However, the way she's acting now, did we really become close friends? If so, I have to help her. Layla, there are still things I'm unsure of. I wanted to talk to you about Quinn. What do you think about him? CIA asked. Hearing these questions, Layla's cheeks began to redden. Quinn is kind. I mean, he's kind of busy these days, so the two of us didn't have a lot of opportunities to talk in recent times. Layla answered quickly and panicky, but as she started to think of him more, she calmed down. I don't know how to say it, but he isn't that extraordinary of a person, yet somehow he's managed to do extraordinary things. I guess that's what attracts me and others to him. Have you ever felt that you were just ordinary? I mean, I was okay with the bow. I'm not exactly the smartest. If anything, I was considered below average. But when I look at Quinn, I feel like he's the same, yet despite that he's managed to climb all the way to his current position. By the way she was talking about Quinn, CIA knew that she had already fallen head over heels for him. But don't you hate him for turning you? For bringing us to such a dangerous place? Pure could have continued to look after the both of us and things would have been fine. You think so? Layla replied back, but she just smiled. Cindy was right. Layla's already been trapped by him, and the only way to break her out is with Quinn, CIA thought. With the two finished speaking, it was time for them to grab some food as well. And when they opened the door, they encountered Peter, who had walked out, on the way to his room. CIA? Don't you dare betray Quinn, Peter thought as he passed the girls. I made that mistake once, and I won't let him get hurt like that ever again. If I see you try anything funny, I'll end you with my own hands. On the third day after Ham's return, it was safe to say that everyone in the castle was affected by a general feeling of frustration. The tension was high in the air between the regulars that were uninvolved. They were unable to do anything, and even if they did, all eyes were on them. While Silver had remained in the castle, Leo and Quinn had been busy searching the area for any more clues pertaining to Feck's location. They searched other areas on top of where Kaz was located, just in case he could be anywhere, apart from the other inner castle areas. Permission would need to be granted to enter. They had also kept in contact with Lee, the 13th leader, but unfortunately neither side was able to find even the slightest lead. Their only remaining hope was to wait for Ham to wake up. As for Kaz, perhaps she could have shared something with them, but despite 3 days having passed since her rescue, there had been absolutely no news from the first castle. It was clear that Bryce was hiding something, which frustrated Quinn all the more, but he understood that it would be a stupid move to act against him. Whoever was behind all of this, Ham's escape must have been outside their expectation. Getting any sort of information from him would allow them to be one step ahead of the mastermind. Unfortunately, time was working against them. That day, there was a knock at their door. Quinn, there's someone here to see you, Paul reported as he entered the throne room. The throne room had become Quinn's new resting place. The large glass panel window on the top floor offered a beautiful view when looking outside. It also reminded him of the heavy responsibilities he had as the 10th family leader. Could you tell them I'm busy? We don't have a lot of time, and I'm still trying to find Fex. Quinn sighed. I'm afraid this can't wait, a voice said as they barged into the throne room. The intruder was wearing the royal trim around his uniform, indicating he was a royal guard. He had been waiting outside, but when overhearing Quinn's unwillingness to meet with him, he chose to break protocol. Quinn Talon, we're aware that your close friend Fex Sanguinis is currently missing. Just like you, our side has been doing its best to discover his current location. However, he no longer holds a high-ranking position, so a large force can't be used to investigate. The guard explained. Not an important figure? Quinn shouted. I don't give a damn if he has a title or not. If you don't want to find him, then stop bothering while I'm trying to. Quinn, Paul interrupted. Please don't forget yourself. The man is just here to pass on a message from Dwight, so we should at least hear him out. The royal guard was taken aback by the powerful shout. Not only had Quinn been extremely loud, but he had let out his energy outward, waking up all the cells in his body. Even at this moment they were all vibrating. The guard bowed. Royal Knight Dwight asked me to pass on the following message. The ceremony for putting the king in eternal slumber will commence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Each family leader is required to be present with both of their knights. The public will also be eligible to attend the event. Everyone may participate, but after the capacity has been reached, no more people will be let in. The leaders and knights will be part of the ceremony. You will be informed about your duties on the day. For everyone else, the ceremony will start at 12 o'clock. Once the message was delivered, the royal guard swiftly left. Having to turn up earlier than the others to prepare, Quinn was reminded of a wedding rather than a funeral. At that moment it really dawned on Quinn that time had run out. As the 10th family leader, he had no choice but to take part, and for whatever reason they had taken effects, it would be achieved tomorrow. With this new information, Quinn headed down to the medical bay, where Silver was still sitting in a chair beside him. She appeared to not have moved in the slightest ever since she had sat down. "Silver!" Quinn called out, but there was no response. "Hey, Silver!" Quinn shouted, but she only answered after he placed his hand on her shoulder. She turned and looked at Quinn for a brief moment, before her gaze returned to watch over Ham. "Ham's getting better. He's no longer hot like he was on the first day. Now it looks like he's just sleeping, but he still hasn't woken up." "Why won't he wake up?" Silver asked, still not diverting her eyes away from the familiar. "I have some news for you. I've just been informed that the ceremony will take place tomorrow. I know as his sister you're just as desperate as me for any news, but you're still the vampire knight of the 13th family. I'm afraid you'll probably have to go back to the 13th family and make preparations with your dad soon. I'm sorry. I'll look over Ham, and we'll have someone else here tomorrow. I promise you that they will inform me if anything happens, and I will pass that info to you ASAP." For a while, Silver didn't reply back, but Quinn could see she was clenching her fist. Why won't this damn pig wake up?" She screamed as she punched the bed, but surprisingly the punch softened to the point as if she had just touched it. A vampire of her strength should have been able to break a bed with ease, but her energy was completely drained, and soon watermarks could be seen falling onto the bed. Silver was crying. "Damn it! What the hell am I doing? Why am I forced to take part in this crap, when I don't care about tomorrow? Why do I still have to deal with this? And why does no one else seem to care that my friend has been abducted?" Quinn thought with anger. Seeing Silver upset like this was just making the anger inside him boil stronger, and the mark on his back was responding in kind. "You desire? I will help." Quinn heard the same voice as last time, and black mist started to form from his back. Eventually a black portal opened on the other side of the room, next to one of the beds. Next, large deathly claws could be seen coming out of them. "What is that? A beast? A monster?" The other staff members currently in the room started to panic. "Don't worry, that thing belongs to me," Quinn shouted, hoping to calm them down. But the sheer size of such a creature was too much for them. In the end Quinn had them leave the room. Seeing the bone claw appear, Quinn didn't know what it wanted to do at this very moment. Usually the bone claw only answered to Quinn's dark desires, so why did it come now? The bone claw with one of its long sharp fingers pointed towards him. "You are filled with anger. I will help you." The bone claw looked down towards Ham for a few seconds, and then started to turn into the same mist that would usually form when it appeared or disappeared, only this time the mark formed on Ham. "Vincent, what is happening?" Quinn asked in wild confusion. "I'm not sure. There are many things we don't understand about the familiars ourselves. This is amazing though. I wish I could have more time to study the mechanics behind what it's doing, but it looks like the familiar is acting on its own." Once all the mist had gathered into the mark, the little bull's eyes finally started to open. The first person it saw was Quinn. "Quinn!" Ham shouted. "Fex, he's in trouble. You have to save him. How long has it been? Being stuck in this goddamn room. It's impossible to tell whether I've been here a day, a week, a month, or longer. Fex cursed internally, as he looked blankly at the cave walls. And worst of all, this is all so borrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr wild monster from before. I can't even remember anything about my past. So at least give me someone to keep me company. You don't want me to die from boredom, do you? However, no matter how much Fex shouted or how often, he didn't get any reaction from his captor's side. I hope that Pig manages to find someone soon. Maybe he already did and I'm just stuck somewhere really far out. Fex pondered. Just as he thought that the doors opened and another creature walked in. It was hard to tell if it was the same one he had seen before, or if each time they came it was a different one with just a similar look. His only company had been these monsters who would come after certain periods of time feeding him blood. Next to them was always a hooded person with their face wrapped up, ready to take care of him. What's the bloody point? How many times do you intend to give me blood? Only to take it away immediately after. Fex loudly complained. He was no longer afraid of them. The first few times they had arrived, he had been worried they had come to finish him off. However, since they merely come to take his blood each time, he soon enough realized that they weren't going to kill him at least for the time being. Boy, you have done very well up to this point. Only a few more times and after that, well, let's just say we haven't decided what will happen. The person answered for the first time, as they went over to inject Fex with a syringe. The tube was large, so they took quite a lot of his blood. As soon as he was within reach, Fex jerked his arm hoping to whack his hand and hit the syringe away, but just like all the other times before he failed. The accompanying bloodsucker had grabbed onto one of his arms, while the hooded person grabbed onto the other. Their strength was enough to overpower him, preventing him from moving even an inch. He was forced to endure their bizarre treatment once more. When they were done, they left the cave, leaving Fex on his own again. Hey! Where are you going? Fex shouted. If you can talk, then at least tell me what you need my blood for. Answer me. Fex continued pulling against the chain, but it continued to be in vain. At the 10th castle, Hem had just woken up, and the first words had been a plea for Quinn to help Fex. They had all known that Fex was in trouble, but deep down they had been hoping that it might have all been some sort of misunderstanding and something else was going on. Quinn, please help Fex. Please. Hem urged him, flapping up and down, hovering just above the bed. Ham, please calm down first. We don't want you to tire yourself out again. You've been out for days already. If you want us to save Fex, tell us everything that happened to Fex. Quinn instructed the familiar. But you don't understand. Hem continued to panic instead of calming down. He said, calm down. Silver shouted as she placed her hand on top of Ham's head and forcefully pushed him back onto the bed. She had made sure to keep herself in check, yet the frustration was making her do strange things. Still, the effectiveness spoke for itself. All right, Ham, do you know where Fex is? What happened to him? Quinn asked. Fex, well, I don't know where exactly that place is, but it's not in the vampire settlement. Took me days to reach here by flying. I was so tired, but I continued on as I was worried about Master. Ham revealed on the verge of tears. But I can show you. I remember the way there. Let me guide you and take you back. Only we have to hurry. Fex is trapped in a cave and chained up. If I've been out for a few days, I don't know if he's still alive. Ham started to burst out in tears. Stop being so silly. Silver replied annoyed and flicked the familiar's forehead. If Fex was dead, you would no longer be here. If he's far away, it's no wonder we couldn't find him. Do you know who captured him? Have you seen what exactly happened after he left the 13th castle? After realizing that Fex must still be alive, Ham started to calm down, lying in the soft, comfy bed. I'm sorry, at the time when Fex was taken away, I was hanging around back in our own world. It's been a while since he called for me, so I was just relaxing. However, I could tell something strange was going on. My porky sense was tingling. I didn't see what took him or what happened. I just know he ended up in a cave filled with bloodsuckers. Hearing this, Leo's ears perked up. After hearing Ham had woken up, he had come into the room. Those must be the vampire beasts that attacked the 10th castle, Leo concluded. So Dwight was right, Quinn commented. Someone is working with them and for some reason they're after Fex. But why? Ham, are you absolutely sure you don't know anything else? Anything that could give us some clues? Ham gulped before answering. I don't know what happened to Fex. I couldn't even ask him. For some reason he's forgotten everything. He's forgotten about who he is and how he got there. He's forgotten about his family, and he couldn't even remember you, Quinn. Which was why, when I escaped, I came towards you for help. He can't remember anything? Are you sure about that? Silver shouted. Look, he didn't even know who I was when I appeared before him. You hear me? I'm not lying. Why would I ever make stuff up in a situation like this? So what are we waiting for? We have to go now. Vincent. Fex had his memories removed. Is that really possible? Quinn asked. Fex may be a strong vampire, but it's not like it's completely impossible. The person responsible would have to either have an ability related to doing so or be someone with a very strong influence skill, which could only be one of the other leaders. Quinn finished off his sentence for him. This was already predicted since someone had attacked Kaz a vampire knight. Their problem was, although Quinn wanted to go save Fex, he had to attend the ceremony tomorrow. Quinn. Leo interrupted his train of thought. I fear that this is part of whoever is behind this plan. The ceremony is important, and from what I have heard, all the leaders must attend. We got some more information, and it seems like you have to be part of the ceremony for an important reason. Maybe they want you to not turn up. Whatever the case, I don't want us to play into their hand. Wise words from your vampire knight, Quinn. If he wasn't going to suggest it, I was. Vincent agreed. I understand, but what about Fex? I can't just leave him there. I'll go. Silver volunteered. He is my brother in the first place. Leo is right. The leaders are needed at the ceremony, but the vampire knights not so much. Us being there is more of a formality. I can be replaced. Even though Silver had volunteered, Quinn still wasn't sure. Silver was strong, but whoever was involved in this had not only been able to take Fex without leaving any evidence behind but had also taken out Kaz, whose strength should be around Silver's level. Quinn, I would also like to request that you can find someone to take my place. Those bloodsuckers were the ones who attacked the castle, I just know it. I wouldn't have volunteered before, but we have Paul and your contraptions. Also, if you need me in an emergency, you are still able to use that skill. If you are afraid I might not be strong enough, don't be. Thanks to you, I think you will be pleasantly surprised with my current strength. Clenching his fist, Quinn needed to make a decision. It would be Ham, Leo and Silver going off on their own, while Quinn was to attend the ceremony. Either one could have been a trap, but it was more likely that they hadn't realized him had escaped. Fine, Quinn agreed. Just stay in contact with the mask at all times. I will be keeping mine on during the whole ceremony and will contact you as soon as it's over. When Ham was finished explaining all the details, the other two were getting prepared, taking with them everything they needed for their trip. But they couldn't leave just yet, as there was a reason why they had to wait. On Silver's advice, Quinn had informed Dwight about what was happening. There were a few reasons for this. He thought that maybe one, he would be able to send help to the other two from Dwight. He still wasn't very confident that just with the two of them they could save Fex, who knew how strong the enemy was, and two, Silver and Quinn also agreed to keep Lee involved with what was happening, just like he had been doing Quinn. There was a certain royal guard that Quinn would speak to, a contact that Dwight had told him to talk to whenever he needed to get in touch with him. Dwight said he could explain all the details to him, as he trusted him. This was how the two of them would set up their meetings. Usually vampires, especially those of a higher rank that needed to communicate with each other, would do so using the 8th family leader's ability, Jill, through her telepathy. This was rather than relying on technology that could be intercepted by others, and they could make sure that only those that were meant to receive the message needed it. However, Dwight was the one that had informed Quinn not to use her, and Quinn agreed, especially since she was one of the ones that had chosen to give her vote to Bryce. At the moment there was a clear bias towards certain leaders. The two of them filled up flasks with blood for both Leo and Silver, and Quinn had made a suggestion to Leo. "Before you leave, Leo, it would be best if you grab something from Alex. I'm pretty sure he has something that might come in use for you," Quinn suggested. While the two were away, Quinn continued to look over Ham, who looked to be doing fine compared to how he was before. He started to think about what had happened moments before he woke up. Ham didn't seem to be close to waking up at all, yet suddenly he did. Once the bone claw had turned to smoke and entered him, disappearing soon after. "The bone claw has helped me in many different situations. According to Chris, it was protecting me on the Demon Tier planet as well. Bone Claw, you originally belonged to the first leader, right? Do you work for him, or do you work for me at the moment?" Quinn wondered. The reason for thinking about this was due to the Bone Claw being more than uncooperative. Quinn could enter the space to attempt to talk to him, yet for some reason it would choose when it wanted to speak and when it didn't, acting on its own will. Familiars usually work together with their master, but the Bone Claw seemed rather selfish, either only helping Quinn when it wanted to, or when he was close to death. Quinn didn't feel like its master at all. "You won't be able to summon." The deep voice was heard. Quinn, looking around the room, was trying to see where the voice was coming from. He knew it was from the Bone Claw, he just didn't know where. Until he looked at Ham, smoke was forming from his back, and it had taken the shape of a miniature version of the Bone Claw, swirling above Ham's head, created from the black mist. "Ah, the king. Why is that devil of a king on my back?" Ham shouted. Soon he started to bow down. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you names. It's a normal reaction when one meets someone as great as you." This type of reaction from a familiar when seeing the Bone Claw wasn't the first. Quinn had seen it when Bryce had summoned his familiar as well. It was clear the Bone Claw was special. "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "My energy inside him. No longer with you." The Bone Claw spoke. "I think I understand." Vincent tried to interpret. Right now, because Ham isn't receiving enough energy from Fex, the only way he could wake him up was by using his own energy. Which is why there is no marking on your back and he is appearing above Ham at the moment. Which means, if you are in a dangerous situation like the times before, the Bone Claw won't be able to help you. Vincent explained. Quinn understood and nodded towards the Bone Claw. "I know you have helped me many times before, but I want to ask you a favor," Quinn said, approaching the mist. "If they are in trouble, can you protect them?" The Bone Claw seemed a little uninterested in this, but then Quinn mentioned something else. "It doesn't matter what happens to those that try to attack them. You are free to do as you wish, go wild and don't worry." After Quinn had said that, the mist disappeared right back into Ham's body. "I think I'm understand this thing a bit more," Quinn thought. Ham started to shiver. "That crazy guy is inside of me?" Ham gulped again and quickly placed his small hand hooves over his mouth. "He can hear everything I'm saying, can't he?" Finally, both Leo and Silver had returned, and attached around Leo's waist was another sheath, a similar size to his other weapon. "Looks like Alex is on top of things here as well. I guess now we have to wait," Leo said. While waiting for a reply or answer from Dwight, Silver had decided to personally go to her father's castle to inform them of Fex's development and what she was doing. All they were doing now was patiently waiting for one or the other to return. The first person they heard back from was Silver. When she returned, she did so not looking the exact same as she had done before. On her back she had a large box that was slightly bigger than herself and taller. She carried it as if it was weightless. The three were in the reception area now, just waiting to hear back from Dwight. However, Quinn couldn't help but stare at the large box on Silver's back. "My father says he is happy to hear that Fex has been found, but he is worried about us two going. There are a few problems. If the ceremony wasn't tomorrow, then he would have liked to have come himself. But this is something that can't be delayed," he stated. "Also, sending a large group might startle the enemy into knowing we are coming, so he has kept his lips sealed for now. So he gave me this before leaving," Silver said, hitting the box behind her. Other than that, she didn't say much else, leaving them to guess about the large box. "If I'm correct, That's the 13th puppet that's passed down from leader to leader, Vincent explained. For her father to give her that, he must either be really worried or really trusting of her. I remember Fex said one time that Silver would have made a better leader than himself for the 13th family, but in their family they had always had a male leader. I wonder how strong she is with the puppet? Fex was definitely skilled when controlling others. Finally, a royal guard had arrived at the 10th castle. First he bowed and claimed he was here on behalf of Dwight. I'm sorry that Dwight wasn't able to come himself, Quinn. He sincerely apologizes, but tomorrow is an important day and many preparations must be made. The royal guard explained. I work directly under Dwight and are one of his few trusted men. Dwight says he knows what you wish to tell him. He has heard the news that you have found where Fex is. Unfortunately, tomorrow is an event that cannot be delayed. The king cannot wait a day longer. As well, he thinks it's best if only a small group of people go. If it is the bloodsuckers' hideout like we suspect, they should be significantly weakened, no longer having their leader there. Also, many of them were killed in the attack. He grants permission for Silver and Leo to go, however, Quinn. This means you must find a replacement to attend the ceremony with you tomorrow. Please inform me of who you wish to bring with you, so we know beforehand. Quinn paused for a second. He was happy that his request was granted, and knowing more about the area they were going to lessened Quinn's worries. But he didn't expect that he would need a replacement for Leo as his vampire knight for the ceremony. Who to pick? Quinn thought, and one person had entered his mind. I will be picking Peter Chuck, Quinn suggested with a smile on his face. Although ask Dwight if he can look a little different at the ceremony. Before Leo, Silver, and Ham went looking for Fex, Quinn decided to add one more person to their team. The group couldn't get too large since others would notice their movement otherwise, but adding one more shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the problem was picking the right person. There weren't exactly many people who could match up to Leo and Silver. There was Paul, but he would also have to be in attendance at the ceremony. In the end, Quinn chose Nate as he was the one least afraid to go with them, yet the main reason was him having the shadow ability, allowing Quinn to come over quickly in case something went wrong. They set off in the middle of the night with Ham taking the lead. It was always dark in the city, but there were certain times when even the vampires would turn off all the light crystals that lit up the walls and streets. Not wanting to be seen, their group used this opportunity to disappear. Boneclaw, I hope you listened to what I told you. Quinn silently prayed as he watched the group head off. The next day, Quinn woke up earlier than usual. It was a good thing that he didn't need much sleep because throughout the night he had been extraordinarily worried about the others. It didn't help that he still had no idea what today's ceremony would entail. The first thing he did was attempt to get in contact with the others. Luckily, Nate had immediately answered via the mask. Hey, I was just checking up on you guys. Is everything going okay? Quinn asked. I would love to say yes. Nate sulked. But despite his earlier testimony that Flying Little Bull can't remember the exact way he came from. We've been stuck going through the forest for a while now. Hey, I just don't remember this exact part. As soon as we see something that I'll recognize, I'll be able to lead you the rest of the way. Ham could be heard yelling from the background. It seems that Ham had been so incredibly tired on the last part of his journey that he couldn't recall that part with great clarity. Perhaps them taking a little longer isn't such a bad thing. If we can get this ceremony over and done with, I'll be able to quickly follow them. Quinn thought. Please endure a bit longer, Fex. According to Vincent, it wouldn't be proper for Quinn to appear in his regular clothes, so he suggested for Quinn to fetch something from his old room. Vincent guided him to his former quarters, and it turned out that the former 10th family leader had occupied a room on the top floor, next to the room Edward used to stay in. As he passed by Edward's room, he briefly glanced inside, before continuing onward. We're doing this so things like this can stop happening, Quinn reminded himself. Entering the room, he was surprised by how tidy it was. I didn't do this. I can only assume that Edward had tidied it up and left it this way, Vincent theorized. The room was large, and it made the king-size bed look small in comparison. However, the only thing Quinn was interested in was the walk-in wardrobe that was attached to the room. In there Quinn was introduced to a style of clothing that made him feel sick. "This is what you want me to wear? It all looks so lame." Quinn judged the other's attire. "You know, during my time, I never understood you people. I lived a very long time, and it allowed me to notice that what you humans, or even some of us vampires, refer to as fashion was always going around in circles. One day something was seemingly arbitrarily decided to no longer be cool, but 100 years later it would suddenly be on trend again. Clothes are just clothes. Besides, you need to wear something more formal, and these ones perfectly fit the bill. You can't be wearing that military uniform from the ship all the time as if you're getting ready to go into battle." Walking over towards the back of the walk in the wardrobe, Quinn passed several clothes that were all quite similar. They were organized into sets with a dark color on the outside, mostly black with a bright color on the inside. Took some time, but eventually Quinn spotted something that took his fancy. "Will this do?" Quinn asked, pulling his choice off the railing. Trying on the clothes, Quinn thought back to something while he looked at himself in one of the many large mirrors in the room. Layla always said that a vampire should be dressed in red and black. Quinn thought, as he was quite pleased with his new look. The overcoat he was wearing was a tight fit. The front part of the coat was covered in black velvet, and underneath there was a red shirt with a black collar with the top button tied up. The trousers were a perfect fit, going along with a nice pair of smart shoes. In the past his long curly hair would have looked like a mismatch, but with his new hairstyle, he thought himself to appear quite handsome. "It seems like after your evolution you have grown to be the perfect fit into my clothes." Vincent agreed to his choice. "Yeah. Looks like you don't have completely bad taste, Grandpa." "Never call me that again," Vincent demanded, dead serious. "Agreed," Quinn replied. It was meant to just be a joke about his taste in clothes, but the awkward fact remained that these two really were related, and Vincent would be a few generations above his family. Heading down to the reception room, Quinn could see that his two vampire knights were waiting for him bright and early. Paul, who was wearing the same military wear, and Leo, with a couple of swords around his waist. "Well, I'm glad I don't have to wear that," Leo said. Many would find Leo's words to be out of character for him or very odd, but that was because the one next to Paul was Peter in disguise. The aim of the game was not to raise any suspicions, and Peter with his transformation skill was the best fit for that. Quinn had also entertained the idea of having Peter replace himself, but Vincent had insisted that the ceremony had parts that only he would be able to fulfill, so there was no way around attending it. Another idea had been to get Peter to disguise himself as Fex to see the reaction of the leaders. Perhaps he could hear a change in their heartbeat, or something else, and he would find out who was behind everything. However, that plan had also been thrown out the window. There was a risk that whoever was responsible might mistake Peter for the real Fex, which might have dire consequences for the captured Fex. They hadn't killed Fex so far, and they didn't want wherever the real Fex was to be put into more danger, or risk those who had captured him to start moving him based on Quinn's actions here. Fake Leo pulled out the swords by his side, which were some spares that Alex had made, and started swinging them around. The movements weren't sloppy or slow, but just had a different sound when shining them compared to real Leo. "Maybe you should find something that's more your style," Quinn suggested. "I have informed everyone in the castle that they have to attend the ceremony that starts at 12. The earlier the better, and Logan will be there to allow for communication if necessary," Paul informed him. Quinn was still worried that with him and his vampire knight gone, it would be the perfect chance for someone to attack the place, so he wanted everyone at the ceremony. It was unlikely that the bloodsucker would act in front of everyone, especially all the leaders. So in a way it was actually safer for them to attend it than stay inside the castle. Even if it did get attacked or destroyed, it didn't matter. The 10th family were his people and not the place. "All right, let's get going. I have a feeling we have a big day ahead of us." Quinn threw on his overcoat and walked down the center with his two vampire knights behind him. The ceremony was to take place in front of the king's castle. Usually the open plaza platform was filled with markets and shops that the vampires used on a day-to-day basis, and it was currently time for the vampires to set up their stalls all over the place. However, today was different. The whole place had been renovated, and the vampires had built a special large white staircase that led up to a large platform, with large pillars on either side. On the staircase there was a flowing red carpet which led directly to the coffin. The contrast of colors made the red really stand out. Arriving at the area were Quinn and his 2 vampire knights. From the looks of it, they appeared to have arrived a little earlier than any of the other leaders. Perhaps it was due to Quinn's nervousness, and him still not being told what exactly his role would be in this event. There were plenty of royal guards on the premises, including some other extra helpers that were still busy getting the final preparations done. The houses nearby were getting adorned with touches of red roses to match the theme of the ceremony, and what surprised Quinn above all else was the amount of technology that was being used. Several drones had been put in different places which were hovering around. As a test run, large holographic screens appeared which all displayed the same thing. Right now it was the coffin on top of the platform, as well as Dwight next to it, as he was carefully making preparations. What Quinn also noticed was a smaller coffin that had been prepared by the large one by its side. "What's that for?" Quinn thought. "Can't you guess?" Vincent asked. "It's actually quite rare for a king not to be accompanied by both his royal knights into eternal slumber. Usually the king would assign one of the leaders to handle everything, but since Dwight had refused to pass on with the king, it looks like he has taken on the role this time." Quinn felt a little sad for Dwight. He must have been tired, as Vincent had known him to be a royal knight even during his own time. Calling him an old vampire seemed to be a bit of an understatement. Quinn suspected that he actually wanted to pass on, but just couldn't until he found out who was the one responsible for all the tumult in recent times. Climbing the stairs, Quinn asked Dwight what his role in all of this was, and what he was to do during the event. "Well, I'm glad you're at least properly dressed for the occasion." Dwight greeted him. His tone might have sounded happy, but his face was telling a different story. Quinn could see the signs of days and days of sleepless nights in preparation for this day. "You shouldn't get used to this look. After all, they're just borrowed clothes." Quinn replied. "Now would you please tell me what exactly it is that I have to do? You see all the pillars that surround us? Each one represents one of the 13 families. They have Roman numerals written beneath them. All you need to do is stand next to your pillar, and at a certain time you will be required to touch it. When you do, the flame will activate as long as you are the leader of your family. Your vampire knights will have to do nothing but remain next to your pillar. Think of them as your security, if you will. No interruptions are to be made, as the king will deliver his final speech. Honestly, after that point, just follow along to everyone else. Since you are the 10th leader, you will be called up at a much later time, and you will have had the chance to see what the others have done." It sounded simple enough, but Quinn couldn't help but still be nervous at what was to come. "Did you hear that, Leo?" Paul said. "There are to be no interceptions, no matter what someone says." Peter just looked at Paul and scoffed before he went towards their pillar. Paul was worried and would have much rather had the real Leo by his side. But Quinn had chosen Peter for a reason. Standing by the pole, Quinn could see all the preparations had been made. There was even a podium built out front. Interestingly, there were markings that were being drawn all over the place, under the coffin and elsewhere. "What are those markings?" "They look similar to when vampires do blood rituals," Quinn asked. "Those markings are based on vampire alchemy. I guess you could say it's the closest thing we have to magic, but honestly most of what is set up today at some point or another had been created through the 10th family ability, for example the vampire rings that help block out the sunlight. Originally they were the form of my ability, and then later, through reverse engineering and breaking it down, we discovered how to recreate them to the point that we could distribute them to others. Vampires are mysterious mystical beings, Quinn. Our blood, and the way we grow stronger is almost magical," Vincent explained. After waiting a short while, eventually all the other leaders started to show up, with their own vampire knights by their side. Each one passed Quinn, briefly talked to Dwight before they got into their position. The ones that gave him the most menacing stares were both Bryce and the new 6th leader. It looked like they still held a grudge against Quinn for killing their leader. When Cindy came up, she noticed that someone else was giving her a menacing look. "That's the infamous vampire knight from the 10th family? I heard he is quite the strong one. But why is that disgusting man giving me such a look? I don't recall ever seeing him before. When everyone was there, Dwight went through the schedule with them, making sure that each one knew the proper order of things and what had to be done. Surprisingly, neither the king nor his accompanying royal knight Cubit had arrived yet. Finally, though, vampires from all different families were entering the plaza area. They swarmed in like an army of ants, and it looked like nearly every vampire from each family had come to pay the king his last tribute. Since we never leave the settlement, I didn't know there were this many vampires. Webnovel noted surprised as he looked around. The cursed family had also arrived and they chose to stay together, mostly being led by Linda and Dennis. The red on the staircase really stands out, Linda commented. Well, I guess it matches the blood theme, Dennis added. Even Logan and Syl attended, alongside little Borden, who was currently resting on Syl's shoulder. It turned out that, with a few costume changes, they had succeeded in passing off Borden as a familiar, and there weren't many who bat an eyelid at seeing him as well. Of course, the three of them were wearing the special spray that would cover up their scent. Even though they were outdoors, it seemed like most people who were initially looking at them and were interested in them turned their attention to the special platform that had been built. For many vampires, the changing of a king was a very important moment, one which they weren't guaranteed to ever see in their lifetime. A leader maybe, but a king was different. When Dwight walked up to the podium, the whole crowd went silent. We are here today to mark a special occasion. The man we all know as our king has looked after all of our lives for many, many years and changed it for the better. He has put the people's needs before himself, time and time again. After all these years, he has finally chosen that the time has come for him to move on and pass the crown on to a new generation. Before taking his rest, the king has some final words he would like to say to all of you who have come today. As soon as Dwight's speech had ended, the large double doors by the king's castle opened up and the king stepped out, donned in blood-red armor. Slightly behind him was his royal vampire knight. Both of them graciously walked towards the stage. There was a staircase identical to the one on the platform side, and the drones were there to capture everything. When walking up the stairs, he did so without any help, and although he tried his best to look strong, Quinn could see that his legs were slightly shaking. He looks completely different to the last time I saw him. What happened? Quinn thought. Hard to say, although if I were to wager a guess, he must have used that power. Absolute blood control. Vincent said. It's a power so great that it takes the life force of its user. Absolute blood control. Quinn thought, not knowing full well just how special a position it was for one to become a king. Seeing the king, a ding sound sounded inside his and soon a voice followed. Quest reminder. Become the Vampire King. The quest screen that appeared in front of Quinn's face was quickly dismissed. Quinn had already decided that he would ignore this quest. With everything going on, he had no desire to participate in a popularity competition against the already established two sides. He was considered an outsider, so even if he did try to win the others' votes, would there be anyone willing to stay by his side? It's just not possible, so stop thinking about it, Quinn. Maybe in the next century when all the current leaders have been replaced it might be something you can consider. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but be curious about it. Becoming king was such a mammoth task that the rewards were guaranteed to blow him away. The reminder of the quest made him even more aware that the current king was about to go to sleep and a new one would be selected. Standing up on the podium, King Newman stood there on his own, with his hands grasping around it. For a brief moment, while he held his speech, the king did his best to leave behind a strong image, not wanting his people to remember him as a weak-looking man. I still remember the day when I first became king. It continues to be my greatest honor to have moved from the 12th seat to my current position. It came as much of a surprise to my younger self at the time, yet the leaders of my generation had all agreed that I was the best candidate to lead us towards a peaceful future. Peace. It is something us vampires have been longing for, and I'm elated that we were able to maintain for the longest time under my rule. The only regret I leave behind as I go to sleep will be the fact that it appears at the end of my time someone intends to rob us of our peace. Still, the message I want to leave you all before I go will be one of peace. As king, I did everything in power to protect our race. Every choice I made was to stop internal conflict between ourselves. Although we're split up into 13 families and I originally came from the 12th family, ever since I became king I only saw us as one big family. And so I hope that this generation's leaders may select someone who might share my ideology, who I would happily acknowledge as my successor. May we all continue living a fulfilling life for the future. The king finished his speech and roars of cheers erupted so loud that it felt like the whole planet was shaking. This king. It's a shame I never got the chance to witness his rule during my time. He seems to be loved by the people. Vincent commented. You know, Quinn, you have only had a taste of what it's like to be a leader, but haven't had much difficulties due to the circumstances you are in. Still, your followers all wish to follow you and are indebted to you. However, the same can't be said for someone like the Vampire King. There are those that may hate him or despise him, yet he must still rule over them with a cool head, placing their needs on the same level as those who deeply care about him. I know you want to create a certain type of world for the humans, but there will always be those against you, who think there is a better way than the one you envision. After the king finished his speech, he stepped back, allowing Royal Knight Cubit to also leave behind a last speech. His was short and sweet, and at the end he also received a round of applause, yet unsurprisingly it paled in comparison to the king's. Cubit went ahead and stood by his own coffin to the side of the king's, but it looked like things weren't over with. Heading back to the podium, Dwight placed a book on the podium. Quinn immediately noticed this wasn't any ordinary book. What's more, it looked nearly identical to the one he had obtained his abilities from. A red gem was in the middle of the book, but it appeared dull. I shall now lay down my absolute blood control ability, King Newman declared, and placed both hands on the book. The pillar underneath started to glow bright red, and the veins on the king's forearms could be seen popping out from his hands. They were deathly red, as if his own blood was being sucked in by the book, pulsing each time with strange power. After a few moments, the red crystal on top of the book started glowing and the king let go of the book looking weaker than ever before. He took a step back with his legs weak and stumbled. Dwight, paying attention to the king the entire time, was able to catch him before something happened to him. My king, you did a great job. May you rest in peace now, Dwight whispered. What just happened? What's with that book? Quinn asked. That book is something that will only be handed down to the next Vampire King. Inside it is stored great power. The book is unlike the ability books you know, and it works more similar to your system. There are no words describing how one could learn the ability and only great power inside. Vincent explained. Opening the book will allow the person to inherit the power of absolute blood control. It's said that you will receive the memories of the previous kings and their understanding of the ability. Absolute blood control? If it's something only the king of the vampires could learn, I'm guessing it's quite strong. Quinn stated. Quite strong is an understatement. If my history is correct, Arthur's power was greater than anyone expected in the past. That one shouldn't be surprising since they needed the Punisher's power to be greater than the leaders to have the desired effect. However, there was always the fear that maybe the Punisher might decide to turn against the vampires. After all, whatever the king would get, the Punisher would get as well. They both received blood armor and more, but as time went on Arthur's strength only continued to grow. So something was made so the king would have equal power, and that was the absolute blood power. Let me guess, it also just happens to be something your family ability created again? Did you happen to notice that your ability seems to be the common cause of a lot of problems nowadays? Quinn mentioned with a mix of slight annoyance and frustration. Yes, but can you really blame the blacksmith for what happens with the sword he forges when he was hired to do so? You have to bear in mind how my ability works. The greater the power that it bestows, the greater the cost. I can't imagine what my predecessors have used in the past, or how many lives had been sacrificed to create such a book. If it was up to me, that book would be destroyed. Now we will begin the sealing process of the book, Dwight announced loudly. Leader of the first family, Bryce Kane, please come to the podium. Looking carefully, Quinn realized that soon it would be his turn to finally actively participate in this ceremony. When Bryce went up to the stage, he made a small cut on the palm of his hand and let it drop onto the top of the book. After that, he went back to his pillar and the next leader was called. It looked like every leader was doing the same. "What is the point of this?" Quinn asked. "The blood of every leader will be used to seal the book. You remember how you were unable to open the book your parents had until your blood was spilt on it? Well, this will be the same. After the next king or queen is selected, he or she will receive the blood from all the leaders, which will then be used to unseal the book again." Quinn was thankful for this. He had already experienced Arthur's strength and didn't want to face someone of similar strength to him anytime soon. "Leader of the 10th family, Quinn Talon, please come to the podium," Dwight shouted. Quinn walked towards it very stiff. The main reason was him being worried that something was about to happen. He had a bad feeling about this entire ceremony. Yet so far everything had progressed without any hiccups. Then, when he finally reached the podium, he could see everyone down below watching him. All the vampires standing there staring at him. The wave of eyes hit him and a strange feeling entered his body. Is this what it feels like to be king? Quinn wondered. Cutting his hand, a drop of blood dropped onto the book and he returned to his pillar. The last two leaders were called and with that the book was sealed. Dwight held the book in his hands, securing it tightly. "Now everyone. It is time to let our king go into eternal slumber," Dwight announced. Walking towards the large coffin, the door opened up automatically for him. No one helped him, as King Newman used his weak hands to climb into the coffin himself. Quinn found it strange seeing one climbing into their own final resting place while still fully alive. But then when he laid down, the red markings that were drawn underneath the coffin activated and the lid had closed itself. The king had finally gone to sleep without any interruptions at all, and with that the ceremony was over. It had been a complete success. But it was the fact that the ceremony had finished as a complete success that worried Quinn all the more. This whole thing has gone too smoothly. Does it mean the person responsible has gotten what they wanted? It was hard to say, but with everyone dismissed, it was time for the council leaders to meet up and plead their case on who should become the next king or queen of the vampires. As soon as the ceremony was over, the people at the plaza square started to leave the area. They were all heading back to either their homes or to the inner castle areas. All of them had only one question on their mind. Who would be the next king? With all the vampires being under certain families, most of them had their personal bias, but fortunately this decision wasn't up to them. It was down to the family leaders to decide between, just as it had always been the case in the past. They used the king's castle as their meeting place. The one in charge of that was the one who had been in charge of the ceremony, which was none other than Dwight. In past generations it had been relatively easy to decide on one person, as oftentimes one leader had managed to earn the respect of all of his peers. However, over time the families ended up split into two sides. Rather than growing closer together over time, they had somehow grown further apart. Dwight was slightly afraid that both sides could end up having a conflict, but there was a good reason why he was confident that nothing would happen. At least not until the new king had been agreed upon by the rest, giving him more time. The reason was that Dwight was the one who would keep the absolute blood control book until that happened. With only him knowing the location, all of the leaders with their vampire knights entered the council room and sat down at their respective seats while their knights stood beside them. The tension in the room was a little unbearable for Quinn. Sometimes when entering they would look towards him in disgust. Others would be talking to each other. But there was no sound at all, and this time they weren't only looking at him. Still, he did receive the odd stare now and then. When everyone was seated, Dwight came out on his own, standing behind the seat which was reserved for the king. It was a little odd just seeing Dwight, but there were still the royal guards in the room which would listen to his command until the next king was chosen. It's time for me to explain a few things, as not everyone here has been through a change of the crown. Those of you new to this listen very carefully, as I don't wish to repeat myself. If I need to, then it would just prove that you are incompetent to take such an important position. Dwight stated firm and strongly. Each of you will have the option to speak or remain silent. If you choose to speak up, then you should use the time to either present your case to the other leaders why you think you would be best suited for the role of king, or you can explain why you think another person who you think is best suited for the role. Please make note that at this point in time you will merely state your opinion. It will not be counted as your vote, but merely you speaking your current set of mind. Once everyone has spoken, you will have a week to consider who to vote for, and everyone shall return here once again to cast their votes. Now this next bit is extremely important, so listen up. Things have changed slightly compared to the past. Now to obtain the seat one must obtain 7 or more votes from the council table, and one is able to vote for themselves. If the voting is inconclusive and a majority vote is not decided, then we will have to default to our old tradition. A leader can challenge another in a sacred duel to claim their vote. What? How stupid is that? Quinn screamed internally about this nonsense way of handling things. What's the bloody point of us voting in the first place then? For a long time tradition in the past had stated that the strongest vampire should become leader. This was because it was something that pleased the public. The vampires would at least be willing to follow who they believed as the strongest. Besides, a good king should have been able to get the other leaders on his side beforehand, don't you think? If the leaders agreed together on one person who was most suited for the role, then the vampires in their families would naturally comply, believing in their leader's decision. In the end, this was decided just as a way to stop arguments and two sides from clashing. All families at one point or another had agreed to these rules. Vincent explained. If it comes to that, if one side can't get the majority vote, then does that mean Bryce would become king, just because he's stronger than all the other leaders? Quinn asked. Vincent chuckled internally. Only if he wins against the person he chooses. Theoretically, if he chose you and you beat him, you would get his vote. Essentially, the duel is also a double-edged sword because then you would also obtain his vote after beating him. So a leader must be confident if it comes to this. Okay, we will now start with the first leader, who I believe doesn't need any extra introduction. Dwight said, taking a seat next to the king's throne. When one was ready to speak, they would stand up and state their point, and as the first family leader, Bryce got the first chance to do so. Us vampires have lived on this planet in hiding for far too long. We hold such great power, yet for some reason we force ourselves to live in the dark. We now have technology better than anyone else in the other worlds. With the help of our rings, we can even walk under the sun. Yet we still continue to stay here. I, for one, want a better life for our race, where we don't have to worry about limiting the amount of people we have, where we don't have to hide in fear. Do I want war? No, of course I don't want that. I understand that some of you like your life here, and I'm not against that. However, you all saw that it was the humans who attacked us first. Saying this, Paul looked down with his head in shame. We weren't the aggressors, we were attacked the moment we came on this planet. He wanted to argue, but he understood his best course of action was to keep his mouth shut. They have come for us once, so who says they won't come again? Just like the previous king, I want peace, but that can only be achieved if the humans want peace as well. If the humans decide to wage war against us, then our race will need a strong king who can lead them, not one who will bend over to every single one of their demands. If you will have me, I shall be that person for you. After Bryce had finished speaking, there were many at the table who nodded in agreement. Since the order was that of the families once again, the next person to make their case was Cindy Cha. She stood up, fluffing her black dress a few times and cleared her throat before pleading her own case. I believe we can all agree that the previous king did a great job. Our lives have gotten better under his rule. And I believe that we can continue to improve our lives without getting involved with others. I would like to become his successor and continue his ideal. There are many beautiful people, even in the human world, that should not perish. Just as there are bad humans, there are bad and ugly vampires as well. We're no better than them, we are both just different. I feel it's a shame that there are vampires hurting each other even at this very moment. I agree that if we were attacked we should deal with it appropriately, but just the same way as if other vampires were attacking us like we have been doing. With that, Cindy sat back down, and those on her side nodded. As they went around the room, the third leader, Susan, forfeited her claim to become queen and instead nominated Bryce. She wasn't the only one, as the new 6th family leader Jake Muscat, the 7th family leader Kyle Dawn, and the 8th family leader Jill Snacker all did the same. All others had nominated Cindy so far, which was the expected result. Unless anything unforeseen happened, Cindy would tie with Bryce, making his vote indeed the tiebreaker. Finally, it was Quinn's turn to speak. He stood up but froze for a second as he hadn't actually decided what to say. Dwight made it clear that whatever Quinn said today wouldn't be counted as a vote, but if he didn't clearly state which one of the sides he supported, in the week's time it could just make matters worse. If I don't give up my vote now, will Cindy think I'm going against her? I'm sure she might understand that I don't openly want to antagonize Bruce. I, at the moment, remained undecided and would like to hear out the rest. Quinn stated. That is fine, Quinn, you may sit down. At this moment, Quinn didn't even want to look at Cindy or the others for their reaction. But the hearing continued, and as expected the two sides were equally split down the middle. So we have heard from everyone here today. In a week's time an actual vote will be cast, and I have to warn you, Quinn. During that time, if you are not able to come to a decision regarding your vote, either side could challenge you to a duel to force your vote. Dwight reminded him. When the meeting left, there was one person standing there more confused than ever at what he had just heard, and he felt like he had figured something out. I knew there was something up with that hag, Peter thought, clenching his fist as he stared towards Cindy. During the meeting he had realized something that might change whose side Quinn would be on. Quinn was starting to doubt his earlier decision. Perhaps it would have been wiser overall to openly nominate Cindy. At least that way he would have the backup of the leaders on Cindy's side and they would be sure to protect him. However, Dwight's words kept ringing in his head that he shouldn't trust anyone. Honestly, before he cast his vote for anyone he would prefer to find out the truth about who was behind the attacks. After learning what happened to Kez, he wasn't so sure it was Bryce anymore. At the end of the day, he had made his decision of not nominating anyone and he would have to live with it. Unfortunately, this meant that now it looked like both sides were after him and his vote. As they left the room, Cindy gave Quinn a quick glance before she turned her head almost immediately. Maybe we should wait for the others to leave first, Paul suggested, since once again all the attention was on their group. Dwight had already left the room, looking as if he had something urgent to do. If Quinn was to wager a guess, the Royal Knight might be hiding the book in a safe place. The 10th family waited a couple more minutes after the last leader had left, before they stepped out of the room, only to have someone attempt to grab Quinn. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he knocked the hand away and took a few steps back. "What are you doing?" Quinn asked as he identified his attacker. "I thought we had made a deal?" Cindy's sharp tone accused him. Leo was furious. The 2nd family leader had already attacked him once, and now she had attempted to take out Quinn as well. He was ready to leap off his feet. The only thing keeping him back was the knowledge that Quinn wouldn't want him to act in this way. "Quinn, I need to tell you something about her," Leo blurted out. However, Paul was the one that now grabbed his fellow vampire knight and pulled him to the side. "Let's go for now. Whatever you need to say to him, don't say it here. There are too many ears, including hers," he whispered, worried that there might be a big fight about to happen. Quinn peeked at those behind him. "Head back to the castle for now. Make sure everything is okay there and report to me once you reach it. Move now," Quinn ordered. The two of them moved quickly, leaving Quinn with an impatient Cindy, who was still waiting for an explanation from Quinn. "Don't look at me like I'm the bad one here. I wasn't going to hurt them and just wanted to ask you what the hell you were thinking. You better have a very good reason for doing that. I've already fulfilled my end of the deal. Did Bryce make you a better offer than us? Or did he perhaps threaten you? Aren't you doing the same thing to me now?" Quinn accused her as he stood his ground. "Let me tell you, I don't like being threatened." Cindy, hearing these words, could tell Quinn was serious. From this breath interaction, she didn't feel like Quinn could be convinced through threats of action. No, the person before her was stupid and fearless. Only that type of person would have attempted to save Fex's life at his execution. "Looks like he didn't get to you. Still, in case he does, you should know that our side is plenty strong as well. I kept my word, Quinn Talon. I hope so will you." And with that she walked out as if nothing had happened. Yeah. Seems like Peter was dead on about her being crazy. Didn't even let me explain myself properly. Will it really be alright if I vote for her? Quinn wondered. Of course you can, but then get ready to be asked for a duel from them to get your vote. I'm pretty sure both Bryce and Cindy believe they can take you on. Even if you win, you would just be faced with another duel after. Vincent explained. Waiting a short while, Quinn wanted to stay clear of Cindy and any other leaders who might have stayed behind for some talk. He was ready to do his own investigation and find out if Leo and Silver had found out anything. Just as he was about to contact them though, once again another leader came out of the works, this time being Muka. Quinn, I was surprised you have chosen not to vote for us. Is it because of Fex? Muka asked him directly. Personally, I don't think you made a bad choice. With Bryce holding Fex, then it is something he could use against you. Switching sides might even appear worse. But even now, Lee has still chosen to side with us, despite what is happening. You need to harden your will. This week will be tough for all of us and will be the last time anyone will be able to make any moves. As the tiebreaker, you should be extra careful. Muka cautioned. Oh, and in regards to your other demand, I have a list of the criminals that you are free to take. Would you like me to send them to your castle? Thinking about it, Quinn wasn't so sure if it was a good idea to send vampire criminals to where his family resided at the current time. According to Vincent, it was hard for vampires to actually punish each other due to the family bonds, and with punishers no longer being a thing, the only thing they could do was lock them up. Unless their crimes were so grave. For this reason, none of the leaders really minded handing them over to Quinn. At least that way it would be his family's problem to deal with them. No, what Quinn was afraid of was that some of them might add a couple of spies into the mix, who might attack the 10th castle from within. They had few people in the first place, and he doubted the other families would help them keep control of the captives. Leo, Silver, you will just have to wait. I promise this will be better for us. Quinn thought. Would it be possible if you could take me to them instead? Quinn asked. If he could meet the criminals and cast his Shadow Eater skill on them, it would increase his powers before meeting up with Leo and Silver. That is not a problem. Please follow me to the tunnels. Muka stated, a bit surprised. Back at the castle, everyone had already arrived, including Leo and Paul. They made sure that everyone was there safely, and once they were inside, Peter took off his disguise, a small grin indicating he was happy to look like his regular self again. There was no one missing, which was good, and it didn't look like anyone had been hurt by anything. Do you mind telling me what that was all about earlier on? Paul asked Peter. With Cindy. Oh, Peter replied. Sure. But I just need to check something first. Walking off before raising alarm and accusing a leader, Peter realized he needed to make sure he wasn't jumping to conclusions. Now it was time to verify his conclusion, and for that he needed one other person. Walking around, Peter eventually found Layla. The two of them had been in the second castle together a while ago. Do you mind if we talk somewhere quite together? Peter asked, and the two moved to one of the empty storage rooms, with the door closed behind them. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you. I wouldn't touch Quinn's girl. Peter commented. Who said I was Quinn's girl? Layla's face went bright red and her voice became high-pitched. Look, I don't care if you have the hots for Quinn or Vorden. What I do care about is making sure they're okay. Do you remember when we were at the second family leader's place, and we stumbled across their meeting room? Do you mind describing to me each person you saw? Peter asked. Layla went ahead and described every single person, and once she was done, it was just like Peter had thought. What's wrong? Layla asked. The thing is, all those that you mentioned just now voted for Cindy in the meeting room. However, I saw that Cindy would continuously have meetings with the same people over and over, and those people were involved. That makes sense, but what confuses me is that there was one person that always met up with Cindy. But she voted for Bryce today. I know, she's up to something, Peter stated. After figuring out that Cindy may be up to something, Peter had stormed out of the room before even thinking about his next set of actions, or talking it out with Layla. Wait! Layla shouted, but Peter had already closed the door behind him, not listening to what she had to say. She thought about what he had said and wondered if it really was a big deal. When Layla had gone over to see Cindy, she had been nothing but nice to her, and she still believed that Peter was a little out of order. The leaders see each other all the time, and maybe the other one was just visiting Cindy trying to convince her? Who was the leader that Peter was going on about anyway? There were times when Layla had chosen to stay in the room while Peter left constantly to spy on Cindy. Layla still didn't have a clear idea which leader Peter was exactly referring to. Arg, you can't just run out like that and not say anything. Now it's going to drive me nuts. Eventually Layla left the room as well in search of Peter, as she couldn't leave him be, but he was nowhere to be seen. The castle was vast after all. Eventually, after some time wandering around, she spotted CIA instead, who lately had been doing her own thing more often than before. When the two of them met eyes, CIA gave a brief wave. The interaction between the two just seemed a bit off compared to before. Didn't CIA meet with Cindy as well? Maybe she can give some insight. Hey, you met with Cindy along with Nate recently, right? Layla asked. Do you mind if the two of us talk about it? It would also be nice to catch up as well. It's been a while. CIA had no problem and agreed to have a chat. The two of them went off for a short walk while talking with each other, and eventually Layla popped the question about Cindy. What did you think of her when you saw her? Layla asked. She seemed nice, actually she was really nice to me. I didn't really see any problems with her. Why, is something wrong? CIA asked, knowing full well the question wouldn't have been asked for no reason. Layla took a second before thinking about what to say. She was still deciding whether she should mention it or not, but looking at CIA, she could see the good friend she had made in the last year. The two of them had even gone through many trials together. It's about Peter. He thinks that she may be up to something because he saw her with one of the leaders, but I'm really not too sure myself, Layla said. She was expecting a response, but CIA had just remained silent, deep in her thoughts for a while. So, you think something's up as well? Layla asked. No, not at all. I was just thinking about something unrelated. I'm sure it's like you said, just an overreaction. Anyway, I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm going to go ahead and take a nap, CIA said. Soon after, she quickly took off down the hallway to where her room was. But once she had lost sight of Layla, she no longer headed towards her room. Instead, she was heading out of the castle and planning to meet a certain person. Is Peter planning something? If so, I should at least inform Cindy of it, right? CIA thought. Being escorted by Mukka through the underground tunnels, Quinn was staying cautious. Mukka was the leader that had access to the codes that allowed him to travel between each family area, and it certainly was something that would be of use if one was to attack the other families. No matter how nice Mukka was to Quinn, he couldn't clear him off as one of the suspects. After walking through a maze of complex tunnels, they eventually came to an area Quinn had never been to before. Even the tunnels looked slightly different and were wider than the last before. Criminals imprisoned for petty crimes are kept near my castle at the moment. But for those who have committed crimes that are more severe, they are sent here, Mukka said, as he unlocked another one of the tunnel's locks. The tunnel led them to the surface, and when they got out, Quinn could see that they were now standing in front of a castle that had clearly been left untouched for a long time. The 14th castle, Quinn blurted out. Yes, before criminals would be brought here regularly. I don't know if you know much of our past, but there is a reason why executions aren't done by certain families. Mukka started to explain. Of course, knowing about the reason why Arthur was made Punisher in the first place, Quinn knew about the original vampires. The two of them carried on walking through the abandoned castle, eventually coming across several more locks. Whenever Mukka would open these doors, he would use a specific glove. Is this to do with his ability? Does it allow him to unlock all the doors or something? Quinn wondered as he watched. No, Vincent replied. The ninth family's ability is a little unique. Let's just say an element of luck is involved. As usual, Vincent liked to speak to Quinn in riddles, even if Quinn thought it wasn't the appropriate time for it. The two of them didn't enter the castle's numerous rooms, but instead arrived in the inner castle area, where there was a large square building in the center. The outside had no windows at all, and there was only one entrance at the front. with the same lock system the tunnels had. I know you didn't get a chance to look at the reports, but the criminals in here have been here for a long time. And trust me, if they are in here they have done terrible, unspeakable crimes," said Mukka. "Then why did Fex receive such a harsh punishment?" Quinn questioned. "A lot of that was pushed through Bryce. As stated, I felt like he had an ulterior motive back then just as he did now. At the same time, the difference was his crimes were to do with the leaders, whereas crimes composed of just vampires between themselves aren't as publicly punished as others." Eventually, Quinn and Mukka had entered the strange building and walked past a variety of different types of creatures and cells. There were many creatures that Quinn had never seen before. "What are these?" Quinn asked. When the Punishers left, some of the subclasses that are uncontrollable were kept here, and in some instances they could be used for fighting. "Don't you remember when Paul's men came and how they sent an army of Wendigos? Well, this is where they kept them." "Do you have an interest in these creatures as well?" Mukka asked. "No, these are just wild beasts," Quinn replied. The truth was, he couldn't use the skill Shadow Eater on anything but other vampires. In front of the two, there was a cell, and inside there were 10 vampires whose eyes appeared dead. They had no reaction whatsoever to Quinn or Mukka entering. They sat there completely still and lifeless. They looked hungry. It was clear they were only living on the minimal amount of blood to survive. "Did you want me to bring them over to your place? Or is there something else you wish to do with them?" Mukka asked. "I just want to make sure. You stated that these criminals have already been told that they will live here forever, suffering. There will be no punishments for what I do to them," Quinn stated. Mukka was now wondering just what Quinn was trying to do before answering. But the deal had already been made and no one cared what happened to these criminals. Seeing how weak they already were, Quinn had no need to do anything else. "It's up to them what they want to do after this," Quinn said as he threw both of his hands together and activated the giant Shadow Eater skill. They didn't try to run, and they didn't try to fight back as the shadow monster gobbled them up. A few seconds later and screams of pain were heard from them all. Not looking at them, Quinn turned around and was ready to head back to his castle. Shadow Eater skill successful. 100 MC points has been added. I need to catch up to Arthur, Quinn thought. For a second, Quinn thought it was a shame that there weren't more criminals in the cells. But that thought quickly left his mind, and he felt a little sick. Vampires seemed to be quite law-abiding, considering how many were in the cells. He understood why based on the strictness of some of their rules. It seemed like it was ingrained in their culture to follow their leaders' orders, some not even having a choice with the bond. Still, just like with any society, there would be those that broke the rules. One of the agreements for Quinn's vote was to hand over any criminals that hurt the 10th as well. Ever since then, there didn't seem to be a single incident. At least that's what the report said. He didn't know if they were listening to their leaders or they were keeping it a secret from him. He was hoping he could somehow utilize this as well, but there was no such luck. As he walked away, he could hear the screams of those behind him in their cells, crying out in pain, feeling like the sun was burning their skin. However, it soon stopped. He was unsure if Mukka had decided to give them a quick end to their suffering, which was unlikely, or if they had taken their own lives. The fact that this was more likely was more upsetting. They already looked on the brink of death, but had hung on for some reason. Yet the punishment Quinn had given pushed them over the edge. They were criminals. They had already done bad things. Quinn repeated to himself. Sacrifice the few to save the many, Vincent said. It seems you are starting to understand the way the leaders on top have to start thinking. Yes, every person is important, but at some point you really do just have to look at them as numbers. At the moment, Quinn had a total of 300 MC points to use his shadow ability, and that was just from 10 criminals. Seeing this number, Quinn could only imagine how many MC points Arthur must have gathered. He had been doing this job for a long time, and it was clear he had used the Shadow Eater skill on a lot more than just 10 vampires. He had even seen him use the skill on one of the leaders, and it probably wasn't the first time either. Will I be able to get strong enough in time? Quinn questioned himself, but it was the only thing he could do. Heading back to his own castle, Quinn could tell that his mask was receiving a call. Now that he had told the others to keep in contact with him more, he no longer kept it in his dimensional space and instead by his side. When someone was trying to contact him, similar to an old mobile phone, it vibrated. "Speak," Quinn said bluntly, not in the best of moods after what he had just done. "Quinn, it's Peter. I wanted to tell you something. I couldn't find you, so I went looking for Logan, who contacted you. I was worried that she might have gotten to you already," Peter explained. "She?" "Yes, the second leader. I don't really know the details of the deal you made with her, but it would be best if you didn't work with her. When I stayed at her castle, I did a little snooping. She would meet with the other leaders frequently, and today every single one of them she met with voted for her. But there was one leader she would always meet on her own and more so than the others. It wasn't enough to go on, but at the moment Quinn was looking for any leads, and after seeing how she had acted and how she was fighting over the position with Bryce, it would make sense if she attacked Kaz as well, although Fex was still a mystery. "Do you know who that leader is?" Quinn asked, thinking maybe Cindy wasn't behind it all, but this person who had switched sides, someone else who had a deciding vote other than Quinn could be. "Yeah, it was another female leader, the 8th leader," Peter said. "Be careful. The 8th leader, Jill. But why would she attack the 10th family?" Quinn thought. However, just like Mukka, who could utilize the tunnels well for a surprise attack bypassing the other leaders, Jill was also one of those with an ability that would help her. She was in charge of all the communication between the leaders and important figures, so she would have had the best idea of what was going on. And while she could listen in on all the conversation happening, the same couldn't be said for the other way round. Don't forget there is also the possibility that there is more than one person behind this, Quinn. Vincent stated. "We can't be thinking so limited. But then why would Jill vote for Bryce? Unless Bryce and Jill are working together and he really did go against his own daughter. It was giving him a headache. There were two people involved that could probably give him an answer. One of them being Fex, but he had his memories removed, and the other being Kaz. Using the mask, Quinn went ahead and requested to contact the others, and eventually Nate had answered. "Is this Quinn?" Nate asked. "Yeah. How are things going?" Ham eventually found a way towards their base, and he thinks we're heading in the right direction. He was right, it really is far, and we're moving a bit slow since he's the one that has to direct us. If anything comes up, we can contact you. Listening about it, it didn't seem like if Quinn joined them now, he would be any help, nor did they need him there. His time would have been better used elsewhere, and he knew just the thing. "Good, because I think I'm going to be a little busy on my end of things," Quinn replied, ending the call. Using his shadow travel, Quinn first stopped by at the Royal Guard contact he was to use to contact Dwight. He delivered the message giving the information that he had found out from Peter. Maybe with his own research, this clue would be something that would put the pieces together for him to have for a suspect. It was clear Dwight was keeping some things from him. He must have found out things on his own by now. After the information was given, Quinn headed back to the 10th castle, and the first thing he did was enter the reputation shop on his system. The front towers by the inner castle area were upgraded to level 4. Then, at the two other gates that were connected to the other castle, Quinn placed 2 more towers and upgraded them by 1 level. Finally, in front of the castle, Quinn placed another gargoyle-looking statue by the side of the door. At this point, all of his reputation points he had earned were spent. "Whoa, look at that. The 10th's just gone and made more of those tower things form before," a vampire pointed out. "Are they preparing for something? Why would he build such things in his own castle area? It's like he thinks a war is going to happen or something." "Well, they did get attacked not too long ago. Maybe he just wants to make sure it doesn't happen again. I guess the leader really cares about his people." "Quinn, are you preparing for something? I feel like you're doing this now for a reason," Vincent asked. "Leo is away and he's quite the strong force we have lost. I want to make sure while everyone is here, if I can't get to them and something happens, then at least this can delay them." "You sound like you've already planned to do something?" "Of course," Quinn replied. "I can't just stand here and wait a week for them to do what they want and come to me. Hopefully Leo and Silver can save Fex, but with his memories gone, that won't help us at all. But there is one person that Bryce has been keeping away from the others, and it has to be for a reason. So, I'm going to sneak into the first leader's castle and ask Kaz what happened that day. It had been days since Kaz's beaten body was found pinned up on the back of a house down a dark alleyway, and yet there was still no news from the first family about the incident. Was it pride, anger, or something else that made them hide this information? But what concerned Quinn more than any of these things was that no one had seen Kaz either. Covering up what happened to her was one thing, but as a vampire, healing wounds were easy as long as they had blood. Which meant Bryce was hiding something by keeping her indoors. With the other group approaching Fex's location, Quinn believed finding out the truth might just help them out or clear them of a danger they might be running towards. Are you sure you want to do this? If you get spotted, then there will be serious punishment. Vincent said worriedly. A leader sneaking into another leader's castle, they are bound to think you are up to no good, especially with everything going on. There are 2 reasons why I think it will be okay, Quinn replied as he took off his clothes from the ceremony. They were beyond uncomfortable and would make him stand out if he was caught. When Muka made the suggestion, part of the reason I didn't want to go was in case it was a setup. It's been a while since then, so he probably thinks I'm no longer going to do this. The other thing is my shadow cloak ability. Yes, it can still be detected from others like leaders and knights, but getting past regular vampires isn't really a problem. Third, even if I do get caught, I won't look like myself, Quinn said, looking in a mirror. In the reflection, Quinn didn't look like himself at all. Instead, he looked like one of the vampires from the settlement. Someone who was from the first family, but not part of the inner circle. Normal flat black hair with a regular face and was kind of plain looking. Perfect. Peter's soul weapon really does come in handy for situations like these. And with Logan's spray, I can't tell the difference between my own smell and others, Quinn stated, looking proud of himself. Let's just ignore the fact that you said 2 reasons and stated 3. Maths really isn't your strong point, is it? Vincent commented. Quinn was no fool that his actions might lead to something big, but everyone seemed to be making big actions before him, and to match them, he needed to make movements as well. Before leaving, Quinn met up with Paul and gave a stark warning. You need to prepare them for the worst soon. With the king's election coming up next week, I'm sure the other families will make their move, or if someone doesn't get the result, they wanted this whole place could turn into another vampire civil war, and our group just isn't strong enough. What I want is for the 10th family, is to just not get involved with outside affairs. We will stay here, make a stronghold and protect everyone within. Whenever I can, I'm going to keep improving everything around this place. With that, it was time for Quinn to make his move. Using the shadow cloak while in the vampire world practically made him invisible. It was easy for him to move through his own castle area and beyond without being spotted. Of course, it would have been fine for him to just use the disguise, but he wanted to see how well his shadow cloak would work. Once in a while, there was a vampire in the settlement that had better senses than others and would look towards Quinn's direction. But they would ignore him when they saw anything. To them it was just a feeling something was there and they weren't certain. Looks like this will work out after all, Quinn thought. Eventually, Quinn reached the first castle area, and the first thing he noticed compared to the other castles was the amount of guards standing by the gate was 3 times as much as by the others. Maybe he is accepting someone to make a move? Vincent thought. Well, he wouldn't be wrong. Or it just means he has something to hide. Instead of going through the front gate, Quinn decided to scale the walls instead. The shadow cloak would remain active as long as he didn't use any other skills or got hit while doing so. The walls were also filled with guards, but there were far fewer, and with Quinn's speed once scaling, he was able to jump right down into the inner castle area, allowing the guard to just feel a slight breeze. The guard had turned its head and looked down where Quinn had landed, but could see nothing, just like the vampires with keen senses in the settlement. You will have to be careful now, Vincent warned. In the inner castle area, and castle there will be vampire nobles, and those with better senses than most. Don't worry, even if they can sense me they won't see me, Quinn said, as he started running through the area as fast as he could towards the castle. Heading up to the front door would be a problem, especially with the special lock that was designed, but for Quinn it was easy to enter through other ways. Swirling around to the side of the castle, where no one could be seen, Quinn quickly changed skills from shadow cloak into his shadow travel, which allowed him to go through and under buildings. Then when past the wall, it was as simple as just getting out of his shadow and putting the shadow cloak on again. Muka was right, you do have the right set of skills for a job like this. You know, if all else fails and you want to just make a good living, you should become a thief or something. Vincent recommended. Ah yes, doing everything I can to become a great infamous thief of the world. That's a brilliant idea. Quinn replied while he continued going through the castle. All of the castles were large, and there weren't actually many vampires in either of these castles. This was something Quinn noticed when visiting the others. This would be a big help for him. Now it's time to search for where Kaz is in this place. While going around in the castle, Quinn made sure to not be seen, using the cloak and hiding in places. His senses were better than theirs, and so was his hearing. So whenever he could hear someone approaching, he could act before they could, using a number of his shadow skills to avoid being seen. What Quinn did notice, though, was all the paintings on the wall seemed to be of one person. The person looked similar to Bryce, but not quite the same. He has a lot of paintings of this man. Do you think it's his father? Quinn asked. I'm not sure. Bryce is even older than I am, but I can't remember him being close with his father. Vincent replied. As they continued to search for Kaz floor by floor, they still saw more great paintings of the same man, proud and strong, and then entering one of the rooms using the shadow, there was a shock at what he could see. It was a room full of paintings, but not just any ordinary paintings. While the others showed the man in his glory with a gentle smile or defeating creatures and beasts, these ones looked as if it was drawn with blood, and the paintings were melting. Trying to make out one of them, Quinn could see that it was the same man from all the other paintings. Standing on an execution platform and standing by his side was Arthur. This isn't his father. It's his grandfather, Quinn said, remembering Arthur's story about how he thought the ones that had attacked his friends were the first leader. Now that we know it's untrue, it means that Bryce's grandfather was killed for no reason. Looking around the room, Quinn could see even more terrifying paintings. It was a room dedicated to Bryce's grandfather with his death. One had a rolling head, the other as if his grandfather had been raised from the grave. Quinn had seen his fair share of death by now. He even had blood on his own hands, but this room felt different and was starting to get to him. Everywhere he turned, he could see Bryce's grandfather decapitated in some way, or being tortured, and Quinn eventually had to leave the room. Why would Bryce have a room like that? Quinn wondered, but with all the paintings around the castle of him and no one else, it felt like it was beyond just a liking for his grandfather. Sticking to the task at hand, Quinn continued, and eventually he had arrived at a room that appeared to be locked. It wasn't just a simple lock either. There were certain rooms in the castle that were locked, but they looked like they mostly led to either a weapon storage room or research lab, but here it was in the middle of what looked to be sleeping quarters. Using the same shadow skills as before, Quinn entered the rooms, and when he rose from his shadow, he had hit the jackpot. He could see Kaz from behind standing staring out of the window. She looks fine, so why lock her up? Quinn thought as he slowly approached her. Kaz, I don't mean to startle you, Quinn said in a soft, gentle voice. Kaz turned around, and when she did, she had tears in her eyes. Why have I been locked up in this place? Did I do something bad? She asked. Seeing this, Quinn was slightly confused by her reaction, and her tone of voice sounded like that of a young girl. It reminded Quinn of the first time he had met her. Kaz, are you okay? Did something happen? Quinn asked. Who are you? Are you with that man? Kaz said, pointing behind him. What's she pointing at? When Quinn turned around, in a dark corner of the room, sitting down, was a man with a cane in his hand. The doors from Kaz's room were seen flying into the hallway, not looking like they were once before. They had been crushed to pieces, and following soon after them was Quinn with both of his arms held up in a cross position. Damn it, this old bastard. Does he really have to be the type to attack first and ask questions later? Quinn thought. You think a leader would be more sensible than this? Quinn, look at his eyes. This isn't an attack that was rationally thought out. Vincent warned. It's one driven by pure anger and hatred. It was so sudden, the attack. Before Quinn could even see who it was, Bryce had moved from his seat and thrown out a punch, but it wasn't any regular punch. It was surrounded by the blood hardening, making it stronger than usual. Although Quinn didn't have time to raise his shadow, he did have time to cast himself with the second stage of Chi, minimizing the attack's strength. -5 HP. Quest received. Defeat the first family leader. Reward. Instant level up. Unknown. Really, system? You think I didn't know this was going to be a hard fight? But it did tell Quinn one thing: it was a fight that he could win. At least the system thought so. I saw how you came through those doors. The trail of shadow you left behind as you rose. Bryce said as he walked through the broken doors into the hallway. But I've never seen you before, a face I don't recognize. But it doesn't matter because you carry with you that power. The anger in Bryce's voice was felt and heard as the cane in his hand could be seen vibrating. Are you someone that kid trained? No, you're too strong. You blocked my attack, which can only mean a few things. You're either someone working for Arthur who is still alive from back then, or you're the 10th leader himself disguised. Bryce started unsheathing his blade from his cane and pointed it towards Quinn. You should learn to control your heartbeat, because it seems like one of my guesses was correct. Bryce shouted, swinging his blade, but Quinn was just as fast as he used his gauntlets to knock the attack away. More swings from the sword came, and Quinn continued to block them with his gauntlets. I can't just keep blocking. Eventually, Quinn got the timing down of the attacks and managed to raise his shadow to block one of them, and at the same time with his hands free, threw out his fist towards Bryce's stomach. The attacks landed, but Bryce was also able to block it with his sword, only sliding him across the floor down the hallway. I can do it. I can keep up with another leader, Quinn thought to himself. Even though my gauntlets are at the Emperor tier with my shadow and second stage of Chi, I can block his attacks. I wouldn't be celebrating just yet, said Vincent. Bryce is considered one of the strongest vampires for a reason, and he still has a lot to show. He hasn't used his ability or blood weapon just yet, and look at your gauntlets. Looking down at his hands, Quinn could see that they were severely chipped and scratched. With each attack they were getting hurt, despite coating them in second stage Chi. Durability 90%. If I continue just blocking the attacks with my gauntlets, they are going to eventually break, and I can't use my shadow for defense either. He's only punching now, but with stronger attacks my MC points will go down to 0 in no time. Kez had rushed from the window in her room, and was now by the door peeking around the corner looking at the two fighting down the hallway. She didn't know why, but when looking at the old man fight, a pain was felt in her chest. Are these two fighting over me? But why? She wondered. Fast and skilled. I can't believe that you are the 10th leader, Bryce stated. I waited here for something to happen. I thought someone would come back to get the job done when they hadn't killed Kaz. Maybe they were hoping for me to react or do something, so instead, I did the opposite. I made it so no news would leak out about her, and I knew that would worry whoever had done this, and they would come back eventually. What I don't understand is why the remnants of the Punishers have chosen to team up with the other side. Are you with the Bloodsuckers? Or with Cindy? Bryce asked. He swung his blade again, this time throwing out a blood swipe with it. It was a skill that looked almost identical to Leo's. Knowing full well its power, Quinn avoided it, but then could see that the real blade from Bryce was coming soon after, this time coated in red blood. Activating his gauntlet's active skill, Quinn summoned the red fire blade of energy out from the top of his gauntlets and coated it with the second stage of Chi. The two blades collided, and Quinn was able to stop the sword. For now, this solved his problem of his gauntlets being damaged, since the blade worked based on his gauntlet's active skill. But to keep the blade out, Quinn would have to use his Chi, which was draining his energy quickly. That's when Quinn noticed a smile on Bryce's face. You think you stopped my attack? He said. A few seconds later, and stinging pain could be felt through his armor and shoulders. 2 large slash marks were seen on his body, and blood started to pour from his wounds. But I blocked the attack, so how did it still hit me? You fool, haven't you seen his ability many times before? It doesn't matter if you blocked his attack or not, or if you narrowly avoided it. Just don't get within the range of his sword. This battle will have to be a long-ranged one if you plan to win, Vincent advised. Bearing through the pain, Quinn gritted his teeth and turned the pain, channeling it into anger. He wanted to pay back for what Bryce had done. You know, if you would let the two of us talk it out, then maybe you would realize I didn't come here to fight, Quinn shouted. He used all his strength and focused his chi on the flame blade from gauntlets, and swung Bryce's sword to the side. Then throwing out the shadow, he created a path. Luckily Bryce was close, and the area was narrow, so it had hit him, slowing down his movements. If he wanted to get away, he would find it difficult now. Then with all his energy, Quinn reached out with his hand in the shape of a claw, swinging it like a wild animal. But as soon as it got close, it felt like multiple attacks were hitting the outside of his gauntlets. Strikes from Bryce's ability were hitting his hand, trying to move it away. It slowed down his own hand, but in the end, his fingertips managed to graze Bryce's chest, just drawing blood before he stepped back away from Quinn. Left gauntlet durability at 70%. Damn. I only managed to graze him, and my gauntlets are already so damaged. I'm getting pretty tired using all this chi as well. But the shadow managed to slow him down, and I can hurt him. There were still blood attacks Quinn could use as well, but with a fight like this, Quinn wanted to be cautious about how much blood he used, and still knew Bryce hadn't used everything he had just yet. However, Quinn was suddenly surprised as he could see Bryce holding onto his chest, and his face showed great pain, even though he was trying to hide it. What the hell is this? Bryce shouted and soon after screamed, continuing to hold onto his chest. He's in pain from a little scratch like that, but how? Looking at his blood-red gauntlets, Quinn realized what had happened. Since returning, this was the first fight he had with a vampire. Fighting with the gauntlets before he forgot they had this effect. What was hurting Bryce right now was the blood fairy's blood from Alex. The blood running through his body was spreading, and the pain continued, but it looked like Bryce was trying to do something as he consciously had his hand held over his chest. Your little tricks won't work on me, Bryce shouted. The wincing and sounds of pain soon stopped, as Bryce pulled his hand away from his chest and the infected blood could be seen floating mid-air. It stayed there slightly above his fingers, out from his body, and soon the wound started to heal again. You have some nasty tricks up your sleeve. Blood like this, is it blood of a fairy? Who the hell are you? Did he just use blood control to take out the blood? This was another reason Quinn hadn't been using his own blood attacks. Whatever Quinn could do with blood, Bryce could do it as well, and thanks to his blood control it was better and stronger. However, Quinn did have chi to equalize that out. Bryce quickly pulled out one of the flasks he had on him, and threw out the blood onto his sword, and soon, it started to glow. It looked like the sword was pulsating, as if alive, wanting more of the delicious blood it had just tasted. Blood weapon. Quinn, get out of here. That's the same blood weapon that's been passed down between the first-generation family, Vincent warned. Quinn quickly was thinking about what to do, as Bryce lifted the sword and dropped it into the ground. When it touched the floor, it looked like it melted, disappearing. Out of the sword as it melted, blood started to cover the whole area. The surrounding area quickly was encased in it, including the floor, the sides, and the top of the hallway. Just in case, Quinn had covered his feet in the shadow so it didn't directly touch the floor. The area was small, but it reminded Quinn a bit of his shadow dome. Reflective blood weapon skill, activate. Bryce mumbled. He raised both hands, and threw out a blood swipe towards the top of the wall. When the attack hit, it had bounced off the wall, growing in size and looked as if it was moving faster. It bounced off the ground next, and the same happened again. In this space, his blood attacks are reflected each time, gaining power from the blood area he has created. The attacks are a bit random, but it just makes it worse for you, Vincent explained. Bryce then started to fire out a flurry of blood swipes, and now tens of bouncing blood swipes at such a speed were bouncing around all over the small area. He peeked behind him, and several blood swipes were already surrounding the back area. Quinn used his flash step to dodge one or two of the tracks, but it was tiring him out, and eventually he was hit by one from behind. -10 HP. But he couldn't stop and continued to move on. That's when he heard a scream. Not being able to control the attacks meant that Kaz was being hit by the blood attacks as well. Unfortunately for Kaz, the blade had gone right through her arm, and it had been chopped off. This guy, does he really not care about her? Seeing more blades coming towards her, Quinn started to run forward, and with both his palms held out, he fired blood spray. It wasn't enough to destroy the attacks, but when it would hit, it would alter their path slightly, causing them to go off course to a different direction. He wouldn't be able to keep this up forever. As with each blood spray, his HP went down quickly. We have to get out of here, Quinn thought, and he had finally reached Kaz and held her hand. 30/100 HP. There were now too many blood swipes in the area. But before they could do anything else, Quinn held out his other hand and closed it into a fist. Skill activate, Shadow Lock. The two of them disappeared, avoiding all of the attacks. At that moment, Bryce had stopped. The attacks from his own blades continued to reflect off the walls and even attempted to hit him, but thanks to his ability, he was able to block all the attacks with ease that came towards him. At the same time, the red energy from the walls seemed to dim. They fell from the walls, and all started to head towards one spot in front of Bryce, eventually forming the sword he once had. Bryce walked up to the severed arm on the floor. Where did they go? He thought as he started to sniff the air. They are no longer here. Their entire presence has disappeared. Is this the same skill as the other Punisher used? If so, it means he will return to this very spot. You can hide, but you can't hide forever. I'll be waiting for you right here. I promise I will get rid of all the Punishers, Bryce said, stabbing his sword into the ground, where the two were last seen. Man, your dad really doesn't care about you, does he? Quinn said, scratching his head. Kaz was sitting on the floor, holding her arm from where it had been cut. It looked like she had been by a few of the other attacks as well. Seeing her like this, Quinn couldn't help but feel sorry for her, even despite everything she had done. Growing up with a father like that must have been tough. Quinn had seen Bryce not care for lives before with the blood dome, but never thought he would treat Kaz like this. Her arm would heal though, and even now the end was no longer bleeding. She started to look round the room, and noticed that they were in a dark space, one that was completely pitch black with no end in sight. Where are we? She asked. This is part of my ability. Don't worry, we're safe here, at least for now, Quinn stated, but he didn't sound too sure himself. Kaz didn't say much and continued to look at her arm, until she eventually spoke. So it's true, that man really is my father, she said. If that's the case, then why does his eyes look so hollow when he looks at me? Looking at her, Quinn could tell she was upset, but didn't really know what to say. He didn't know what the problem between the two of them were, and he wasn't going to act as counselor trying to fix them. As much as he wanted to help her, he had his own problems to deal with. Kaz, I know I don't look like it right now, but it's actually me, Quinn. I heard you were attacked, and I was wondering if you knew who. Maybe if we figure this thing out, I can explain it to your father, and he'll stop attacking us. Quinn pleaded. But there was just silence and sobbing from Kaz. But Quinn was not in the mood for her to act like this. Listen to me, Kaz, Quinn said, shaking her by the shoulders. What happened to Fex? Were you with him? Were you alone? Was it one of the other families? Quinn continued. I don't know, she screamed back. I don't know anything. I can't remember anything. And then the person who calls me father did this to me, she shouted, lifting her arm up. I want my family. Where is my family? She continued to scream and cry. Through her few words, Quinn had picked up something she said, that she couldn't remember anything. Wow, you really don't know how to treat people. Can't you see she's having problems? Vincent started to calm her down and get a clear answer from her. It was stressful, being attacked by one of the vampire leaders and thrown into such a situation. Quinn was still in fight mode when talking to Kaz, even though he no longer needed to be. He knelt down by her side and lifted her head up slightly. Kaz, I'm sorry. I know this must be hard for you. You said you can't remember anything. Do you mean you lost your memories? She nodded slowly and continued to sniffle. So is it like Fex, did whoever did this to Kaz also do this to Fex, but why? Why the need to remove both of their memories? Is this why Bryce wouldn't let her out, to try and catch the person responsible? And now he thinks it's me. Damn it! The two of us shouldn't even be fighting. But he will only suspect me until I find out who is behind this. Standing up, Quinn had a determined look on his face. Kaz, if we want to find out what happened to you, we need to get out of here. They kept you alive for a reason. And you're not the only one this has happened to. We're going to get out of here? Kaz replied. But what about that man? Isn't he going to attack us again? He seemed to be really strong. Kaz was right, Bryce was strong. But during the fight, it didn't feel like he was impossible to beat. Not like another person he had faced before. Don't worry, it's simple. To get out of here, all I need to do is kick your old man's arse, Quinn said, clenching his fist. I'm a leader too, and I'll show him the new 10th leader isn't going to just take a beating. Standing in the hallway, Bryce didn't move from the spot he had last seen Quinn and Kaz. He stayed there, still as a statue. Eventually, there were those in the castle that had heard the commotion going on. They ran up to where they could hear all the fuss going on, only to see the hallway partly destroyed and Bryce standing there, with no injuries on his body. Sir, is the first castle under attack by someone? The vampire in front of the others asked. Bryce didn't look away from the spot while giving a reply. Leave this place, and if you hear anything, do not come back to this place. Make sure everyone stays away from here. The vampire guard gulped before ordering the rest of his men to do as they asked. How long will I have to wait? Bryce thought. At that moment, a black shadow portal started to appear. Bryce gripped his sword, ready for what was to come. He swung right at the shadow as soon as he saw a red gauntlet appear from it. A loud clang was heard as the two objects collided. However, unlike before, the clashes of power weren't equal and instead, Bryce's hand was flung backwards, nearly chucking his whole body with it. Coming out of the shadow was Quinn and Kaz. She quickly headed back into the room and stood behind the door peeking at the fight that was about to happen again. You know, you are so predictable. I knew you would be out here waiting for us, Quinn stated. Bryce was a fast one to act, and it appeared like he had some knowledge about that shadow. So Quinn assumed he would be waiting for him. Knowing Bryce would be there was advantageous for Quinn. In the shadow space, he had enough time to gather energy for the hammer strike, and time it so when he appeared out of the portal, his fist would collide with the sword. Quinn, if there is any time to beat Bryce, then it is now. It looks like he only prepared one flask of blood for himself, so he can't activate his blood weapon again. Vincent explained. For Quinn as well, he had consumed blood from his own flask to restore his HP, and he still had his trusty blood bank in case of emergencies. Your ability is annoying, but I can attack you from far away as well. Quinn threw out his blood swipe, quickly grabbing it with his shadow creating the blood scythe. Swinging it to his side, it scra.p.ed across the side of the walls. The hallway was large but not large enough for Quinn's attack to build up its full momentum. Seeing the attack from so far away, Bryce was able to block it easily lifting his sword. However, when it hit, it was more powerful than he had expected. Blood hardening, blood swipe. Bryce activated two skills, casing his sword in blood and then throwing out a swipe later on to throw the scythe away. That's the same attack that silly boy used. Bryce shouted with anger. He started to swing his sword through the air at a rapid pace. Quinn couldn't even count how many slashes he had done. What was strange though was it looked like he was using a regular blood swipe, but when the sword swung through the air, the blood swipe would be created, but it didn't move away. Instead, it stayed there, floating in the air. Now in front of Bryce were around 100 blood swipes floating there in place created from his sword. Blood control, move! Bryce commanded, and all of the blood swipes were now heading towards Quinn. If I block this with my shadow, even with the extra MC points I have, it will just use them all up. I have to do something else, Quinn thought. Waiting at the right time, for all the attacks to come his way, Quinn held out his hand again, and clenched it into a fist. Shadow lock. Taking himself in the shadow space, He waited a few seconds. All the attacks had collided into the spot where Quinn was or into each other. The dust and rubble from the attacks made it hard to see, but soon Bryce could see that a figure was still standing there. Quinn had come out from the shadow lock, timing when the attack would be over. Shadow Path Activate. Activating the Shadow Path skill, it threw a trail of shadows across the floor. Bryce, seeing this from last time, wasn't going to let the shadow touch him, knowing it would slow him down. He jumped to the side of the wall, digging his feet in, and started running fast towards Quinn. I knew you would avoid it. I never expected you to be hit by that slow skill. Shadow Hop. Sinking into the shadow unearth his feet, Quinn had reappeared right at the end of his shadow path and now was directly behind Bryce. Immediately he performed a blood crescent kick. Quinn grabbed it with his shadow, swinging it with his full power, creating more momentum. It had hit Bryce, chucking him off the wall and onto the floor. Not letting him rest, Quinn jumped towards him, lifting his leg above his head, and created another shadow scythe with his leg, hammering it down with an axe kick towards Bryce again. The strike hit the ground and caused the whole floor to rumble. Even though it was made from the hard black material the vampires used, it felt like it couldn't take much more punishment from a fight between two leaders. The vampires inside the castle were starting to worry. Someone who was fighting against Bryce lasting this long, they just couldn't imagine, and they could feel the power of the fight, but they would follow their leader's orders and not get involved. When Quinn had moved his leg, he could see Bryce had avoided the axe kick, but he was hurt and bleeding from the attack earlier, standing off to the side. That wound, it's just going to heal again, and I can't keep all these attacks up for much longer. If I want to beat him, I'm going to have to use my gauntlets like before. Rushing in, Quinn needed to only worry about Bryce's ability. It would hurt him, but he needed to get hurt to hurt his opponent. He was at the mid-range level, and holding out his hand, Quinn fired a blood bullet towards Bryce. It had worked against other leaders in the past, and he thought it would do the same now. With chi, it would be hard to heal. However, Bryce had moved his sword and body in a strange way. He spun his body, and with the side of his sword, had flung the bullet right back at Quinn, hitting him in the knee. Arg! Quinn screamed but gritted his teeth. Dash 50 HP. Bryce had used the force of his own attack against him, and made it greater than his own. Blood Bank Activate. Activating the blood bank, he needed his knee to heal in time as Bryce came forward swinging his sword from above. Luckily, Quinn's regeneration with the blood was fast, and he was able to stomp his feet in the ground and punch the sword away that was coming from above. What he didn't expect, though, was a kick from Bryce to follow after, hitting Quinn right in the face. Dash 20 HP. Stumbling down, with his hand touching the floor, Quinn had spread the shadow around the two of them. It was risky as Quinn's shadow MC points were low. If Bryce attacked the shadow now, he would have none left, but allowing it to touch Bryce would slow him down. Lifting his own leg while falling to the floor, Quinn had hit the back of Bryce's head. Then using all of his chi, encasing his gauntlets in them with the second stage and powering them with the first stage. Quinn threw his fist forward, piercing right through Bryce's stomach. Ripping through the clothes, Quinn could see that Bryce also had been using the blood-hardening skill through his whole body, but it seemed useless against Quinn's chi-covered attack. As Bryce was about to fall on top of him, Quinn had sunk his body through the shadow and hopped to a different place. He looked at Bryce on the floor sweating and in pain, and he wasn't getting up. Walking up to Bryce, Quinn wanted to make sure that Bryce was dealt with so he would no longer cause him any trouble. Please don't kill him, Cass pleaded from the side. Looking at her, Quinn wondered why she still cared for him, even though she had no memories of this man and how he had treated her. Was it because they were family, or the vampire bond? But her eyes filled with tears said it was something much more than that. Kicking Bryce with his leg, Quinn moved him so he was now lying on his back instead of on his belly. His face was full of pain, and the wound around his stomach wasn't healing like before. Bryce had his hand over the wound, as if he was trying to remove the poison again. At that moment, Bryce chuckled and started to laugh. Haha, you really are the kid, the 10th leader. I lost to you, Bryce said. The vampires really are doomed, having lost to the Punishers and vampires. Touching his face, Quinn realized what had happened. When Bryce had kicked him in the head, the mask had broken and fallen. "Listen, old man, I never wanted to fight you in the first place. But you were the one who attacked me without asking questions. I just wanted to ask Kaz who the heck did this to her. I'm looking for the people who attacked my people, and that's all that I care about." Quinn looked at Kaz one more time and looked back at Bryce before deciding to walk away. "Just remember, I spared your life when I could have killed you. I'm not the one behind all of this, and you should treat your daughter nicer. If I was her, I wouldn't save you right now." Quest complete. Oh. It looks like I'm finally strong enough to face the leaders, but I'm still a long way off from facing Arthur. Quinn thought. Quest completed. Instant level up reward received. You are now level 41. Seeing his reward, Quinn was actually a little upset, because whenever he experienced an evolution reset, the first level was always the easiest to level up because of the low amount of EXP points required. Since it got harder with every level, he would have preferred this kind of reward at a much higher level. Still, he figured he shouldn't complain about it. For now, he decided to put the stat point into his strength, bringing it up to 65. From the fight, Quinn learned that as long as kept his beast gear on, he could pretty much keep up with a leader's speed and their power. Of course, Bryce's natural attacks might be a little bit stronger, but Quinn had chi to make up for that. He would just have to be careful to not allow his chi to run out. Fights between vampires could be long and tedious. The more strength he had going for him, the less he would have to compensate via chi. Of course, when he added his chi to the mix, it would also result in a bigger bang, making for a huge impact. That wasn't the only reward Quinn received for defeating a leader, though. Unlike the previous one, he was very pleased with this one. Blood control plus 30. Total blood control 44. It was a huge boost to his blood control, which he had only been able to improve slightly with Feck's help. Quinn had seen Bryce do some amazing things through blood control, such as leaving the blood swipes in midair or moving them all at once, and removing the fairy blood from his body. The usefulness of this stat was apparent. However, it wasn't all good news, because at the end of the day, Quinn, after going through a tough battle like that, hadn't discovered much. The only thing he could confirm was that Bryce most likely wasn't the one behind the attacks, as he was also looking for the person who had manhandled his daughter Kaz. There were also no signs of Fex anyway. Those paintings were pretty creepy, and his blood weapon was really strong. If he had more human blood, or humans around to sacrifice, I wouldn't want to fight him again. Quinn thought. Yes. Vincent agreed. The one thing you have been able to rely on so far is that the others might understand some of your shadow abilities and skills, but not all of it. After having fought you once, it won't be the case anymore. The next time the two of you fight might have a different outcome. Well, let's just hope I don't have to fight him again. Although Quinn was afraid due to what had happened to Bryce in the past, it was unavoidable as he was a shadow user. Bryce continued to lie there in pain. He could tell that whatever was affecting his body wasn't enough to kill him, but it would prevent him from moving for a good while. However, he didn't have to wait too long. Kaz eventually approached Bryce herself and opened up the flask. As she opened the lid and tried to pour it into his mouth, Bryce placed his hand on the flask, stopping it. He couldn't move well, yet he had summoned the will to not receive help. "Where did you get that?" he asked. "Why do you ask when we both know you won't like the answer?" "It was from the man who just left. He gave it to me so my arm could heal quicker, but I didn't use up all the blood. It was my own decision to give you the rest, so please," Kaz pleaded, as she tried to pour it in his mouth again. This time Bryce didn't resist and accepted the blood. Looking at Kaz, he could see she was still healing from some of the wounds, the worst one being the one on her arm. "I didn't even realize I had hit her," Bryce reflected. As soon as his tongue tasted the red liquid, he could tell that it wasn't enough to heal him. The fairy blood in his body was still affecting him. Still, it did provide him with an energy boost, allowing him to deal with the rest himself. Placing his hand over the wound in his stomach, he closed his eyes and focused on using his blood control. He could feel the two different blood types and started to pull the fairy blood cells away from his own, and eventually, it all formed into a small ping-pong-sized ball of blood. Letting go, it dropped onto the floor, finally allowing the blood to start healing him properly. That kid, he was the 10th leader after all. Was he hiding his strength back then? Bryce started to think back to the last time he had seen Quinn fight. No, that's impossible. Vadine would have killed him if it wasn't for Arthur. So how the hell did he get that strong so fast? I was unprepared. I thought if any of the leaders came, my blood weapon would be enough. But I didn't expect him to come and be that skilled. Look at me lying here making excuses. No matter what, a loss is a loss. Eventually Bryce had restored enough energy to move around. He knelt up and looked at the hallway they were in. There were scratches all over the castle. Huge slash marks in between doors and partly broken floors and ceilings. That kid. I can't think of him as a fake leader anymore. Bring me your arm, Kaz, Bryce told her, and when she came over with it, Bryce slashed the skin off where it had healed up and placed the seared part against hers. Then, using what blood left in the flask, poured it on top. He placed both hands on the wound, and Kaz could feel that Bryce was doing something, moving parts of her blood inside to speed up the healing process, and once he let go, her arm was all healed up again. She moved it a couple of times, and it worked just as if nothing had happened. Usually it would take a while, but she felt like it was back to how it was before. Thank you, father, she said, bowing down, not really knowing what to say. It looks like you forgot your manners along with your memories as well, Bryce stated. In this castle you are my vampire knight, and I am your leader. As such, you should always address me as your leader, in a respectful manner, and comply with what I ask. Do you understand? He asked. Yes, yes, master. She quickly corrected herself and bowed down. She thought that maybe now that he was no longer fighting, this person who was meant to be her father would treat her like one. Unfortunately, it appeared to her that the two of them didn't have that kind of relationship. When the two of you were alone, did he speak to you? Ask you about anything in particular? Bryce wondered. Just like you, he wanted to know about what happened to me, who it was that attacked me. However, since I can't remember anything, I was unable to answer him. Only, there was one thing that was different. He also asked about someone called Fex. It seems like he cared for that person and was more worried about him, and I recall he mentioned that I wasn't the only one that lost my memories. Kaz answered. I see. Well, I guess we are both looking for the same person in a way, so we shouldn't have to clash with each other again. Bryce concluded, finally standing back up. Wait, sir. Can I ask? He said I was with Fex at the time. Can you tell me why we were together? Maybe it will help me remember something. I doubt you will, but fine. Bryce sighed. You see, you were assigned a certain task before you disappeared. I had asked you to bring the boy to me. According to my sources, he figured out how to create and control a blood weapon. I wanted to ask him personally, just how far he had developed the technique, or if he had told anyone yet. Can I ask why? Kaz pushed a little further. Bryce turned around and gave her a glance, before turning away. Because I wanted to know if it was similar to the blood weapon summoning technique I already know. Perhaps it was similar, or maybe even better, Bryce stated, holding his chest. If the fight was to continue, there was one last trick he had up his sleeve. You should always have some trump cards, and stay ahead of your opponents. Bryce thought. Silver, Leo and Nate had been following Ham for a while now. The truth was, when Quinn had last called, Nate wasn't completely truthful about the situation they were in. It was true that Ham had recognized the way he had come from and they were heading towards the direction. But the reason they were slow was mainly due to the frequent breaks Ham would take. Do you even care about your master at all? Nate loudly complained. This is the 5th time we've stopped because of you. The group was waiting by a large rock along a river. Ham laid on top of it, lying on his back, with his belly pointing upward. Of course I do, Ham shouted back. But do you want me to tire out like I did before? And if I pass out, what happens then? Then we have no way of finding them. While Nate and Ham were bickering backwards and forward, Leo started to walk upward against the stream of water. He could hear the sound of the crashing water getting stronger, and as he fine-tuned his senses further, he could hear water crashing down violently. Ham, did you not mention that the cave was in some type of waterfall? Leo interrupted the two. At the moment, Nate had grabbed Ham with both hands by his belly and looked like he was about to chuck him a mile away deep into the forest. Meanwhile, Silver stood there frustrated with a vein bulging out of her forehead, but still hadn't interrupted the two just yet. Yeah, when I came out of the cave, it was from behind a waterfall. Ham replied. It looks like we're close then, you might not have to lead the way anymore. Leo stated, and now the group was following him. Rather than move up the river, the group was moving through the forest by its side. The reason for this was that the base was apparently filled with crazed bloodsuckers, according to Ham. Moving through the river would just make the enemy aware of their position. Their footsteps were light, treading through the forest, as they attempted to make as little noise as possible. At least most of them. Nate was the one who was having the most trouble and would constantly step on twigs and leaves now and again. Eventually Silver had enough. She turned around and grabbed Nate by the collar, pulling his face next to hers. Look, I stayed silent when you were taking out your anger on Ham because I partially agreed with you, but if you make this much noise and they find out that we are coming, and it affects finding my brother in any way, I will kill you and make you bring him back from the dead for me. Now do something about those footsteps of yours. Although Nate was a skilled martial artist and could perform complicated footwork, something like treading lightly was never his forte, which was why he had gone for the hardening ability in the first place. However, right now he couldn't really think straight, as a beauty like no other was right up in his face. Letting go, Silver stood there waiting for Nate to do something. If he didn't, she wasn't going to let him come with them, no matter the reason Quinn had asked them to take him. Man, she's serious. I don't want to be left out again, Nate thought, then came up with a brilliant idea. Activating his shadow, he placed them on the soles of his feet. He attempted to walk, and when doing so, it made his footsteps almost silent. Nate was talented, so he had more MC cells compared to the others when it came to using the shadow. Still, he didn't have the best control or skill, but doing something like this was achievable. They continued to move along the river, and eventually the others could hear the sound of the waterfall as well. It's here, Ham shouted, and Silver, near enough, pulled Ham from the sky and almost ripped out his wings. Oh, right, don't say anything, but I miss Fex, Ham thought, on the verge of tears. If he knew his tears could make no noise at all, he would have cried there and then. What they didn't know was even though Leo told them to stop, it wasn't because the enemy was near, just that he could sense them from far away. He gave a hand signal to tell the others to wait there for the moment while going in on his own. Silver and the others agreed and stayed. Wow, she's letting him go on his own? Ham thought. I've never seen Silver trust someone so much. This bald guy must be quite special if she trusts him. She nearly does everything herself. Just on the outer edge of the forest, Leo could see that there was a large lake where the waterfall would fall into. On the outside there was no one, but on the inside it was a different story. Returning to the others, Leo and the others went further back, just far enough so no one could hear. So is this the right place? Nate asked. Yes, it has to be, Leo answered. So far while running I have only been able to sense the presence of beasts. Yet here I can tell in the cave that there are the same creatures that attacked the 10th castle. What you guys call bloodsuckers. How many of them are there? Silver asked. There are around 15 or so in total. If this is their base, it seems like most of them were used in the attack on the 10th castle. Also, although the bloodsuckers are strong, there is no one outstanding. However, there is one inside that is just as strong as you, Leo stated while looking at Silver. Not just that, but they don't have the same presence as the bloodsuckers. They feel like just another vampire. Could you tell if Fex was in there? Said Nate. No, but Ham confirmed this is the place. My aura couldn't reach that far, so there may be more inside the cave than what I could sense, and that might be where Fex is, Leo explained. Hearing that there might be someone as strong as Silver, perked up her ears a bit. Yes, she wanted to save her brother, but at the same time she wanted to find out who was responsible, and she was hoping this vampire that was with the bloodsuckers might be an important figure, possibly a vampire knight of one of the other families. Nate pulled out the mask and attempted to contact Quinn. This was the protocol for when they reached the cave like Quinn had asked. It rang a few times, again and again, but there was no answer. Should I try someone at the castle? Maybe they know where Quinn went? Nate asked. They tried calling the castle, and the one that had answered was Paul. Paul informed them that Quinn had gone off to do something, and maybe he was too busy to pick up at the moment. Should we wait for Quinn? Nate asked, but he could see the look on Silver's face. Now that they were here, she wanted to rush in and try to save Fex, to see how her brother was doing. I believe we are strong enough to take them on, Leo suddenly said. Due to my ability, I have a good idea on their strength. I will take responsibility for this. Quinn will not be needed. Also, we don't know when Quinn will be free, and the more time spent here could mean Fex is closer to his death. Nate didn't like it. He could imagine an angry Quinn telling him off, but telling off Leo, that was something that was hard to imagine. Well, you're my vampire knight, right? So as long as you say so, then sign me up. Nate cheered. With the three of them ready, it was time for them to act. Heading back to the castle, Quinn was sluggish with his movements. He hardly had enough energy to escape from the first area without being seen, and knew something needed to be done to get his MC points back up to where they were. When he was out of sight in a quiet area still in the castle, he cast a small shadow dome and allowed for his MC points to restore quicker. Then, using the shadow cloak, he could walk out the front gates of the first castle area without a problem. However, he soon realized when he left the gates and was no longer using the shadow cloak, his whole arms and legs were shaking with each movement. His body was drained, and it was getting worse. There was only one other time he had felt like this so far, and that was after fighting the demon tier beast, but the evolution at the time and the green blood had changed that. At this moment, he found himself slightly craving the green Dalki blood, which had tasted even sweeter than that of a human. Is this because I've been using the two types of chi at the same time? Quinn thought. Status. Stamina 2. His stamina now was incredibly low, and it wasn't recovering at a fast rate like it used to. His health and MC points could always come back through certain methods, but other than taking others' chi to help him recover, there wasn't much that could be done but rest. If I get my blood control up, and use the blood skills and chi to fight only when necessary, it will allow me to fight for longer. This would of course only help in one-on-one battles that tended to take a little longer than Quinn's normal fights. As for if Quinn was fighting a group, he could rely on his soul weapon, but the soul weapon was unusable against vampires, since it needed human blood to activate like that of a blood weapon. After reaching the tense castle area, Quinn attempted to contact Nate. He had answered, and it looked like they were finally heading in the right direction and getting close to the destination. Quinn was a little bit pleased by this because he too wanted to be there when they found Fex, in case they ran into trouble. With Bryce no longer being a suspect, it meant someone else was behind this, someone who wasn't even afraid of angering someone like Bryce, who was considered one of the strongest. Is Peter right? Is there something really up with Cindy? Quinn thought. So far Quinn had a list of suspects in his head. Jill, the 8th leader, who Peter had seen meet up with Cindy herself the 2nd leader, and lastly he also suspected Muka. The last one was more recent as Muka had been very pushy when it came to suspecting Bryce, and it turned out Bryce wasn't involved at all, which pushed him up the suspect list as well. Of course, there were all the other leaders that Quinn didn't have a clue about, maybe someone Vincent had angered as the 10th in the past that he couldn't remember. Trying to get the king's seat makes sense, and if they wanted to achieve their goal of weakening the king with the bloodsuckers, then it worked, but why attack the 10th and not one of the other families? Why not attack Bryce? Maybe they thought the 10th was an easy target? Vincent replied. They knew you were away. Roa was a strong leader in the past, but Bryce might have also been able to take him on to the point where the king wouldn't be called. It makes sense, but I can't help thinking that they wanted something, which is why they even went after Fex now. Quinn would rest in the castle for now, and was hoping that by the time the others contacted him and found Fex, he would be fully recovered. Still, he didn't want to sit around and do nothing either. He called on the royal guard that he had direct contact with, as he wished to call a meeting with Dwight. Bryce surely was one of his main suspects, and Quinn wanted to inform him of what happened so far. Maybe I shouldn't tell him about the part where the two of us fought. Quinn wondered. The good thing was, it had been a while since Quinn had fought with Bryce now, and there didn't seem to be any news coming out from the first castle side either. It was as if such a thing never happened. Eventually, the royal guard had been let in, and Quinn asked for a meeting. "Yes, I will deliver this message to him straight away, and say you would like an in-person meeting," the royal guard said before bowing down and leaving the room. In the room that Quinn had selected would be the second highest floor in the castle. Quinn was busy meditating, trying to recover the chi energy. He at least needed to no longer feel sluggish, but it seemed impossible. However, while focusing and closing his eyes, he noticed something else. In the center where the ball could usually be filled with energy, it was empty, and this was Quinn's chi energy. After some time it would fill back up. With the blood control being stronger, Quinn noticed he could move and swirl the red energy in his body to different places. What if? He decided to give it a try. Moving the energy around, Quinn started to fill the ball of chi energy with the red energy instead. It was wild as it entered, but he no longer felt weak. At the same time, he didn't feel like before either. The ball of energy was filled up about halfway until, "Your bloodlust has increased." "What is this?" Quinn said, looking at himself, and although he didn't know it, his eyes were glowing red, and it was something he couldn't control. "I don't think this is a good idea, Quinn. Perhaps this is how the bloodsuckers had gotten stuck in their permanent form," Vincent explained. Thinking about what Vincent had said, Quinn wondered about the story Leo had told. The bloodsucker was able to change forms and still had a part of his sanity. Maybe this was the answer. If Quinn could change his energy fuel tank at will, maybe he could change his fighting style as well. Using the red energy to have the power of the bloodsucker, the mix of chi and vampire energy as his regular fighting self. Still, it was an experiment he didn't want to do just now. With the blood control, Quinn made it so it only filled halfway into his chi. He would then slowly take the red energy away as it filled up with chi again, and allow for the normal red energy to flow around his body. When producing normal attacks with chi and blood, the red energy would come from his body, combining with the chi from the ball of energy centered around his stomach. According to Chris, it was because of this red energy in his body in the first place that the ball of chi wasn't even larger. While doing his little experiments, Quinn was unaware of how much time had passed, but the royal guard had returned. "Dwight has agreed to meet you at the normal place. He wishes to see you urgently as well," the guard said. Urgently? It was the first time Dwight had said this, so he thought it must have been important. He now had enough energy to fight, but it wouldn't be at the same point as before. He would at least need a couple of days, or maybe longer, to get to the fighting power he was with when fighting Bryce. Leaving the castle once again, Quinn headed to the king's castle. However, Quinn noticed that something was strange immediately. There were guards outside, but they weren't checking him like they normally would. "Hey, don't you need to check me?" Quinn asked. "We have been told there is no need for you. You are an important guest and the matter has been deemed urgent," the guard stated without making eye contact. "Quinn, something feels off. The royal guards would never be like this. Be on guard and prepare to get out of here as soon as possible," Vincent advised. Walking into the king's castle, Quinn expected Dwight to be there greeting him, and then they would be led to the normal room, but there was no one. "This feels so strange," Quinn thought. Heading to the left side, Quinn proceeded to enter the room. Pushing the door slowly, moving it an inch forward, he could smell blood, but it wasn't human blood. When the door was fully swung open, on the opposite side of the table, he could see someone had been impaled by a strange weapon that looked like a spear. The spear went through the back of their body and through the chair they were sat in. The body was unmoving, limping over, and the eyes lifeless. The worst part of it all was Quinn recognized the person. Dwight! Before going into the cave, Leo and Silver had to come up with a plan. Or at least that's what Nate thought they would do. But when he saw the two of them walking off confidently towards the cave, Nate suddenly realized that there would be no plan at all. "Wait, are we just going to go in? Why were you so angry about my loud footsteps then?" Nate asked. "That was just in case there was someone we couldn't deal with. As long as a vampire leader isn't here, Leo and I will be enough," Silver answered, pulling out her small rapier blade and adjusting the wooden casket on her back. "Do you want us to deal with the bloodsuckers? Or the vampire knight? It seems like the vampire knight might be the more difficult one," Leo asked casually, as if it didn't matter which one she picked. "Leave the vampire knight to me. It's time I restore a little honor for the 13th family," Silver replied. Running at full speed, both Silver and Leo started running around the lakes and were ready to enter the cave. Nate was struggling to keep up with them. As a vampire, he was faster compared to before, and he also had beast gear on, but even then, Silver was far faster than him. "I guess the others were right, there are vampires that are a lot stronger than we thought. Are all the knights as strong as her? Or is she just special?" Nate thought. As for Leo, he was always strong but just kept improving all the time. Seeing the waterfall up ahead, Leo then readied his sword. The two started to jump up and across on the rocks just in front of the waterfall. Then, releasing the sword from the sheath with a single strike, Leo struck the water full with his sword. The waterfall stopped falling for a few seconds, and the waves started to fall behind the two of them. It was an amazing and special sight that Nate couldn't believe, almost like a magic trick. Inside the cave, the bloodsuckers could be seen, with makeshift buildings that were being used as homes. The architecture wasn't as detailed as the vampires, as it looked like they had all been poorly made. However, what was a standout was how many empty plastic blood packs could be seen all across the floor in the cave. "I knew it. Someone is definitely working with the bloodsuckers. This confirms it," Silver said. The attention of the bloodsuckers all turned on the intruders, as they snarled, showing their large fangs towards the two intruders. The bloodsucker closest leapt from his position from below, up to the entrance of the cave. At the very back, a hooded figure was seen, and also noticed the bloodsuckers creating a fuss over something. But seeing the bloodsuckers attacking the intruders, the vampire remained calm. That was until they saw what happened next. The bloodsucker who had leapt towards the intruders was fast and strong. But the bald-headed man used one single motion with his blade, split the bloodsucker in two halves, both sides falling to the floor. A single strike, the hooded person thought, and immediately they started to panic. However, the cave only had one entrance, and afraid of getting caught in this situation, they decided to head deeper into the cave. Eventually, they had reached the back of the cave, and in front it looked like there was just a dead end. Searching around the sides, the person finally had found something. Pushing it in, the dead end started to move to the side, and the hooded person quickly entered the room. The door closed behind them soon after. "Hey! Have you finally decided to let me out of here?" a voice said, accompanied by some shackles. The room the hooded person was in was the one with Fex. It was you, wasn't it? How did you manage to call them?" the hooded man said, approaching Fex with anger. "You think you being saved will stop us, stop any of the plans we had? You know we already got what we needed from you. All you needed to do was wait, and we would have returned you with no problems. Calling them has just caused you even more trouble. What is this person talking about? Did that little pig manage to get help? Is the person they called Quinn here to save me?" Fex thought, getting excited. "Hey, I'm in here," Fex shouted at the top of his lungs. Then even from the room the sound of fighting could be heard from the outside. Screams of pain and growls were heard, and vibrations felt through the floor. But it didn't last long, and a few seconds later they stopped. Leo had dealt with all the bloodsuckers. Any of them that would try and get in Silver's ways he would slice. Nate, who had followed from behind, felt useless. By the time he had reached the cave, there were no bloodsuckers left. He looked at their bodies and wondered what they were. They kind of looked like vampires, but a bit different, a little ugly. Nate thought, "I really don't know if these two are really strong, or the enemy is just weak." Eventually, all of them had reached the back wall, where the cave had come to a dead end. "It's here. It's definitely in here," Hem said, flying just outside the entrance. "How do we get in?" Nate asked. Silver, using her fist, used blood hardening to harden the outside of her hand. It was encased in the red aura and went to punch the wall as hard as she could. The whole cave shook slightly, and an indent had been made, but the wall was still there. "Careful, if you use raw strength then you could cause the whole cave to collapse," Leo said. "Let me take care of this." popping his sword back into its sheath. Leo prepared himself and pulled it out, quickly striking the wall and placing it back in. There was no sound, but soon, a large cut could be seen, creating 2 slab pieces in the cave wall. Silver wasted no time pushing it and entering the cave, only to see the hooded person gripping her brother's throat. "Get off him!" Silver screamed, as she rushed forward and threw her red blood strings out. They wrapped around the hooded person's arm, and soon their whole body was being yanked away. However, the vampire's strength was great and they pulled back as well. While the two of them were in a struggle for power, Leo walked past and towards Fex. "I will not get involved as you wished, but I shall free your brother so you no longer need to wait for him," Leo said, as he swung his blade, cutting and freeing Fex from his chains. "Thank you so much, Quinn," Fex said. Leo smiled at the comment. "I am not Quinn, but he is the one who sent me to save you, so you can leave your thanks to him later. Right now, you should see your sister fighting and paying back the vampire who has brought you here." Sometimes rage would cause one to fight wildly, and it was easy to predict their movements, but watching Silver, they could see she was using this to power her strength, not even taking a single breath. Both Silver and the hooded vampire were equal in power. They had the same strength and speed, so one would think the fight would be equal, but it was not. There was clearly one stronger than the other. "I don't need to use this on you to win this fight, but I will give you a gift from the 13th family," Silver shouted. The hooded vampire came forward with its claw out. Silver then turned around, and her fist had hit the casket, surprisingly not breaking it. Soon the door had opened, and the hooded vampire took a few steps back. A few seconds later, a strange-looking doll appeared out of the casket. It had 6 arms and 2 legs, and looked more like a spider with the way it had more than one joint by the elbow. The doll itself had a blank expression, but what was even more frightening about it was it wasn't made out of wood or anything like that. It was made out of flesh, and if Leo's nose was right, it was human flesh. In each of its hands the doll had a normal-sized sword, but Silver, who was controlling it, was able to control each hand and do so perfectly. It was strange because the strings had been attached to the doll so quickly, and Silver just stood in one place. She had set up a system of complex strings linked to the dolls. She would control it with her sword, using the tip to touch and bend a certain string. It would then move the doll in a certain way. Seeing the doll in action as it swung its blades, the hooded vampire was getting hit with at least one of the swords each time. "This swordsmanship, I am finding it hard to spot any holes myself," Leo thought as he continued to watch. Eventually, the match was coming to an end. The hooded vampire was too injured from the blades, and Silver eventually got the doll to restrain the vampire, who, even in terms of strength, it couldn't match up. Her hands were wrapped around the waist of the vampire with its hands tucked in, while the other 2 had 2 blades pointed at its neck. "Now, let's see which family is behind all of this," Silver said, as she slowly walked up to the vampire to unveil their hood. Quinn rubbed his eyes a few times, and even pinched himself to check that he wasn't asleep. It was safe to say none of it worked, because the scene in front of him didn't change. After realizing it was all real, he still couldn't believe his eyes. "Hey, you're also seeing this, right? The one on the table is Dwight, isn't it?" Quinn asked the only other person who could see the same thing as him, hoping he wasn't going crazy. "It certainly looks like Dwight, but we can't be sure until we check. Make sure you lock the door behind you, Quinn. There is obviously something very strange going on here. Hurry. There's a chance we might be able to still save him," Vincent stressed. "Still save him?" Quinn thought those words were a long shot since he was unable to hear a heartbeat. Of course, there was the possibility that the scene in front of them was fake, but the smell of blood at the scene certainly made it seem real. Quinn approached the body carefully. He didn't want to disrupt the possible evidence. Yet at the same time he was listening outside to see if the others had already noticed. Based on how the other guards had reacted, it would appear that he was the first one to find him like that. If they were to storm in and see him with Dwight like this, it was clear who their number 1 suspect would be. "It's too late," Vincent said in a sad voice. There were cases of recently impaled vampires that had been saved by an injection of human blood directly into their hearts. Their brains had still been intact, so the next important organ would be the heart, but from the way the spear is stuck in his body, his heart is clearly pierced beyond repair. Whoever is behind this wanted to make sure Dwight would remain dead. Vincent had claimed to have done research on many different subjects many times before, and Quinn had experienced certain types of research even. Some of them had seemed cruel, but there had often been a sincere desire to help behind them. Checking a bit more, there were no indications of who the weapon belonged to, no markings and such, and surprisingly there were no indications of a struggle either. There was blood but only Dwight's, while the rest of the room was in perfect condition. How? Just who could kill someone like Dwight this perfectly? As important figures, I thought the King's Royal Knights were supposed to have roughly the same strength as a leader. Quinn pointed out the condition of the room. I find this difficult to understand as well. Dwight was a cautious person, whoever it was, it had to be someone he trusted. Maybe there was a meeting set up before yours? That would explain why he looked so calm in his seat, and then at the worst time he had been stabbed by that person from behind. Vincent theorized. Quinn wanted to touch the spear but at the same time didn't want to either, as it would just confirm the reality of the situation. Time and time again it looked like his allies were getting killed. Dwight, you only wanted to find out the truth and help the vampires, and this is what happened to you. Quinn thought, looking at his body. At that moment, Quinn could hear the sound of footsteps coming towards the door, and some light knocks on the door. In order to conceal himself, he used the shadow cloak and hid in the corner of the room. After a while, the person on the other side slowly opened the door. Turned out to be another leader, Muka. The look on his face was nearly as shaking as Quinn's had been. He quickly closed the door behind him, and went up to Dwight's body, making sure he did not touch anything. It was almost a repeat of what Quinn had done, until he looked into the corner of the room. Quinn, is that you there? I can sense your presence. Muka asked softly. Of course the cloak was not as effective against other leaders. The guards told me that you were already in a meeting with Dwight. I was meant to have one after him, so I thought it could save us all some time if I were to join you. What happened here? Was it? Muka paused before finishing the sentence. Of course, it wasn't me. Quinn replied back in an angry whisper. I came in only a few moments before you. Besides, do you really think I would be so stupid to announce myself to the guards and stay behind, waiting for someone like you to come in and catch me? Before you interrupted me, I tried to inspect the scene just like you were right now. Muka thought about it for a while and started to inspect the room at the same time, seeing the same things Quinn had seen. It has to be Bryce. Who else could go this far, not to mention be able to kill Dwight? He was a strong vampire royal knight. He might have weakened since he is past his prime, but barely anyone would be able to finish him so cleanly, Muka claimed. However, Quinn wasn't convinced. Bryce should be as hurt as Quinn currently was, meaning he should be recovering right now. After their encounter, Bryce was no longer on the top of his list of suspects. Still, it would have been easier for Muka to just frame Quinn right now, but it looked like he was genuinely trying to figure out who it was. Was someone really pulling the strings behind Mala's back, making him think it was Bryce, or was it something else? Both of them turned their heads towards the door, as they started to hear a large commotion, and the look on Muka's face was now one of shock. Something had happened, only they both were unaware what. Quinn, I'm sorry, Muka said. But as a leader I must do my duty. They are accusing you of a possible assassination attempt on Dwight's life. Based on what I see here, I must bring you in and you shall be held until a decision has been made. What? Quinn shouted back. What nonsense are you spouting? I very clearly am being framed. I just told you that I came in right before you. You are literally the first person I see enter after me. So whoever is accusing me must have already seen the outcome of this and is trying to pin the blame on me. Muka stayed silent for a moment and had his back held against the door. It sounded like there were those trying to rush into the room from the outside, but Muka was stopping them. Quinn, this is a message that everyone has received. I can only advise you to not resist. If everything really is as you claim, then there is nothing for you to fear. Just let us get to the bottom of this. I promise our side will help you. We promised to help you, didn't we? If you act out now, It will just complicate things and might bring danger to your family. Not understanding what was happening, and now being accused of a crime he didn't commit, Quinn was angry. As the doors burst open and the royal guard rushed in, he quickly used his shadow travel to escape through the castle walls outside to the front of the castle. However, he didn't get far, as a large explosion hit the ground where he was, kicking Quinn out of his shadow, making him skid across the floor. When he looked up, he broke out in laughter at the absurdity of the scene. So everyone thinks I've killed Dwight? And now somehow all of the leaders just happen to be here at the same time. Quinn pointed out the coincidence. In front of him were 6 of the family leaders who were closest to the castle. Jean, the 4th leader, Prima, the 12th leader, David, the 11th leader, Kyle, the 7th leader, and Susan, the 3rd leader. Quinn, we have just been made aware of a possible assassination attempt on Dwight. We need to go inside and confirm it's true. Please come with us quietly, Jean shouted. A few seconds later, the royal guards ran out of the room. We hereby confirm that Royal Knight Dwight has been killed. This certainly wasn't looking like a good situation. Look, I know we don't get along, but don't you think it's at least a little strange that you guys come here right now and just happen to find me right next to Dwight's body? Quinn questioned. It's not strange at all, Susan replied. We were informed of your meetings and have evidence in regards to your plan to kill the Royal Knight Dwight. We just amended to catch you red-handed. Unfortunately, we were one step too late, and you've already committed your crime. It was clear that everyone had already agreed that Quinn was the murderer without an investigation. They probably wouldn't even attempt one and just directly put everything on him. Now it was up to Quinn whether he would trust in his allies who might insist on an investigation which might clear him, or whether he would attempt to fight his way out of this mess. Looking at all the leaders in front of Quinn was quite daunting, especially considering he had just had a large fight with one of the leaders in a one-on-one fight. Now there were 6 in front of him. Perhaps Bryce was considered the strongest out of the leaders, but each leader was strong and had their own fighting style. The strength between each leader was different by leaps and bounds, so Quinn couldn't see himself getting out of this through a fight, nor could he picture any of the other leaders either. But maybe he could? Quinn thought, comparing himself to a certain person. Quest revived. Escape. Quest reward. Unknown. While thinking about this, it seemed like the system had agreed with him as well. There was only one time the system had given him a quest similar to this one, and that was when Quinn was on the Blade Family Island. Back then, the system was very accurate because there was no way of Quinn seeing himself winning the fight against the Blade twins, and it felt the same way now. Still, the question remained on what he should actually do. Once captured, there was a low chance that he would ever be set free. He was practically just giving his life to them. Many of the leaders disliked him and would just see this as an excuse to get rid of him. In terms of escaping, Quinn could use his shadow to transfer himself back to one of those at the castle and protect himself there, but based on the situation, he would have to face the power of all the other leaders attacking his castle. This would put the others through danger, and there was a low chance they would survive such an attack. Finally, the words of Mukka rung through his head. If he was to fight back and resist, then what would happen to the 10th family? They would deem him an enemy of the vampire settlement. How far would that go? Would that also include everyone related to him, all members of the 10th family as well? Would they be punished for his actions? In the middle of all his thoughts, a small near enough invisible object came towards him. Sensing it, Quinn managed to raise his shadow and block the object. Seeing it now stuck in his shadow, he could see it was a red-soaked needle. Susan, what are you doing? He hasn't decided to resist yet, Jean shouted, as he knew straight away which leader the needle had come from. That needle wasn't aiming to kill him. You know what my needles can do, she replied. Also, why are we bother taking him in? I think we know full well who killed Dwight. Would anyone else even think of doing such a thing, but an outsider like him? There's no need for the rest of you to get involved, she said as she rushed in with a needle between each of her fingers. Seeing this, Quinn wasn't just going to let Susan come at him and do nothing. He was tired of doing nothing. Susan was confident, based on what she had seen Quinn do in her last fight, and this was her downfall. When Susan was within range and close enough so it was nearly impossible for her to avoid, Quinn used his skill Shadow Path. Once it touched her feet, she immediately started to slow down. The Shadow Path skill was hard to hit, the further one was away, since the skill was slow to come out, but with someone as careless as her, he knew it would hit. Then Quinn aimed one of his fingers carefully, and fired out a blood bullet, hitting her right in the knee. She fell to the ground still in the Shadow Path. Out of anger on one knee, she threw out a desperate blood swipe, but Quinn simply avoided it with a flash step and threw one of his own towards her. Susan wanted to move, but her leg was badly hurt and for some reason, it wasn't healing. Although he hadn't restored all his chi from the fight with Bryce, Quinn had healed it enough to at least use the first stage of chi to disrupt their healing. With the blood swipe coming towards her, and her leg hurt, she raised a blood barrier. But when the attack hit her barrier, it smashed right through and continued to move forward. The leaders who were casually watching were shocked and now knew the real danger Susan was in. This caused a movement between the leaders who were only watching at the moment. The 7th leader Kyle and the 12th leader Prima were on the move. First, Prima had moved Susan off from the shadow and off to the side, while Kyle took off the cape on his back, and at the right moment had engulfed the blood swipe from Quinn. He blocked my attack, but that blood wipe was infused with chi? Quinn thought. That cape is related to the 7th family's ability, which is why your chi has not disrupted the flow of energy. Quinn fighting 6 leaders at once with all their abilities. Vincent didn't want to say any more, for his words would only put pressure on Quinn even more. USCU.M? What are you trying to do? Prima shouted. Didn't you all see? Quinn shouted back. First, you accuse me without even telling me what evidence you have against me, and then you attack me first. Do I not even have the right to defend myself? Quinn asked. Although Quinn was unaware, the vampire leaders were now a little on edge, due to what had just happened. The weak leader they knew from before was able to hurt Susan badly, and it looked like Quinn had done everything so casually. What was worrying them most was the fact that despite there being 6 leaders in front of him, Quinn wasn't scared. Quinn, you were only on Earth for a short time. What happened to you? Jean thought, remembering their first fight. Quinn, I don't know what you plan to do, but if the message was really sent out to all the leaders, the others will be here soon. If you have decided to fight, then you have to beat all of these and get out of here. Vincent urged. But it looked like the others were deciding for him, as both David, the 11th leader, Prima and Kyle charged forward at once, each with their clawed hands covered in the blood ornament. Well, they've already made a choice. They won't even give me a chance to explain myself, and I can't let the others get involved. Quinn replied. Using Shadow Equip, Quinn equipped the mask to his face and made contact with the castle. The message got through and had eventually reached Paul. Paul, this is an emergency. Just listen, Quinn said as he fired out blood swipes against the others and used his shadow to block their oncoming attacks. If his cape can block attacks, then I'll just have to use my own fists. Quinn took the hit from Kyle dead on, and instead delivered one of his own, clawing through and touching his skin. It was a hit for hit, and he knew this would cause more pain due to the fairy blood. The biggest problem was how fast each of the leaders were, making it impossible for Quinn to fight them all at once. Now, with one of them screaming in pain from the fairy blood, the shadow was used to block an attack from Prima on his back, while he performed a hammer kick on David, breaking his arm and sending him tumbling across the floor. Is he really able to take on 3 of them at once? Jean was observing the whole thing, still undecided until this point. I have to join in. Now, even Jean was involved with his blood explosion, who had been sitting back the whole time. The shadow didn't work well against Jin's explosion blood ability as it took up many of his MC points. Seeing him join the fight, and not having taken out the other yet, Quinn needed to finish his message to Paul. Right now, I'm being accused of killing Dwight, the Royal Knight. I don't know what's going to happen to me, and I don't know what's going to happen to the people or castle, but protect them at all cost. The message was delivered, and the call was hung up. Paul didn't even have time to reply to Quinn's message. Nevertheless, he had received his orders, so he would make sure to follow them. He knew what he had to do, so he immediately sprung into action, preparing the whole castle for the worst outcome. Something big is about to happen, and we have to be prepared for it. Leo, Nate, I hope you have a very good reason for not answering right now. Without you, we might just be screwed. Quinn was faring well against the leaders, since he wasn't holding back on using some of the strongest skills he had available. He didn't even shy away from using the blood bullet because he understood the need to hurt them as much as possible while they still underestimated him. Now that they knew how much his attacks hurt and what effect his gauntlets had, the leaders would be more cautious. The one giving him the biggest headache at the moment was none other than Jean. I'm sorry, Quinn, but the quicker I subdue you here, the higher your chance of surviving the aftermath until we manage to get to the truth of the matter. Jean thought as he took out his blood weapon, the special shield. He threw it out and the small blades from the outside opened, making it spin. Quinn had already fought against this once before, and it had completely destroyed his shadow dome, ridding him of MC points, but he had made some preparations in case he had to fight against it once more. Quinn opened his hand up, ready to use the shadow lock skill. However, before he could close it, it had been stopped by Prima's hand. It was very strange, since he had stabbed his fellow leader with his rapier weapon, David, only moments ago. Yet Prima's speed had somehow skyrocketed through these actions, allowing him to reach Quinn before he could react. You think this is the first time I have fought against a Punisher? Prima whispered. I'm not letting you get away. The next moment he kicked Quinn in his stomach towards the shield, while the others got out of the strike zone. The blood from the spinning shield was closing in, leaving Quinn no choice but to surround his whole body in shadows. Explosions went off one after the other, continuing for a brief period of time. Quinn could see his MC points plummeting, until the explosions finally stopped. He came out with a blood crescent kick aiming straight for Prima, who had dashed to the front again. But the 12th leader's speed allowed him to dodge. Damn. He's faster than Bryce and I don't have my shadow to slow him down. It seems that taking on more than one leader at a time really is impossible. No longer having any shadow and unable to hit the leader in front of him with his blood, Quinn was at a loss of what to do. As he fell to the floor, he punched the ground as hard as he could to lift the rocks up in the air, causing debris to fly everywhere. He gambled on the off chance that it might allow him to fight them one-on-one, or at least create a gap in their awareness so he could run away this time. He was even contemplating escaping with the shadow as his life was on the line, but he was worried the leaders would try to follow him. Time was running out, so Quinn was getting ready to leave the scene, be it via Nate's shadow or one of the others. Before leaving the area, he felt a stinging pain in his leg and the skill he was trying to use got cancelled. No matter how hard he tried to summon the shadow, it was unsuccessful. Is it something to do with the needle from that girl leader? Quinn wondered. One of Susan's needles had hit him. The leader had been far away in the back, yet that didn't mean she had been just waiting around. She had waited for the perfect moment to strike, and soon enough Quinn felt Jin's blood coming towards his face, and a large explosion set off. His body was chucked like a rag doll and his health was dangerously low. 5/100 HP. Blood bank activated. Alas, it was useless even with his second life. It might have been different if Quinn had been at full strength, but complaining about that wouldn't help him. Now, he couldn't even use his shadow ability. In the middle of recovering, David had come over and slammed him to the ground, Quinn's health dropping to what little he had before the blood bank healed. He remained lying on the floor, lacking the energy to resist any longer. With his last bit of strength he looked up, and saw that even the last bit of hope had vanished with the arrival of the missing leaders. At least most of them. It looks like what Cindy said was true. Quinn really was planning to kill Dwight, and judging by your fight, it seems he has already succeeded, Jill stated as she entered the scene. The 8th T leader Jill was accompanied by the 5th leader Sunny, and the 13th leader Lee. Quinn, you have put me in a very difficult situation, Lee lamented. We still don't know where Fex is, and now it looks like you've been framed for someone else's wrongdoing. He regretted not being able to do anything for the 10th leader, but until they found out who the actual culprit was, going against the other leaders would just put him in the same situation as Quinn. Kyle was still grabbing his wound on his shoulder. He had received Form Quinn, and the others could now see him sweating. What's wrong with him? Sunny asked. It happened after the 10th attacked him with his gauntlets, Susan replied. He looks almost poisoned. Kyle, you are poisoned with fairy blood. Use your blood control to remove it, Susan ordered. Hearing this, while still barely conscious, Quinn wondered how Jill even knew it was fairy blood. As an old vampire, it made sense for Bryce to know about it, yet even he had been mostly guessing, yet Jill somehow sounded convinced as she called it out. When you remove the blood, we need to keep it for evidence, Jill continued. It looks like the information we got was correct after all. Information? What information? Quinn tried his best to listen, but his remaining strength was barely enough to keep him from losing consciousness. While Quinn was on the floor, Susan quickly threw the red needles all over his body. Strangely, they didn't damage him, nor did they sap his strength, making him wonder what exactly they were doing to him. David, then covering his foot in the blood hardening around it, was ready to stomp on Quinn's head for good measure. Jean wanted to rush over to stop him, but was too far away. Stop! Mukka shouted coming from the castle. He can no longer fight. He is the most likely suspect, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. The correct thing to do is to bring him in. Even with Dwight gone, we will do things the proper way, especially in a time without a king. Hearing these words and not wanting to scuffle with Mukka, David pulled his foot away, albeit openly reluctantly. Mukka then knelt down next to Quinn and looked him in the eyes. Quinn looked like he still had some fight in him. He wasn't ready to go just yet. He wanted to beat all of these people, and Mukka could see it. Please don't be angry at us. I promise you that we shall be on your side, and I will get to the bottom of this. I will make sure we find the right culprit and save you. All I'm asking you is to trust us. And, sorry, Quinn. Hitting Quinn hard on the back of the head, Mukka had knocked him out. Quest failed. Saving Fex had been a lot easier than they had imagined it to be. It was hard to tell if that was because Leo and Silver were on another level compared to the enemies, or if the security had been lash, since they might have never suspected that someone would be able to find Fex so far out from the vampire settlement. Either way, Silver was going to unveil the vampire responsible, and it was a night at that. The doll held the person tightly, and she lifted the hood up, to reveal a young-looking girl with short brown hair and red rose cheeks. You, Silver uttered, struggling with how to feel. You are the 8th family's Night Amber. I knew one of the families was behind this, but why would the 8th family be involved in kidnapping my brother? Why did you team up with the Bloodsuckers to attack the 10th castle? In Silver's head, it only made sense for the person behind all of this to either be Cindy or Bryce. They were the likeliest candidates to have teamed up with the Bloodsuckers in order to get rid of the king, which would directly benefit them. So what did the 8th family get out of all of this? Were they just being used so the ones in the background could deny being responsible, or was there something more to all of this? Amber merely smiled and soon after fell into a hysterical laugh which echoed through the whole cave. Have you forgotten what our family's ability is? Did you really think finding this cave would solve everything? No, I've informed them that you are here. They know that you most likely already have Fex and me right now. Our plans are still in motion, and you will be lucky to make it back alive. At that moment, Leo sensed something within Amber. She was doing something to the energy inside her body. Although Leo wanted to let Silver handle her alone, he decided to intervene because she was an integral part in all of this and couldn't be allowed to proceed with what she was doing. He stood in front of the two girls and placed his hand on top of Amber's head. Not long after, the laughing dulled as the defeated knight realized that her plan wasn't working. What are you doing, you bald-headed man? Get your hand off me, Amber screamed. With the doll restraining you, and me having taken your energy away, you have no chance of killing yourself. Once we get back, you'll share your little story of working with the Bloodsuckers with all of them. Even if you don't want to, I'm sure there are some vampires that can pry the information out of your head, Leo said. After realizing what Amber was about to do, Silver wrapped plenty of string around her and placed her in the wooden box they were carrying. She could still control the puppet while walking, it was just more annoying doing it this way. However, it would guarantee that their prisoner wouldn't be able to harm herself again, and Leo could always see if she attempted a stunt like the last one. With Amber under control, the group exited the cave. They needed to take a few seconds to gather their thoughts. Fex was rubbing the area around his wrist, as they were red and sore from his repeated attempts to pull himself free. "Is it true?" Silver asked, approaching him. "Have you forgotten about everyone and everything?" When Fex looked into Silver's eyes, he could tell she was saddened by the idea. He could see that he must have meant a lot to this person, so he felt very bad that it was indeed the case. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're all great people. After all, you risked your lives to save me, but I really forgot everything," Fex replied. Rubbing the top of his head, it brought a smile to Fex's face. But at the same time he immediately went to make sure his hair was in perfect place. This whole set of actions that happened felt natural, as if the two of them had done it over and over again in the past. "Don't worry, we'll get your memories back," Silver said softly, happy that at least some things had stayed the same as she walked back to the center where everyone else was. "I won't lie to you, the situation is looking a little bad," Silver said. "I never thought that Jill, the 8th leader, would be working along with the bloodsuckers. Usually, if I want to get in contact with my father or anyone else, I would do so by requesting it through her, but that's impossible right now. Which means, we have to bring her back with us?" Nate concluded. "Shouldn't we try to inform Quinn?" The rest nodded and thought this was the most sensible thing to do, but when they tried to call him, there was no reply, just like the time before. Still, this was important news that they needed to pass on immediately. The 10th family needed to be careful against the 8th family, so they decided to get in contact with the castle. When they got through to Paul, he gave them bad news. They were devastated to hear that Quinn had been captured and was being accused of being a murderer, especially with the victim being the Royal Knight Dwight. "Quinn was captured because they think he killed that important guy?" Nate repeated the words because he still couldn't believe it. It looks like Amber didn't lie about them setting Quinn up. Someone must be working with the 8th family, and because of their ability, they knew the positions of every one of the families. Silver explained. "I should have noticed something sooner." Leo blamed himself. At the time, Edward had attempted to get in contact with the king's castle through Jill. However, the communication didn't go through. "I didn't know much about the other leaders back then, but now I am suspecting that it wasn't a coincidence." "What will happen to Quinn? Will they kill him?" Nate asked. "Well, right now they just have him down as a suspect, so they most likely will need to be completely sure it was him first. However, the 8th family and whoever is working with might have already prepared some evidence against him. What we have to do now is return as soon as possible with Amber, and allow the leaders to integrate them in front of the others, not behind the scenes," said Silver. Although Fex didn't know what was going on, by the look on everyone's faces it looked urgent, and they all spoke of Quinn like he was an important person. "He was the person who sent all of these to save me, and now he is in trouble. I don't know who you are, but I will repay the favor." The group set off and Ham returned to his earring form. Ham was slower than the others and they had only needed him to guide them there, having gone through the path once they knew the way back, and they needed to be quicker than ever. Nate was able to go back before the others using his shadow, but they had already informed them that the 8th leader was behind everything, so there was no need for him to go back, unless he could do it with Amber. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible for him with his skill. The only person who could travel in between others was Quinn. The others were still learning how to use the shadow ability after all. Rushing off, they headed back into the forest and traveled at a good pace. Nate was starting to tire but forced himself to keep up, even though he knew he couldn't keep it up forever. At the moment he wished he would have learnt the shadow travel skill to make it easier on himself. At some point he had lost the two of them, but it didn't matter as he and Fex would continue on their own. Soon though, they saw them again and for some reason they had frozen in place and their weapons were drawn. "What's the matter? What's wrong?" Nate asked in exhaustion. "Get ready. We are under attack," Leo shouted back. Once the two young vampires caught up. All four of them had their backs facing each other covering all angles, along with the doll. The sound of the trees ruffling was heard, and Nate knew there was more than one enemy. What worried him most though was unlike the expression Leo had when entering the cave. This one looked like he was worried. "What is it?" Vex asked. "I sense a few of those creatures like in the cave. Less than 10 in total. But they are just as strong, so don't underestimate them," Leo answered. "The real problem, however, is another one. The last one has power nearly as great as the leaders, or perhaps even a little stronger." "Are you talking about Roa? But he should have been dead," Silver shouted back. "No, they're not as strong as Roa, and they're a vampire." Coming out from the woods into the space they were in, a vampire could be seen. A middle-aged man with long black hair to his shoulders, and a mustache that twirled. It was a vampire that Leo had never seen before. But when Silver set her eyes upon the man, she could only match it with images she had seen in paintings. This? Impossible. What is an original vampire doing here? A message had been sent out to all of the vampire knights and family leaders informing them that the 10th family leader, Quinn, was currently treated as a high-level threat. There was evidence suggesting that he plotted something against vampire kind. Paul had also received that message, informing him to keep an eye out for the possible traitor with the order to inform one of the other family leaders or royal guard so that he could be brought to justice. Based on the short amount of time Paul had been in the vampire world, and the expressions on the other leaders' faces he had seen in the council room, he knew something like this had been bound to happen. He had experienced this a lot in the past when even he was attempting to rise to the position of head general. The difference was nearly everyone was against Quinn, and he didn't really have any allies amongst the other leaders. Whatever deals he would make would only be tempered with and would benefit the others. Springing into action, Paul had called in all the vampires in the inner castle area to enter the castle itself, apart from those stationed at the gates near the tower. They were each given a mask that had been created by Logan. Although Quinn would have preferred limiting the masks to those in his inner circle, the situation was now clearly different to before. At least Paul knew he could trust his people, especially the 10 directly under his control as a vampire knight led by his second-in-command Ashley, who had been the first to volunteer during the mass turning. Everyone knew something was up when they were called in, but Paul didn't share the details. This only made them speculate and more anxious. As time went on, eventually he received another message a short while later. The 10th leader has been captured and will be held captive until a decision has been made by the council. The content was short and was delivered personally by Jill, the 8th leader. However, it was the worst outcome Paul had expected. He called a meeting in the dining room next to the throne room. It included everyone who was close to Quinn and who he deemed as important. Communication with Leo's team was impossible, making them believe they were in the midst of their rescue mission. Once everyone had gathered in the dining hall, there were those facing backwards and forwards, some standing up, and a few sitting down in the empty seats. "I'm sorry that I've called you in without saying anything beforehand," Paul began. They all were already aware that it had to be something about Quinn. When he had been in the middle of his fight, getting beaten by the others, they had all felt it, a horrible feeling in the bond between leader and creator getting stretched. Someone has framed the murder of the royal knight Dwight on Quinn, and the other family leaders have now captured him, holding him at the moment. I'm sure a lot of you have many questions, but I honestly don't have all the details either. However, I fear that there is something much bigger than this going on in the background. It doesn't make sense for the mastermind to just get Quinn captured. If they wanted his vote, there were a number of ways they could do it. So I think there is something bigger going on, which is why we need to focus on protecting the castle. Paul explained. The first one to act after hearing this was Peter, as he slammed his fist down on the table so hard that the corner piece of it had broken off. Bull crap. How could they frame him for this crap? It's that second leader, Peter claimed. They're the ones behind all of this. We need to march up and get her to confess whatever she did. Peter, we can't just go and do that. Sam stopped him. Our family here is small and doesn't have the power to stand against all of them. I mean, there is a possibility we could get Logan to create one of the teleporters to the cursed ship and call on them to help, but based on the strength of the other families and how they are acting, I fear even then it would be suicide mission. Which is why I think it's best we just protect ourselves. Paul concluded. Just before it happened, Quinn left me a message. I'm actually surprised he had the insight that something like this might happen, which was why he had made as many upgrades to the towers and statues around the place as possible. I don't think what Sam suggested is a bad idea, but we shouldn't lead them here. If the other families do attack us, we should use the equipment to hold them off while we ourselves escape back to the cursed ship. Yes, maybe we will be hunted down, but if it comes to that, staying in the vampire world is just too much of a risk. Aren't you just telling us to abandon Quinn? Peter accused the vampire knight. After everything he's done for you, how many times has he saved us here? Even after he has returned, he spent most of his time looking after everyone in the family. If we leave this place and do nothing, then it's only a death sentence for him. The group discussed more on the topic, and quickly two camps manifested. Those that wanted to protect their own lives, and those that wanted to stay and save Quinn. Unfortunately, they lacked any details about the evidence the family leaders supposedly had against him. On top of that, there was no news from Leo and Silver. "We can't leave Quinn," Layla blurted out. "At least I can agree with Peter. If it was any one of us in his situation, then he would have stayed to help us. He made the cursed faction to protect others, and even you, Paul. I know that as a general you tend to think about what's best for the majority of the people, but this time I think you got it wrong. I think the majority of the people want to help Quinn." Hearing that, Paul looked around the room and he saw the faces of everyone in the cursed faction show determination, including some of those that had stayed at the castle, such as Timmy and Aaron. "It seems I got you all quite wrong on this one." "Very well, but I forbid anyone to do anything before we find out the decision that is to be made with Quinn," Paul declared. "Also, we shall wait for the return of Leo. In the meantime, I want Aaron to take Leo's group of vampires that he had trained and protect the East Gate. I will send Ashley and my group over to the West Gate, while Sam, you will be in charge of the main entrance, the North Gate. I'm not telling you to engage, but to only be on the lookout and slow them down. Quinn showed me what these towers and statues can do, and if the other families do attack, they will be in for quite the surprise," Paul said, with the meeting coming to an end. Some were dissatisfied, especially Peter, since he wanted to storm in and attempt to save Quinn right now, but Logan calmed him down with reasoning, saying it would do Quinn more harm than good. One person, though, had left the room a little more worried than when they first came in. "Hey, are you okay?" Layla asked as she rubbed her hand across CIA's back. Her face was covered in sweat and she felt a little sick. "Yeah, I just feel a little ill. I'll be okay." She smiled and walked down the hallway to her own room. While walking, she couldn't help but think about what Peter had said, how the second leader Cindy was behind everything. If that was true, she was now starting to wonder if she was somehow responsible for all of this. CIA only had the negative feelings towards Quinn she had before. She had lost her memories due to Quinn. The fact that Layla liked him only worsened that. Cindy had been nothing but nice to her. In order to make it so the vision she saw didn't come true, she decided to inform Cindy of what Peter had seen, how Peter had claimed to see her with the 8th leader. She thought maybe this would be the misunderstanding caused between the two that caused Quinn to kill Cindy. But when she went to visit her again, something odd had happened. Is it really all my fault? Unaware, CIA had done something unbeknown to her that made Cindy aware that Quinn had in his possession none other than something called a blood fairy, which would be the start of a slippery path for the 10th family. It was dark, but it usually always was on this planet. Only this time, Quinn could tell he was in a complete pitch-black room due to his eyesight changing. Usually, there would at least be a few lights powered by crystals here and there, but not in this place. Wherever that was. So this is the outcome in the end. Quinn thought to himself as he tried moving his hands but couldn't budge an inch, and it was the same for his legs as well. Even without a light source, Quinn could see due to his vampire eyesight. And he could see that he was in some type of cell room, his hands and legs cuffed up. In front of him, one of the doors with the special circular locks. Not that Quinn could reach the lock anyway if he wanted to. Not only his arms but his legs were tied up, but they were up against the wall as well. There was no chain, his limbs were spread out, and he was unable to move. "Did you see what happened to me after you had a beating? Unfortunately not. When you go unconscious, it looks like I do as well. However, I can take a good guess. Do you remember underneath the king's castle? There were special cells for certain types of people, protected by those from the ninth family. My guess is it's the same place they kept Fex, which means they are waiting for a trial before they decide to do something with you. Well, time to get out of here, I guess. Quinn said with confidence as he tried to use his strength along with his chi to break from the locks. However, it was useless. He thought this might be the case. They had to have something that could at least restrain leaders, right? So the next step was for Quinn to try to summon his shadow, and maybe he could get out of here that way. What? It's not working, Quinn said in a panic, finally realizing that he might just really be stuck in here. I was going to tell you, but I thought you would try for yourself anyway. Do you remember Susan when she threw those needles at you? Those aren't just any needles. It's based on her ability. It works similar to how Nathan's bubble at the school you went to works, although a little different. Each needle that hits your body limits your ability for a certain amount of time. It also depends on where the needle hits your body. I don't know how much she can create at one time, since it varies on the leader's power, but I imagine they put as much as they could in you while you were asleep. Not that Quinn was counting on getting out of here, but he wanted to at least know he had the option. Now he was just left wondering up on the wall what had happened and what would happen next. Soon, the sound of the combination of the lock being undone was heard. Quinn still had no reference of how long he had been down there, but it wasn't long after he had woken up that he would be getting a visitor. When the person had entered, though, Quinn could only see a hooded figure, who also had a clown mask with an unhappy smile covering their entire face. Great. A sad clown has come to cheer me up, Quinn said. Is this some type of special vampire ritual they do to prisoners? Be careful, Quinn, we have no such thing. This person is clearly hiding their identity for some reason, Vincent warned. It also looked like the clown was unresponsive, and instead, while walking towards Quinn, pulled out a large syringe form behind its back from the cape it was wearing. Thank you, Quinn. The voice spoke, clearly altered by the mask they were wearing, giving Quinn no clue who this was. It was hard for me to find a way to get blood directly from you. I was thinking of storming the castle, but now seeing you here like this, there is no need. The person moved forward and pushed the syringe into Quinn's vein on the other side of his elbow, and the tube slowly filled up. What's the need to hide under that mask? Quinn said. I already have a good idea who you might be. Is it Cindy? Quinn paused before speaking again. Perhaps Muka or one of the other leaders. Quinn carried on speaking, mentioning name after name. He was hoping for a reaction or a change of heartbeat, but there was none. When the syringe had filled up, the clown left. Quinn, maybe me and you want the same thing, they said before the door shut again. What was that all about? Why did they take my blood? Quinn wondered. Think about it, Vincent replied. What can be done with the blood of a leader? In my mind, I can think of two things. They can use the blood to raise one that has been put into eternal slumber, and the second one is use the blood to unlock the ritual that has been put on the king's absolute blood book. Either one of those doesn't sound good. And who has recently died who had hidden such a book? Quinn had finally clicked on to what Vincent was saying. Dwight wasn't just killed to frame Quinn. They had killed him to get the book he had hidden away. But don't they need the blood of all the leaders? How could a leader possibly do that without the others knowing about it? At that point, something clicked in his head. Now you're thinking like me, the blood doesn't have to be from the leaders themselves. Although those that are turned by a leader's blood aren't pure enough. A direct descent of a leader's blood is good enough. And that explains why they went for Fex and Kaz that time. Quinn replied. But I don't understand. If it was Cindy, she would have become king anyway with my vote. She would have received the book anyway. While trying to figure out the last few parts, the door was seen opening again, and Quinn wondered if the clown had returned for something else. But instead 2 other leaders had walked in. Both Jean and Muka. Quinn, although didn't have anything against them before, didn't like how the vampires had treated him just because he was a suspect. They could have fought for his innocence at least. I know you are upset with us, Quinn, Muka said, reading the expression on his face. But trust me when I say this, me and Jean don't believe you are the one that killed Dwight. This is why we are here to see you. Our investigation has unfortunately come to a standstill, so we were wondering if there was any information you could provide on your end. Although Quinn didn't want to tell them anything, it would have been stupid not to when they were trying to help him. He was sure that the person behind this already knew everything Quinn knew anyway. Somehow. For now, what just happened with the clown and what he had figured out, he would tell them after he found out what he wanted. First, what evidence do they have that I killed Dwight? You saw me in the room with you at the time, and judging by the fact that you haven't set me free, I'm guessing the evidence shows me as the killer. Quinn asked. Both Jean and Muka looked at each other before replying. There was a warning put out about you, that you may be hiding a blood fairy in your castle. Because of this you were put on high alert. When Dwight was killed we weren't too sure, but through the investigation, it turns out that he was first poisoned with fairy blood. Muka explained. This was how they were able to overpower him. Then when we took your beast gear from you, we found that they were made with fairy blood, and that's what had injured Kyle. I'm afraid the evidence is highly stacked against you, Jean added. Learning of this, Quinn thought back to a certain thing that happened after the fight. Jill had shouted out about the fairy blood. Was it because of this? But how did they know about Alex? Not even Kez knew what Alex was. So, do you have anything to say? Jean asked. Quinn took a deep breath, and while down here not able to do anything, he only could talk to these two about what he had found out. He went on to tell the two all the details, including the meeting with the clown he had just had, and the look on their faces told him they couldn't believe what he had just said. So you think it's Cindy? Jean asked. I find that very hard to believe. She would have become queen anyway with your vote, and gotten the book. It makes no sense. Then you don't have to believe me, but believe what I have found out, Quinn said. Without me, the vote is still tied 6-6. I don't know what she plans to do with my blood, but if Jill, who I think is working with Cindy, decides to switch sides and votes for Cindy, it means it will be her win, and I think that is too much of a coincidence. If that happens, I want you two to do me a favor. It's the only thing you can do, Quinn said, putting his hope in this plan. Inside the 10th castle, everyone was feeling quite tense. They were all waiting for something to happen. Due to Quinn being a leader, they were afraid that an investigation may soon start from those from other families, or possibly something else, something worse. A storming of the castle in search for the evidence that they needed, or a decision to get rid of everyone related to Quinn. The silence from the other leaders and the council members was affecting them all day by day. What started to happen next, though, was something Paul didn't predict. Paul, are you there? Sam asked using one of the masks he had received. Those that were stationed by the gates were wearing their masks at all times now, due to the frequent communication now needed back to the base. ADN in case they needed to warn all the others. Speak. Have you seen someone coming from one of the other families? Paul asked. Not quite, there are people at the north gate, but they're not from the other families, they're from the 10th family. Sam claimed. Standing just outside the gate of the 10th inner castle area, were vampires that had come from the pooling area. On their bodies they looked to be beaten and bruised. Some looked weak, and others looked slightly starved, having the blood that was meant to be given to them taken off. After Quinn was captured, certain news started to spread around about him. The deal that Quinn had made before with Cindy was off, and the others started to discriminate against those in the 10th family again. But this time it was on a larger scale. They had become aware of the deal made with the leaders, and now that they had learnt of the suspicion of the 10th leader, it was getting worse. In the past this would often happen as well, and some of these problems needed to be dealt by Leo personally. He would take a trip to the pooling area, and show his strength punishing those that had hurt the 10th family, within reason of course, but this was something Paul could not do at the current time. What should we do? Should we bring them in? They look pretty hurt. They don't have to be brought to the castle, but they can at least be brought to the inner area. Their pleas and reasons seem genuine, Sam explained. However, Paul wasn't quick to say yes. Letting in those from the pooling area, those that weren't really loyal to the family, wasn't a good idea. If an attack was to happen, they would switch sides or even be working for the other side already. Right now, Paul was relying on the towers and other defenses to protect them from an attack. The equipment only protected them from the outside. An attack from within would be difficult. Was turning them away the right thing to do? With Leo and Quinn away, it was up to him to decide. Bring them in to be treated if they need blood. Give it to those that look like they need it most. We can't have members of the 10th family turning into bloodsuckers. It would only make things worse. Use the houses closest to the gates as a base. When they're all healed up, turn them away. Tell them to go back to the pooling area. If they come back again, treat them again. It's the only thing we can do for now, Paul ordered. Letting one in would soon allow for all of them to be let in, causing a burden for them. Doing as asked, Sam helped those he could. Inside the castle, other developments continued, as Alex had finished making those in Paul's team, as well as those from Leo's team of vampires, weapons made from his blood. It was one of the special things the 10th family had compared to other families that they didn't know about. The orders were to keep the weapons within the castle for now, as the weapons made with Alex's blood gave off a distinct, different color. It was fine for those with the shadow ability to hold them, due to hiding it in their dimensional space, but too obvious for others. Learning off this fact, CIA was now even more concerned with what she had done. She was in her room lying down, and by the side of her bed was a red whip, a weapon that had been given by Alex. Those that knew the shadow ability were all given weapons from Alex a while ago. This was due to their dimensional space ability, and apparently CIA had learned how to use this as well. However, after losing her memories, she had also forgotten how to use the shadow ability and was unaware that they were even supposed to hide their weapons. After visiting Cindy to inform her of what she had learnt from Layla about Peter, Cindy had requested to see something, the whip that she had been carrying around her side. Something about the special red color was calling out to her and had caught her eye. At first, Cindy assumed that it might have been a blood weapon, and she wondered how Quinn was able to give the others blood weapons without having to kill vampires, but after testing it out a little and even grazing it against her own skin, she felt a searing pain run through her body, and she immediately knew what it was. It was only later, when CIA had returned and learnt a bit more about the weapons, she realized that they were meant to be kept a secret. Of course, later, through general curiosity and asking leading questions, she figured out Alex was slightly different from them. She only looked at my weapon, and I only told her what Layla told me. It's not your fault, and it might be the same for Cindy. Maybe she was the one who had passed on the message to the other leaders, and they were the one who acted on the information. She told herself. But she knew that it wasn't true. Through her years of training and learning to read people, she felt a little off the second time she had visited Cindy. She didn't know why, but ever since she had informed her of her own death, she started acting strange. She had decided that she would no longer meet Cindy and report what the 10th family was doing like she had been doing. Since being here, everyone had treated her nicely in the castle. And if Cindy was planning to hurt these people, then CIA didn't want that. She may have disliked Quinn, but not enough for everyone else to be punished as well. She was just afraid that it might have already been too late. Eventually, a few days passed with more and more people coming to the castle from the 10th family. They had learned of those that were treated, and it started to spread. But Paul was adamant about not letting anyone in. If the people didn't listen, then soon he might have to start hurting his own. But then a week passed, and it was the original time when the king's vote was to be decided. No decision had yet been made of what was to happen to Quinn, and the others knew he was still alive due to their connection they had. Inside the dining room, Paul had called for another meeting, gathering the important figures in the 10th family. I have finally received an update on the situation. Today, the Vampire Council will have a meeting, without anyone from the 10th family, Paul stated. The reason why they haven't been able to progress further with what happened with Quinn is because they need to select a new king or queen first. So, today the vote will go on, and once a king or queen has been selected, then Quinn's trial will eventually take place. There were worried looks around the room, as they knew depending on who would become the vampire king or queen, could very well decide Quinn's fate. Usually, the vampire settlement would be filled with vampires going about doing their day-to-day business, working in the marketplace, crafting arts and more. But today had been marked as a special event. It was almost like a public holiday to the vampires as they waited in their homes for the announcement to be made of who would be crowned next. All the leaders had entered the Vampire Council room and had taken their seat, each with their vampire knights by their side. However, it felt a little odd in the room as it was emptier than it had been the last time they were there. This was all because of a few empty seats and missing people in the room. The 14th seat at the end that would be accompanied by the head Punisher, although that seat had been empty for years. The 10th seat that only recently got filled by its true leader. Today there wasn't even any of the 10th vampire knights. And finally the king's seat along with the 2 vampire knights. On top of this, Bryce had only brought 1 leader with him, and it was the same for Lee. Seeing this scene in display, the vampires couldn't help but feel that their power had weakened during this generation, and something needed to be done to get it restored. Standing up to address everyone was none other than Bryce. He often took care of the duties when the royal knights were away, and in the past, with the king being frail and weak for a long period of time, they were used to Bryce doing this for a while now, and if there was one thing Bryce did know a lot about, it was the rules, which was why no one had a problem with his decision. First, to explain to everyone what we are here to do today, Bryce stated, placing his cane on the floor. What the other vampires did notice was that only 1 knight was with him, and Kaz was not present, which was a first for Bryce. Based on the nominations made last time, there are only 2 that are in the running of becoming the next king. I, the first family leader, and Cindy, the second family leader. Unless anyone wishes to nominate themselves right now, or someone else they think is more suitable, then please speak now. There was a moment of silence and odd glances around the room. 2 of them came from both Muka and Jean, who looked at each other as if they were ready to do something, and they were as they had Quinn's plan in mind, but nothing was spoken from them. Good, Bryce stated, stomping the cane on the floor. Now, due to the situation with the 10th leader, we have agreed that the 10th family will not be able to cast a vote. After all, we don't know how involved him or his knights really are in this whole mess, so we are to do a vote with all the leaders present here. If there is a tie again, like last time, then we all know what will happen, but I hope through discussion we will be able to choose the right leader. Bryce explained. Further from that, once the king or queen has been selected, they are free to choose 2 leaders to become their royal knights. Those leaders can choose to refuse or accept the position, but if there are no more volunteers, then the king will have the final say. Or queen. Cindy interrupted, quite bravely as Bryce was in the middle of a speech, but she seemed confident and unafraid. Nevertheless, Bryce continued without saying anything to Cindy, apart from a couple of glares. After the royal knights have been selected, you must choose a time to make everyone aware of who will take your position of leader. I hope everyone has prepared their next leader already, just in case. Bryce asked, looking around the room. This was another reason why they were given a week. Because of this, a few of the castles needed to prepare a few things just in case they were elected as royal knights. With a new king, it was time for a new generation, and it wouldn't be a surprise if a few of the leaders decided to select a new leader and enter eternal sleep themselves. Although, maybe not with this group of leaders, as they all seemed more stubborn than ever. What came as a surprise was that 1 leader had raised their hand, and that leader was the 13th leader, Lee. Bryce nodded, showing that he was allowed to speak his turn. I wish to make a request. Although I'm sure I won't be selected as a royal knight, as I am not close to any of the contenders to be the next king or queen. I was unable to prepare my next in line. As you all know, the one I wish to take my place no longer can, but I believe I do have a candidate that is not able to take that position at the moment. I wish to have Silver take my place as a leader, and for you to lift the title of her being a vampire knight to allow me to do this. The others were quite stunned at the request, not because the request was out of order but because of which family it had come from. The 13th family had always had a male as a leader. It was tradition, and even Lee wished to follow this tradition with him. But now he had requested to change it. I don't think there will be a problem, but I think we will have to wait for the new council to decide when it has been formed. If they agree, Silver will be stripped of her title as Vampire Knight, and then you are free to name whoever you want as your successor. A small short smile appeared on Lee's face after hearing these words. He was ready to right every wrong he had done in his family. Although, the smile soon disappeared as he was worried just what Silver was up to. At the same time, this move was done as a way to protect her. Now that he had made his intentions clear, it would be a bigger deal if someone was to try and harm Silver. If that is all done, Then I believe we should get on with the vote, Bryce stated. I hope you have thought hard and well over who will be the next best leader. First myself, those in favor of me, Bryce Kane becoming the first leader, please raise your hand. Slowly, hands started to rise in the room. The third family, Susan, the sixth family leader from the Muscat family, Kyle from the seventh family and Prima from the 12th family, but after there were no more hands raised. In total, there were only 4 people that had voted for Bryce, which meant that there would be a winner declared today. As for the person who had previously nominated Bryce but didn't vote for him this time, that was none other than the 8th leader Jill. Everyone could see that this was unexpected for Bryce, as the cane started to shake under his hands. He was boiling with anger at the unexpected turn from his side, but he bit his tongue and kept his cool, not saying anything. Very well. All those who wish to vote for Cindy Cha, please raise their hand. Bryce asked, and Sonny, David, and Lee from the 5th, 11th, and 12th family had raised their hands first. After a short while, the expected turner raised their hand, Jill from the 8th family. All that was needed was the last 2 votes, and both Jean and Mooka looked at each other and raised their hand. It looks like Quinn's guess was right, Jean thought. I really don't want to do this, but for now it will be okay until we find out the truth. We shall use your plan, Quinn, Mooka thought. Me, the 9th leader, and Jean, the 4th leader, have decided that we would like to vote for Bryce to become the next vampire king, Mooka said out loud. The other leaders turned and looked at the both of them. They had no clue this was planned, and it was an unexpected turn of events for nearly all of them. Jill had a look of great anger on her face as her fist was clenched, but Cindy quickly gave her a look, calming her down. With the change of votes, it had finally been decided that Bryce, the first leader, would become the next vampire king, and there was nothing the other side could do to stop it. Underneath the king's castle, a large smirk appeared on Quinn's face right about now, as he imagined the other side not getting their way. Damn it. If only I knew who to picture and blame for all this mess. It would make this moment a little sweeter, Quinn thought, but all he could think of was the clown that had come to visit him. Well, you seem sure that Mooka and Jean will follow your plan, but based on their reaction I would have to agree, Vincent commented. However, I think whatever we have done, we have only delayed the other side. We still don't know why they would need the blood or worst-case scenario. Bryce was playing with us all along, and he had finally got to the position he needed to be in. Quinn doubted this simply due to Bryce's reaction when he had entered the castle. Right now, the only reason Quinn wasn't panicking as much about the situation he was in was because if Bryce had become king, then he was the best alibi he had for Dwight's death. Just like Quinn didn't suspect Bryce, it should be the same the other way round. There was one thing Vincent was right about though, this small move, he was unsure if it even faltered the other side's plans even a little. Are you sure you want to change your vote to Bryce? Jill stuttered over her words. She was that angry. The 2 of us have had time to think about it, and we believe the way the current vampire settlement is right now, Bryce is the best leader for the situation we are in at the moment. Mooka replied. If times were like they were before, then I believe Cindy would have been the best choice. A lot has happened in this week, and I fear if Cindy was in charge, it would happen again, whereas for Bryce, there aren't many that would go against him. Whether he chooses the right or wrong path, us as council members can only guide him. Mooka didn't have to explain his position. He was free to vote as he wished, but he wanted to give sound reasons for the others that were supporting Cindy, so it didn't seem like he was being threatened or controlled like some others might have thought. This way, they would be more accepting of Bryce when the crown was switched. Well, let's make an announcement. A new king has been decided, and we shall have the crowning ceremony within the hour. Invite everyone to the front of the castle to make them aware of the news, Bryce said, leaving the room giving his first order as king. The message was soon sent out to everyone in the settlement that they should gather in the plaza that was stationed in front of the king's castle once more. This time there was no built platform, as they would instead wait for whoever was crowned to come out and give their official first speech. The people did not know who had been selected as king, but what they were surprised about was that there would be no duels. They knew of the split vote and thought that it might come to a duel, but the fact that an announcement had been made told them that someone had been selected. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in front of the plaza, however, Those that were in the 10th inner castle area did not move from their spot. Even though they were invited, Paul knew most likely that only bad things awaited them, and he had stated to those from the 10th family they would only follow the orders of Quinn, and that was it. He would follow the last words of Quinn, which pleased Peter greatly for the first time, as the two of them were on the same wavelength. All the vampires were waiting anxiously, staring upward at the king's castle. Around halfway up the gigantic castle, there was a balcony the king would walk out on, and usually the only person that could was the king themselves and his royal knights. They waited patiently, and finally, a loud horn played from the castle. It was a single sound indicating that the king was to arrive. The doors swung wide open, and when they could see Bryce step through those doors, the crowd erupted in cheers, especially those from the first family. A lot of the vampires in the settlement didn't know much of the politics going on between families. Most of what happened was between the inner castle areas and didn't affect the pooling area too much. So they were happy with the strongest vampire being the one selected and one of the oldest. Bryce had this image he maintained with the public, so they thought it was the correct decision had been made. Holding out his hand, it was a sign for the crowd to settle down. We, the Vampire Council, have come to a decision and they have voted me, Bryce Kane, from the first family as king. I know we have been through a lot lately, but under my rule, I wish to end those sad days will be over, and I shall bring us back to what we used to be. I hope the future of the vampires well, Bryce shouted. And everyone cheered again, getting swayed with the excitement, not really knowing what he meant by his words. I will now announce the two new royal vampire knights, who you must respect and answer to, who will also be in charge of the royal guards. First, we have the fastest vampire of our generation and possibly ever known, Prima Kilton from the 12th family. Prima had been handpicked by Bryce. He was always a supporter of him, and what he said was true. If Bryce was the vampire with the most power, then he wanted a knight that would make up for what he lacked in speed was a good choice. Our next royal knight that has been selected is none other than Kyle Dawn, the vampire leader with the best defense. Together the three of us will lead the generation into new and greater things. We will protect you all, Bryce said, finishing his speech there and giving them a wave as he walked back inside. The talk was brief with the people, but now they knew who their king was, and it was unlikely they would see him much again. What the people did wonder about now, though, was that in a week's time there would be another ceremony, and at that point in time the new leaders would be announced as the replacements, and this included a replacement for the first family. However, the ceremony wasn't complete. It was complete for those on the outside, but for the leaders there was something else that needed to be done. Everyone was waiting patiently in the throne room for the new king and his two royal knights to arrive. They stood across the red carpet that would lead up to the throne and waited patiently. The doors opened, and Bryce continued to walk forward. You might be wondering why I asked you all to come here? Bryce said. As you know, when one becomes king, there is one more thing that needs to be done. The absolute blood control book and its powers must be passed down to the new king. We all knew that Dwight was the one looking after it, and if I know Dwight, then there is only one place he would have put such a thing. In his hand, Bryce was holding a flask, and he continued to walk up to the grand throne. When he reached the few steps, the royal knights stopped as he approached the chair. Using his almighty strength, he pushed the chair to the side with ease, and behind it was a vault with a strange marking. A circle with many different patterns inside looked to have been drawn of blood. You vampires have never seen a new king elected, so I doubt you knew about this, but there is also a vault that can only be accessed with a drop of blood from all of the 13 leaders. This is where the book is kept at all times, including the blood armor while not in use. Bryce stated while throwing the flask of blood against the pattern. The red markings started to light up for a few seconds, and soon the sound of something unlocking could be heard as a large piece of the wall opened up and moved over to the side. However, when it slid open, although the area was grand and full of things like useless treasures and gold, in the center on a podium where the book would be, and in a large glass case by its side where the blood armor should be, there was nothing to be seen. Both of the items were missing. Before the ceremony had actually begun, Bryce had gone around asking all the leaders for a drop of their blood. This included Quinn, who was still locked underground as well. Although Bryce wasn't the one that had directly gone down to see him, as it wasn't the time for them to meet just yet, he thought. The flask with all the leader's blood was made in preparation for him to unlock the absolute blood control book and obtain its powers. Now that he was king, of course, all the leaders had complied. Something only the king should have been able to do. Looking at the vault, he was enraged with every cell in his body. Just how was the king's vault opened before him? Whoever did this, come forward immediately, Bryce shouted, stomping his cane so hard into the ground. The outer wood casing that had never broken before, despite how angry he was, finally smashed to pieces, revealing his sword under the case. Bryce's anger was just met with silence from the other leaders. Bryce had half expected the book to be missing, as he thought that maybe Dwight still had the book on him when he was murdered. It would also make sense as to why Dwight was a target. Other than him snooping around too much, however, what he didn't expect was for the blood armor to be missing as well. Bryce knew the blood armor was to always be kept in the vault, and only when requested would it be worn and taken out. So the blood armor was placed back in the vault after the king's passing ceremony. Seeing that it was no longer in there meant one thing, that the vault itself had been opened. Thinking about this, it means there should be a supply of blood containing all our blood that only Dwight knew the location of. If Dwight was here, or if it was possible to raise him from the dead, I would. There are many questions I would like to ask you, Bryce thought, but thinking about that, he thought there may be one other person who was in the loop with everything that was happening. The only other person that was locked away. Kyle Prima, this will be your first task. Make sure you question every single one of the royal guards. Between the old king's eternal slumber and now, I want to know everyone who entered and left this castle and at what time. We will find and punish whoever did this, and it won't be light. For the other leaders, I suggest you do the same. Once you have had the time to question those in your family, we shall have another meeting at the council table. I know the council table has not had all its seats filled yet, but we must discuss the matter about the 10th leader as well. Does everyone understand? They nodded rather than responded, which just angered Bryce again, to the point he slammed his foot on the ground, choking up pieces of the flooring everywhere. Yes, your majesty, they all replied and were off. Leaving the room, Mooka and Jean were shaking their heads, already thinking whether what they had done was the right choice. Bryce was taking the role of the king just a bit too well. Underneath the king's castle, it hadn't been long since Quinn had his last visitor, and once again, it was for someone to take his blood. Only this time they were wearing the royal uniform. Vincent explained what the most likely case for it was, which meant that either a king or queen had been selected. Asking the royal guard achieved no results though, and Quinn was just left in there on his own for a while. What am I meant to do? Quinn thought. What was worrying him most was not having contact with the outside world, and every so often, when Quinn would be visited, they would supply him with more of those strange needles, not allowing him to regain any of his MC points. However, he did have one trick up his sleeve, but he could only use it when he left this room. After several hours, the door opened again, and this time, entering the room was someone Quinn hadn't expected. Usually, his footsteps would be followed by a clacking noise of his cane, but it was broken. You're not going to try to fight me while I'm down here, are you? Maybe you should let me down and we can have a round, Quinn said nervously, bracing himself for Bryce to hit him. Bryce stopped just in front of Quinn and looked at him tied up against the wall. You should address me differently now. If you could, I would ask you to bow, Bryce stated, and it was the answer Quinn was looking for. Mooka and Jean had followed through with his plan, and now Bryce had been made king. I found out that Jean and Mooka came to visit you not too long before the vote. I'm guessing that you maybe had something to do with me being elected king. Let's not pretend. Me and you don't get along. We don't like each other, so the only reason you would ask them to vote for me is because you trust the other side less. You see, there has been a problem. The Absolute Control blood book, along with the blood armor, has been stolen. It's quite clear who they will place the blame on, especially as one has the ability to hide things from others in their shadow. I don't suspect you, Quinn, which is why I'm asking you to tell me everything you found out between you and Dwight. Quinn thought about it for a while. Who would have thought that the two of them would be placed in a situation like this? What will you do for me? Will you set me free? You said it yourself. You know I am not behind this, Quinn asked. And abuse my power and position right as I get the seat. Don't be an idiot. The other leaders wouldn't allow it. A king needs to also prove his worth to the people that follow him. What is the point of a king with no people? With you tied down here, there is nothing you can do. You can keep that information to yourself, and it will be useless as you get accused of killing Dwight and stealing the items, or you can tell me, and with my current position I can look into things. Will you protect the 10th castle? Quinn asked. But Bryce didn't say anything, which was only angering Quinn more. He never wanted this person to be king. If it was someone else, they would have wanted this information so badly that they would be willing to compromise or make a deal, but Quinn could tell Bryce wasn't going to agree to anything. Quinn could either tell him or not. Fine, Quinn said. And he started to explain everything he had found out about Cindy and Jill so far. Listening to the story, Bryce seemed to be calm, and the two behind everything didn't seem to come as a surprise to him either. When Quinn was finished, Bryce simply started to walk off back out of the door. Wait, Bryce. I helped you become king. I didn't harm you when I could have. And now I've also told you who might be behind everything. You owe me at least one thing. So protect the 10th people. You said it yourself, you're king now. So they're your people as well. Quinn shouted. But no words were spoken, and Bryce just left the room. Soon after, he went to the council room, where all the leaders were waiting patiently. They had gathered at the request of the king. After asking details from the royal guard, Bryce had found out nothing, which was why he had decided to go to Quinn. But it looked like the other leaders didn't know anything anyway, or at least they claimed to not know anything. If there is no new information on the book and armor, we shall move on to the next subject of the 10th leader, Quinn Talon. Bryce started. Does anyone have an opinion or any new evidence on this matter? A single person had raised their hand, Cindy. As you guys know, I learnt from CIA that they have a blood fairy in their possession, which was why everyone was put on high alert. Anyone who keeps those things are only doing so with an intention to harm the vampires. We found out his equipment has the same blood that was found in Dwight. So I don't understand what we are waiting for. Because it doesn't confirm that Quinn was the one that killed Dwight, nor does it confirm he has a blood fairy, just because he has blood fairy equipment, Muka stated. Although I do admit, he is our prime suspect. Well, why don't we confirm he has the blood fairy? It had to have been a large amount, and we might find more evidence at the castle, said Jill. If he has the blood fairy, then who knows what else he is hiding, maybe the blood book and more. He constantly met up with Dwight, so there are ways he could have gotten blood. Most of the room was clearly pinning all the blame on the 10th family, and Bryce could see that. It was going to be hard to sway anyone's decision. Very well, I agree. Someone needs to go to the 10th castle and confirm they have a blood fairy there, Bryce said. However, entering the 10th castle could be difficult with the leader's followers. So why don't you, Jill, head over to the castle? If you want to stay alive, I suggest you bring an army with you. I doubt the 10th will just hand him over to you. The 10th family is weak, so prove your worth, Bryce said. There was only one known vampire settlement where all the 13 families lived together. They were condensed to one area because this was where all the resources were and where all the leaders were gathered. Similar to a human city, it made it easier for family leaders in a way to keep an eye on them and control them. If one was to leave the settlement, they could only do so under strict rules. This was all because the vampires wished to keep themselves a secret. On the surface, and to the people, it would appear as if they were one unit working together. However, those higher up knew there was more of a divide than others thought between the 13 families. Even in the past, the special 14th family and split off and made their own settlement, something many vampires didn't know about today. Outside of the settlement, the planet was mostly covered in forest and mountains, and here there were beasts just like any other planet. Once in a while, there would also be wild familiars that had hoped over to their world. They seemed to be attracted to the vampires' strange ways, as wherever they would be, the familiars seemed to turn up as well. The planet was large, so it was hard for them to keep track of everything that was on it, and this was how quite a distance away, the the bloodsuckers were able to build their base without the vampires knowing about it for years. Still, there was one thing lacking on the planet for the vampires and the bloodsuckers to live, and that was blood. The vampire settlement had that, while the bloodsuckers did not. Seeing the cave full of blood packs and how long the bloodsuckers were able to survive, Silver knew someone was working with them. She just didn't know how big that person was or how deep it ran on for. Right now, in the middle of the forest, between the vampire settlement and the bloodsucker base, Silver, Fex, Nate and Leo were standing back to back surrounded by bloodsuckers when one man walked out. One Silver recognized. When a vampire was growing up in school, they would learn of the vampire's history. Although a lot of it was altered, they all did learn of one thing. How the vampires originally started with the 13 original vampires. This was where the 13 families came from. Of course, during their time, there was no technology to take a photo of them as such, so the only references they had were paintings and drawings, but Silver was sure of it. Based on what Leo had told her about the man's aura, she was sure of it, because the man looked almost identical to this paintings, not changing in the slightest. I pay my respect to the 8th original vampire leader, Silver said, putting one of her hands on the floor and bowing her head down. This place has changed too much. Do vampires not even know our names anymore? All of you were born or turned by us originally, and everyone seems to have forgotten that. She was right. Things have changed, the vampire said, as he lifted his hand and swung it back. You shall remember my name is Remus Snacker. Shouting out these words, they seemed so powerful that Silver could feel her body shaking, and soon after, his hands swung back out, heading straight towards her. She could feel that Remus, the original, was about to do something to her, but she didn't know what to do. These were the originals. Should she move or take the hit? But wasn't this original working with the bloodsuckers? Her mind was mixed with too many thoughts. She was just frozen in place. Silver! Fex shouted, as he could see the hand moving towards her face, but he was unable to move fast enough. He didn't know why, but seeing her in danger, he had to urge to protect her. However, one person was fast enough, pulling out a dark red sword from his sheath, and he clashed with the hand coming out towards him. The hand didn't swing back, but it stopped mid-air. The original hadn't used any hardened blood, but the original's arm seemed fine, until a small cut could be seen, and soon Remus pulled his hand away. On this journey, Leo had brought with him 2 swords. Leo was not a dual swordsman, so he could only use one sword at a time. This was his speciality. The reason he carried 2 was because before leaving, he had grabbed a sword created by Alex. This sword, made with legendary tear crystals, was far stronger than his last one. There were no active skills, but it was powerful, and it was perfect in Leo's hands, which was why it was even more frightening that the man in front of him only received a single scratch from his strike. No wonder vampires never felt the need to use beast weapons. If this is how they originally started, did vampires weaken with time? Leo wondered. With Remus's other arm free, using blood control, he was able to take out parts of the infected blood and throw it onto the ground. Fairy blood, so this is your special trick. Who is your side working with? Have the werewolves returned? Remus spoke. Silver was making note of what Remus was saying. It sounded odd, as if he had woken up not too long ago, and was slightly dazed, not knowing what was going on in the current world. He spoke of creatures that hadn't existed for many centuries. Silver, are you going to just stand here and let this man take your life? Leo shouted back. I don't know who this man is, but it is clear to me that right now he stands in our way. Your brother is still not back to the way he used to be, and we're in trouble here. The others might be in a worse position than us. She knew Leo was right, but could they even go up against an original? The everlasting immortal beings that lived for thousands of years. They had more time than any vampire to hone their strength, and Leo's sword had only put a scratch on him. Even though she had her family's puppet, she couldn't imagine going up against such a great one. The bloodsuckers had now creeped out from the forest and were walking towards the others, and eventually, one of them looked like it had waited long enough before receiving an order, as it leapt out towards Fex while the others remained. Fex, use your string, Nate said. String? What the hell? Why would I carry string on me? And what use is it going to do against a monster like that? Fex shouted back. Seeing that Fex might have also forgotten how to fight, Nate had no choice but to move in front of Fex and block the attack. He no longer had his hardening ability, so he could only raise the shadow from his feet to block the blow. The attack was blocked, but Nate could tell how powerful the punch was based on how many MC cells it felt like he had lost from the one hit. If you can't use your string, then hit him now, Nate shouted. That was one thing Fex did know how to do. He didn't really know what these creatures were, but he did know that they had kept him up in that dark cave, and putting all his anger, he punched the bloodsucker right in the stomach, hitting him away, but it had only moved a short distance. It wasn't dead, and there were still plenty surrounding them. I can't, Silver said, throwing her hands down in defeat. I just can't attack an original. This crime would be greater than any other if I did this. That's okay, Leo said. You just protect the others then. Leo is going to fight the original on his own, and Silver couldn't help but think it was a lost cause, even with his strength, but Leo had a trick up his sleeve. Remus casually reached out his hand again, and Leo went out to strike it like the time before. Quinn, thank you for teaching me this, Leo thought as he coated his blade in the second stage of chi, and slashed downward. A few seconds later, and Remus's hand could be seen falling to the floor. The 10th castle had stuck to Paul's order and had not let anyone in from the pooling area, even those who belonged to the 10th family. There had been some protests from the vampire students, but Paul had shut them down quite quickly. However, at the moment the vampire knight was extremely worried for a couple of reasons. One of them being the fact that they hadn't had many people from the pooling area visit them lately, and he had a feeling it had something to do with the second reason. A new king had been elected. Since none of them had attended the ceremony or any of the meetings with the council, Paul was sure that the 10th family was guaranteed to face some pushback. They had already been treated as outsiders before all of this, and this just made it more apparent. Something is going to happen, and it's going to happen soon, Paul said while holding his mask. Nearly every hour he had attempted to get into contact with Leo and the others that had gone away, but there was still no result after all this time. Leo, you're a hero of war, who has helped out the human race greatly. I just hope you can work your magic here again. But it looked like, for this one, they wouldn't be able to rely on Leo or the others. Outside their castle, marching towards them was a small army of around 500 or so people from the 8th family, and on the forefront was their leader, Jill. The reason why they had not received any visitors lately was because the vampires had been warned beforehand what could possibly happen, and had been ordered to clear the area for the time being. Jill had brought with her 50 from within the castle, some of her strongest and one of her vampire knights, a male with a scar across his whole face. The other vampires were mostly from the pooling area. She knew how many vampires should have been in the castle, a little more than 200, but she thought if it was her forces against theirs even with an equal number there was no way she could lose, not without their leader at least. I really don't want to do this, Jill sighed. Why pick me off all people to do this? My ability isn't really the best when it comes to fighting, and telling me to bring an army. Does he really think the 10th family will try to fight? He could have just asked one of the others to investigate. It is true that we haven't done any tasks for the family, her knight Tefu replied. This will be a good chance to remind the other families that despite our ability we are still strong, and by doing this we can redeem ourselves to the king. If I have my way, then he won't be the current king for too much longer, Jill thought, clenching her fist as she walked up towards the castle. When they finally were close, Jill noticed the 2 large towers by the front gate, stationed above the walls. She looked closely and she couldn't see anyone in them, but their destructiveness had spread through rumors, worrying her. This is Sam at the front gate. Can you hear me, Paul? There is an army coming towards us, and it doesn't look like they're here for a friendly chat, Sam reported. How many are there? When you say an army, is there a leader present with them? Paul asked. I'm not really sure what the leaders look like, but there are 2 important-looking figures walking at the founder's dab. They number around 500. To bring 500 towards the front gate, they were not just going to be asking for something simple. Paul knew this meant they were here ready for a fight. The first thing Paul did was open all the channels, so everyone with a mask could now communicate with each other and hear all the messages being sent. There is an army at the north gate. Those at the east and west gate stay at your positions, even if a fight is to break out. Try not to aggravate them, and find out what they want first before we do anything to escalate the situation. Paul ordered. Knowing what could come, he started to gather those in the castle and was getting ready for battle. Sam nodded and confidently started to walk out, with Linda to his right and Peter to his left. Those that were at the north gate included Layla, CIA, Weevil, and Dennis, while the ones that had stayed in the castle were Syl, Logan, and Alex. There were a few reasons for this. The most prominent one was that Syl and Logan were both still human. Syl especially wasn't as strong in this world, but he did have Borden on him at all times in case something might happen. As for Alex, he wasn't really a fighter and at the same time was a secret to the others. Sam bowed down approaching them, and motioned the other two to do the same. His legs were shaking slightly and he made sure to stay a good distance away from the other group, ready to fall back at a moment's notice. He had gone through meetings like this many times before while helping out Quinn with the Cursed faction, but for some reason the vampires had a different pressure coming off this time. Standing here now, he knew that he was talking to one of the leaders. "We are here by order of the king," Jill announced, speaking directly into all of their minds. What was impressive was that she wasn't just speaking to the three in front of her. She had sent out a message to everyone in the castle. "Due to the recent events, your leader has been imprisoned. We have reason to believe that the 10th family has been illegally harboring a blood fairy without the council's knowledge. We request to search the whole inner castle area for said being. Let us in peacefully, or we will have no other choice but to use force." Hearing this message, Paul now knew who they were after. All those close to Alex did too, because it had been explained to them when he had made their weapons. Alex had stormed out of the room he was in the castle, and headed straight to the research lab where Logan was busy working away on something with Syl by his side. "What do I do?" Alex asked. "They're here for me." He panicked, and the look of dread was on his face. He wanted to run away, run from this place, but at the same time he was thinking about what could happen to everyone else because of him. "Should I turn myself in? We had that plan, but it won't work. Those blasted teleporters won't work," Alex shouted. If the vampires had come to attack, there had been a plan put in place. Worst case, they would use the teleporters to head back to the cursed ship. Alas, testing that plan ahead of time, Paul and Logan had discovered a very big problem. The teleporters for some reason weren't working. This reminded Paul of when he had transferred over to the vampire planet for the first time, and they had attempted to go back. At that time, they too had been unable to for some reason. The vampires did have technology beyond what the humans had or understood, and even Logan's great mind was stumped on how to solve that issue. Logan put down a tool he had in his hand on the workbench and walked up to Alex. "Alex, don't you understand Paul by now? He hates vampires more than anyone here because of what they did to him and his people. Why do you think he refused to go to the king's ceremony, and why do you think we have been making preparations this whole time? Whether they wanted you, or anyone else, his response will be the same." Outside, lifting his head, Sam couldn't believe what he had just heard Paul told him to do. Paul had just requested not to agitate them. "I guess the request ruffled up his feathers a bit," Sam said with a smile. Hearing his words, Sam's legs stopped shaking, and he looked at both Linda and Peter nodding towards them. "Prepare for war," Sam shouted. While the vote for the next king or queen had been taking place, Paul had decided that he needed to be best prepared for whatever was to happen next. At that point, there had still been no news about what was going to happen to Quinn, and with Leo's group still missing, he could see that the situation would possibly turn for the worst. Because of this, Paul wanted to make sure that the people were safe first. Logan had claimed that it might be possible for him to create a teleporter back to the Cursed faction ship. He had noted down the coordinates many times, and the vampire settlement, including the equipment in the 10th family's lab, had plenty of equipment for him to do so. Paul had agreed to the creation of the teleporters for two reasons. One of them being the fact that it would allow them to call for reinforcements if needed. However, that was more on the theoretical side. Ultimately, how many people would heed his call for help without Quinn? The second reason was for them to escape so that they would be able to live to fight another day. Paul was a cautious man and there was something bugging him, so he wanted Logan to create the portal and put it for a test run. The creation process had gone without a hitch, but that was when the bad news started to come in. That's strange, the portal from the lab in the mountains worked fine, so why is this having a problem? Is something interfering with it? Logan thought. No matter what he did, the portal just wouldn't turn on. This was exactly what Paul had feared would happen, for something similar had already happened to him before. If the teleporters worked, Paul's plan had been to hide Alex on the cursed faction ship, at least until they searched the whole place, but now they had no other choice. What do you mean Alex just can't escape? Quinn asked, quite shocked as he talked to Vincent. With the recent allegations of Quinn using fairy blood to kill Dwight, Quinn was concerned for Alex and was hoping that if they did come after him, then at least his people could teleport back to the cursed ship, but Vincent had just told him that wasn't possible. Remember when I told you vampires created the technology in the first place? Well, it seems that whoever introduced it to humans only introduced our old technology. Put bluntly, you humans haven't kept up to date. Vincent explained. The vampires are able to create a zone with a special device that stops all of your human teleporters from working. Usually they only do such things when they know they are under attack. I suspect since the problem with Dwight had occurred, they already turned it on thinking that some of your people would attempt to escape. But there is more they can do than just that. They can also redirect all the teleporters to a certain point while within a zone, and can redirect the teleporters to a different place altogether, even into the pit. Now Quinn was greatly concerned for those in the castle. Let's just hope I left them with enough to protect themselves. Quinn thought. Prepare for war? Are you some child? Jill shouted. This wouldn't be a war. Just my 8th family slaughtering your 10th. This is not something we want to do. Activating her telepathic ability again, she made sure everyone in the inner castle area and in the castle area could hear what she was saying. Listen up, we are only here for the blood fairy. We know they are among you. As long as you bring him or her to us, then no one has to get hurt. However, if you continue being stupid enough to think you can protect them, then we will have to force our way in. Just give us what we want, and save the stupid people who are running the 10th family. Jill shouted. She waited a while for a type of response or anything, but there was nothing until Sam eventually spoke. I can see what you are trying to do. You're trying to turn those in the 10th family against us, so we fight amongst each other. We are more like a real family and won't fall for your tricks. Sam said. We don't have your stupid blood fairy, so go back from where you came from. Jill looked down and clenched both of her fists, and soon started to chuckle to herself. This whole thing just felt so degrading. Why doesn't anyone listen to what I have to say? She mumbled. If you weren't hiding a blood fairy, then you would have no problems letting us search the castle. She screamed while swinging her arm out and activating her blood swipe. She shot out towards Sam, and with an attack this strong there was only one thing he could do. He raised the shadow from beneath himself and blocked the attack. However, he couldn't hold it for long, but it gave him enough time to move out of the way of the attack. The strike continued going forward through the ground until it eventually dispersed. The vampire's eyes opened wide, and even Jill could feel her heart take an extra beat. The reason was because they had seen someone other than Quinn and Arthur use the shadow ability. Don't tell me, did that arrogant buffoon really teach them how to use the shadow? Jill shouted. The memory of what Arthur had done to the other leaders when he had been here was still quite fresh in their heads. None would forget how easily he had overpowered them, which was why they had frozen a little before making their next move. Sam, knowing full well that his shadow wouldn't last long after blocking this one attack, thought it was their signal to get out of there, and started to run back towards the gate. Seeing this, Jill snapped out of her daze, knowing that just because they had the shadow ability, it didn't mean they were as strong as Arthur. Get rid of them all, and bring me that blood fairy, she shouted, ordering her people to charge forward. They were fast, but Sam and the others had a head start. Come on, Tower, do your thing. Sam prayed as they passed the gates and waited for what was to happen next. Underground, at this very moment, A screen appeared in front of Quinn. Quest received. The 10th family is under attack. Eliminate all enemies or make them surrender. Seeing this quest message, Quinn knew something was up, but how was he meant to help out while stuck in this cave? It was as if the system was taunting him. Just then, another screen from the system appeared in his vision. It was a digital map of the 10th area and just outside of it. On the map, Quinn could see his forces in green, while the enemy was displayed as red circles. Around the map, there were certain buildings that were highlighted blue. The blue buildings, those are the towers and the statues I placed. From the system screen itself, Quinn was still able to upgrade, repair, and do more to the towers, and while in the underground cellar for the last few days his reputation points had increased. He didn't know why, but Paul's actions had benefited Quinn greatly. Despite the accusations that were going against him. Unlike other leaders of the past, or when they had no leader, Quinn was the first that thought about protecting and looking after his people first and foremost. On the map, he could see the green dots had just made it safely past the gate, and then the red dots chasing after them. There was a circle around the tower, and when the red dot got within that circle, another option appeared. Fire. With no hesitation, Quinn fired, commanding the system at the same time outside. A shot of orange and white energy lit up from the tower and went out, hitting the vampire closest. It was one of the regular vampires from the pooling area, and they were unable to move in time, avoiding the strike. When the energy hit his body, he felt a large mass of energy hit him. Once the dust settled, half his body was completely missing, with his other half falling to the floor. "This is amazing," Quinn said as he excitedly looked at the screen. While still below, it looked like he could still help out those above, using the towers to defend. After firing off one shot from the tower, he could see a cooldown time, and he could do everything with his mind. There was no need to use his hands. On top of this, whatever was within range of the tower, Quinn could select which targets to fire at. This way, if his own people were engaged in a fight against the enemy, he could aim at the backline instead. Suddenly, he didn't feel so useless anymore. However, Vincent was concerned about one thing: the system made the whole thing appear to be game-like, and he wanted Quinn to remember at the end of the day those red and green targets were real living things. The only reason he didn't say anything now was seeing it this way may allow him to save as many people as possible. The towers continued to fire at the army coming forward. Now that they knew what damage the towers could do, they were more cautious, and the vampires were able to mostly avoid the attacks, but not all. Whenever a shot would hit, it would greatly damage a regular vampire while injuring those more talented. It was clear that the towers were something they needed to be careful with. Upgrading it to the max level made the cooldown time between shots short as well. Watching all of this from far back was Paul. "Those towers are doing a better job than I anticipated. Maybe we can hold them off at each section." Thinking about this, Paul walked back in, and went down a floor to where the tents people had gathered. These were all the vampires that had been turned and were originally under Paul's control, although a few of them were at one of the other gates with Ashley. "Xander, Amy, and Timmy, you three will be in charge of leading this army to the north gate. I still think they might attack us from the other gates later on, so Aaron and Ashley will be on standby. I will leave it up to you three to make quick decisions on the field, and you shall each lead a small group. If they do attack from the other sides, then it will be up to you to decide which areas need support. Do you understand?" Paul asked. The three of them saluted like they were in the army and shouted, "Yes, sir." The order was given, and they were off as one large group towards the north gate. At the north gate itself, the others were patiently waiting. Large explosion energy shots were still being shot out from the tower, and they didn't exactly want to go out in the middle of that. "What do we do? They're soon going to get past those tower shots. They're getting used to the speed already," Linda observed. "I think they're going to change formation in a second. Those that can avoid the tower shots, the more skilled vampires will come out first and will try to take down the towers. That means it's up to us to stop them," Sam replied. Just as he had finished explaining, those said vampires came forward. They were the vampire nobles that belonged to the inner castle. Around 15 of them had broken past the tower shots. But the tower shots continued, stopping the regular vampires from advancing. With only 5 of them, this would be quite the hard fight ahead. They still think we're puny small fry. Well, let's show them, Peter said, rushing out faster than anyone expected him to, and with the first vampire noble upon him, he punched him directly in the face and slammed him downward onto the ground. As the other vampires near him came forward, Peter hit the floor, causing dust to rise, and when the dust settled, they could see that one of the vampire nobles had his hands holding Peter steady. "I've got him. Take him out now," the noble said. "No, what are you doing?" "It's me," Peter cried, but it was too late as the noble had pierced a hole through his chest. The noble holding on to Peter then smiled, and when he looked down at who he had just hit, he no longer looked like Peter, but instead like the same noble that was holding on to Peter. "How does it feel to kill your own family member? Looks like there are some exceptions to the bond after all," Peter shouted, grabbing the other's arm and slamming it onto the floor. The others couldn't see it, but when Peter had hit the floor to cause the dust cloud, he had transformed himself into one of them, and then using his soul weapon, he placed the mask on one of the nobles to look like him. He thought maybe the bond would make it so he couldn't attack his fellow comrade, but it looked like it did no such thing, due to him believing it was Peter. Just then, a blood swipe came towards him as Peter was enjoying this a little too much. He was distracted, but it didn't matter when a shadow was raised from behind, blocking the attack. "Hey, remember there's a lot more of them still," Dennis said. Seeing all of what was happening was just making Jill get angrier. "It looks like he has been teaching a few of his people the shadow, and these towers. It reminds me of the old tense ability. Does he really not have anyone with that ability?" She started to wonder. Sending more of the nobles, she hoped to overpower them, as the main concern were the towers for now. There were some vampires with ranged abilities that were attacking the towers and damaging them, but when they looked to be destroyed to a certain point, it was as if they were being repaired by some strange magic at the same time. This was because Quinn was repairing the towers, using what reputation points he had whenever the tower would go below a certain point. With more nobles going to the fight, so did the others, but it seemed like it would be too much for them. A line of blood swipes, around 30 of them came their way, with Sam, Linda, Dennis and Webnovel, with the 4 of them raised a large wall of shadow to block the attacks. But they couldn't block much, fighting like this. Behind the wall of shadow, Linda decided to act. Her body slowly began to grow in size, becoming larger than that of the bloodsuckers and bigger too. Then using shadow equip, her red equipment could be seen, and a large club appeared in her hand. She was using her skill as a great draugr to change her size, and she had the new equipment made by Alex ready. "Lower the wall," she shouted, with the shadow wall going down. The huge club was swung towards the vampire nobles. They thought with all of them, they could hold back the great swing, but when their fists and bodies touched the club, they could feel a burning sensation that went deeper past their skin. It affected them, hurting and making them feel weak. Red equipment and armor, all of them have it on. It can't be. Are they all using blood fairy equipment? Jill thought. Seeing this, she had enough. Tafo! Get rid of the right towers. I'll get rid of the left one, Jill said, moving forward. She didn't think her being a leader would have to act, especially with those strong ones in her family. But the 10th had too many surprises for her liking, and she had waited long enough. The 2 of them ran opposite sides and could see the tower shots coming towards them. Jill had seen how long the cooldown was between each shot. She had to concentrate on avoiding the shots and then run full speed straight ahead during the cooldown time. Doing the same thing again. "She's going for the tower," Webnovel shouted, but they were all far too busy. Eventually, she had reached the tower and climbed to the very top. Both her clawed hands were glowing red, and she proceeded to swipe at the top of the tower with all her strength, chucking out large chunks bit by bit. Part of the roof was seen coming down, and eventually she got to the platform where the energy source was coming from. There was a white light and inside a crystal floating about. Grabbing it with her bare hand, she squeezed the crystal until it had smashed into little pieces. Beast crystal destroyed. Would you like to use another one? On Quinn's screen, he could see both of the towers losing their health fast. It was too fast, and repairing the towers would only be a waste of his reputation points at this stage. Finally, with a large, powerful punch, the tower collapsed within itself, falling to the ground, and Tofu had done the same with the other. Now with the tower gone, the rest of the vampires could finally join in. Seeing how quickly the towers had been destroyed, Quinn could only come up with one conclusion. A vampire leader. They really sent a frigging leader to the 10th castle. So much for Bryce keeping his promise. What the hell is he doing? Quinn was furious. To be fair, Bryce never promised you anything. I thought he made that bit quite clear. Vincent pointed out. At the speed his towers fell, building new ones in the same place would be impossible. Since they required a bit of construction time, the enemy would just destroy them mid-process, especially since he could see the red-colored army run forward, chasing behind his own people. I might be unable to defeat them, but there should be a way to at least slow them down, Quinn thought. Quinn selected a place on the map that was a little further up ahead from where he could see the green dots, and he placed 2 more towers with his reputation points. In the 10th area itself, Sam and the others were falling back. Linda had shrunk down as her larger form had made her more of a target, and her movements in that form were a little slow. Fighting the enemy army would be suicide, so they had opted for a tactical retreat. A wise choice, since Sam could see something forming up ahead. Everyone keep running. I see another set of towers. That should help us reach the castle. Sam informed the others, who immediately picked up their pace a little bit more. Although the towers were incomplete, he had no hopes for them lasting longer than the previous ones. Still, they should be enough to buy them time. He also wanted to get his people to the gargoyles that Quinn had made, as he knew their power would help in the current situation. Just as the group had passed the towers, their construction had ended. They immediately started to shoot, even though the speed of their projectiles was slower than before. Nevertheless, the 8th family's vampires were being careful after having seen how dangerous they were. They stopped and waited for Jill and her knight Tfu to destroy them. Those towers appear weaker than the ones at the front gate. If I remember correctly, Quinn mentioned something about the towers having 4 levels, so the new ones must still have been at the first level. Which means the towers were never built to stop them, just to slow down Jill and her knight. Sam concluded, but there was one thing he was wondering about: how did the towers suddenly appear like that? Was Quinn helping them from somewhere, somehow? The plan had worked, and while running back the group could see Xander, Amy and Timmy coming towards them with the other members. Keep going back, let's head back to the castle where the gargoyles are. The towers have been destroyed and the others are useless. Sam tried to explain in a hurry. As if to stress that point, the sounds of 2 falling towers could be heard behind them. I think you might be right there, Xander agreed, as the group turned around and were preparing for a fight. Finally they had reached the statues, and Sam was confidently waiting by them. They stood around 30 or so meters in front of the castle, and the men stood behind the statues. What can these statues even do? Amy asked. Just wait and see, Sam replied cryptically. The reason he wanted to get to this position wasn't just because of the statues, it was because Quinn had also built another 2 level 4 towers in front of the castle. Sam looked at the others behind him. He thought that they might be worried as they saw the large army approach them, but they didn't look scared at all. It's good to have real soldiers at a time like this. Having experienced a war before really helps. But this isn't a normal fight. When Jill got close, she could see the statues in the form of giant-sized gargoyles on them, a muscular beast with a tail and wings. Behind them she could see the towers and all the men. Even for her, she wasn't planning to fight through all of the tenants just to get to the tower, so she did one thing. All the nobles charge in. Me and Tfu will get rid of the towers. They are our main threat. Without them these guys are nothing. Jill ordered and her vampire nobles moved out. This time the whole lot of them came charging forward. As they moved closer though and got within a certain range, the statues' eyes started to glow green and the stones started to crack off them. A few seconds later, the rest of the dry stone fell from them and both gargoyle statues stood up and let out an almighty roar. They flapped their heavy wings that were incapable of allowing them to take flight, but were perfect to make themselves even larger and more intimidating before they hopped off their stone pillars. The first thing they did was a sweeping motion with their 2 large tails, hitting the vampires in front of them. Most of them avoided the slow attack, but one of the vampires failed to do so and got sent flying through the air. When the other vampire hit the gargoyle, Stone from it fell to the floor, but it was still standing, and soon, the stone that fell to the floor reattached itself to the gargoyle, preparing it. Those things are quite strong. They remind me of some beasts, Dennis commented. That's because they have the power of a beast, Sam explained. Quinn told me that the level of crystal put in those things determines how strong they are. They don't have separate levels like the towers, and unless the beast crystal is destroyed, they can keep on regenerating. With these and the towers, we should be able to hold them off for a long time. Seeing the gargoyles, Jill felt like she had no choice but to join the fray again. She didn't want to do this, but the only option was for the whole group to attack at once. All of them charged in, the original group of 500, which had only been dealt a small blow to their forces. Tower shots came out from behind, and the gargoyles continued to fight. At the same time, on the other side, everyone else had joined in the fight. Xander did his best to protect those he knew using his mist ability, while Amy was looking for weakened vampires, and when they weren't paying attention, she would use them to turn against their allies. The soldiers didn't have access to their familiar beast gear and were still getting used to their vampire selves, and this inexperience was showing. Alex had been unable to outfit everyone with weapons made through own blood, so only a few had them. Still, with the help of Quinn's equipment, they were able to hold the line. The real threat that needed to be dealt with were Vampire Knight Tfu and 8th family leader Jill, who were concentrating on getting rid of the gargoyles. Tfu started to make his way through the crowd of fighting going on and was eyeing up one of the gargoyles, when a small dagger came out, so fast he only had little time to react. I can see what you're trying to do, and I won't let you do it. Wevel challenged him, a dagger in his hand. I thought it was a strong opponent, but it's just a small fry? What even are you? You don't smell like a vampire. Tfu started to be intrigued. That's right, because I'm not an ordinary vampire, Wevel said, as he began his transformation. Over on the other side, Jill moved forward and was directly underneath the other gargoyle. She threw a fist right towards its chest where she had seen a faint light before, thinking this was where its power source would be, but before she could hit it, her blow was stopped by another fist. You're not that Cindy bitch, but you will have to do, Peter yelled as he punched her face, sending her back a few meters. The blow was strong, and he was able to see my punch? Jill thought. Standing by his side were 2 more whites that had been raised during the fight. I can't just think of him as any ordinary white. Peter, a voice shouted from behind. Help out the others. Let me deal with her. Turning around, Peter could see that it was Paul who had left the castle. Since the fight was already at their doorsteps, there was no point hiding inside. You have a more important job with your whites. Don't let anyone get inside the castle. Your skills are better suited for that than mine, Paul ordered. Peter wanted to give Jill a beating, but he could see the tower shots not acting quick enough, and some running towards the gate, trying to scale the wall to get into the castle without going through the doors. If they got in, then Logan, Sil, and Alex were very much in danger. If you don't beat her, I'll beat you and her together, Peter said before he ran off. Oh, the little toy I was going to play with ran away. Well, let's see how powerful the 10th second knight is, Jill said playfully. Let's see indeed. Paul lifted his hands and activated his soul weapon right off the bat. Although those from the 10th family were fighting well with all the support they were getting, they were nevertheless struggling to hold the line against the sheer number of vampires the 8th family had brought that day. Those with the shadow ability stayed a little further back and were using the shadows as best as they could to limit the number of injuries their family members received. When one was badly hurt, some members like Dennis would carry them off and enter the castle, closing the doors once again to keep them behind. They were trying to keep the deaths to a minimum, and luckily vampires were quite resistant when it came to dying. However, there were too many vampires on the 8th side, and eventually the 8th family got through. Even with the door closed, they began to scale the wall. They didn't know the special code needed to access the castle, so they decided to try entering through the windows and such on the floor above. There were only a couple of vampires on the walls, and Peter was ready to move. But then something surprising happened. One of the gargoyles that had been in the middle of the fighting jumped up and started to flail its heavy wings. Although unable to fly, they helped the statue to glide, thereby increasing its time midair. Peter, seeing this, was wondering why the gargoyle would do something like this until he watched it glide towards the castle and grab one of the vampires to chuck him off the wall. Not hesitating, he then went ahead and went towards the next vampire to deal with him. Even more surprising was the fact that the gargoyle didn't head back into battle, but remained near the wall, making it clear that it would prevent anyone from using them to get inside. Well, looks like I'm not needed and that thing is doing a good job for me. That means I can go somewhere else, Peter thought. He gave the gargoyle a thumbs up while using his elevated position to search for the place he would be needed the most. The reason why the gargoyle had acted was because Quinn had figured out he was also able to control that from down below. As soon as he saw the red dots were breaking through and getting to the castle, he decided to add some defenses of his own. Guys, I don't know what you're going through, but I'm going to do everything I can to help you, Quinn thought, as he concentrated more than ever at the battle going on in front of him. The other gargoyle was still in the midst of battling, and thanks to its regenerative abilities, the vampires were having a very difficult time dealing with it. This was why Tefo had set his eyes on taking it down, but a certain individual was making sure to stop him just before he could do anything. That was none other than Webnovel. Knowing his opponent in front of him was strong, Webnovel wasted no time with his transformation. As a Strogi, there were two evolution paths one could take: a Strigoi MOT, which focuses on physical powers, or Strigoi VU, a sorcerer-type vampire. At first Webnovel had thought the right choice for him would be to choose the Moat evolution path, simply because used to be a melee fighter with his previous speed ability. However, since he was already speedy enough as a vampire, he came to the conclusion that it might be good to gain something new. Thus he decided on the VU evolution path, after which something in his mind and body changed. It allowed him to realize what powers he held, one of which was to let him transform his body partly into a type of creature, yet to do this he would have to picture what creature to turn into first. He knew this would be important, and he already knew that he wanted something speed-based. If he had to change, why not try and become even faster than he had ever been before? With this goal in mind, he went to the one person he was sure could tell him what animal would be the fastest: Logan. If we're just talking about the fastest land animal in existence in terms of their top speed, then that would be the cheetah, Logan answered him. However, if we're comparing animals to scale with them all being the same size, then the winner wouldn't be a mammal but an insect. Out of all the insects in the world, there is none faster than the tiger beetle. Tiger beetle? Webnovel had never even heard of such a creature. His arms started to become curved as they imitated the large jaws on the beetle he had extensively researched, turning green in color. His eyes slightly became larger and his jaw widened. Dennis, who was watching, had to look up since Webnovel's form became larger than a human's. Can we even call that a vampire at this point? Dennis started to wonder, but was too busy with his own fight. Although the figure looked strange, the transformation was certainly an improvement, as Weevil pushed off his two large feet and dashed forward, appearing in front of Tefo before he could react. Webnovel's body slammed into the vampire knight, and using his bladed hands he gripped him tightly with immense power. He carried on pushing Tefo through all the other vampires, moving him back. When the description was talking about sorcery, it meant sorcery to transform, and the tiger beetle has a few more tricks up its sleeve. Webnovel thought, as he spit out a strange green-gray substance from its mouth right onto Tefo. Immediately, the latter felt a burning sensation. However, Tefo was a vampire knight. Using blood hardening, he managed to cover the layer where the strange goo had touched him, preventing it from further damaging his body. "You may be faster than me, but you don't have the strength," he shouted enraged as he grabbed both hands and slammed it down Webnovel's head. The force was great, and the transformed boy felt his legs were about to tumble. His speed soon slowed down, but he didn't let go of the other. "Good job," a voice praised from behind. "It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the strength, because I do," Peter shouted as he threw out one fist after another, hitting Tefo as hard as he could. Every fist was heavy and strong, filling his fists with blood. Webnovel held on greatly, and eventually, after taking too many hits, Tefo stopped moving. At this moment, Jill felt the connection with her vampire knight sever. "How is this possible? What the hell is going on?" She looked at Paul in front of her, and started to look at the battle. It should have been an easy one-sided battle, yet now it was clear that they were on the losing side. It seemed like it was impossible to get into the castle. She hadn't fought against Paul yet, but even if she did join the fight, on her own could she really do much? Swallowing her pride, she eventually decided to get in contact with Bryce himself. Bryce, the 10th family is resisting as we've expected. They have more tricks up their sleeves than we thought, so I'm gonna need some help. You need to punish them and come down here yourself, or at least do something. They're disobeying a direct order from you as their king. Bryce had accepted the call, and when he heard the news, he had to do everything to not show the smile on his face. I knew that Quinn would have some surprises ready. When he came to attack me, he would have had something in case I retaliated. I've come to learn how cautious that boy can be, and weakening 2 families at the same time is getting rid of 2 problems. Fine. You will get the support you ask for. Bryce replied. Contact me through Cindy. I'll ask the 2nd family to send you support. Come on. I'm rooting for your family members to get rid of all of my problems. Bryce thought, no longer resisting the temptation to laugh out loud. As soon as Paul revealed himself, for some reason, it looked like Jill was staying back and not engaging with him. She seemed willing at first, but once she realized her and her family's situation, she backed away. This was another reason why Paul wanted to switch with Peter. In this type of situation, it actually benefited them more. The longer Jill took to act, it was just one less person they had to deal with. The gargoyle statues and the towers could continue doing their work, slowly dwindling their numbers. Whereas Peter might have rushed in head first, but Paul didn't just stand around doing nothing. While Jill was waiting, Paul had the 3 long-bladed spiked gloves on him, but these weren't like the last ones he had. They were red in color. Going through the battlefield, Paul carefully picked and decided who he would strike, blocking a claw from a vampire from above and scratching them with his glove. It didn't take long for the vampire to start to kneel over. Paul, thanks to the book from Mantis, was now a level 8 poison user. Striking the weaker vampires would nearly take them out instantly, and with the fairy blood on top of it, it would only take 1 scratch. For the noble vampires or stronger ones, it would take more, but Paul was aiming to shorten the numbers on the other side first, getting rid of all the weak ones. He continued going through the battlefield, attacking them, and their numbers started to fall extremely quickly. That blasted king. He's taking his sweet time on purpose, isn't he? Jill thought. Where is my backup meant to be? I can't let this continue on. If I don't do something, then the only other option is to retreat. Gritting her teeth, she thought it was an embarrassment. She couldn't retreat. They had the larger forces and were going up against a bunch of ex-humans. It would just be too embarrassing, and her family would be humiliated for years to come. Having enough, she decided to confront Paul. She kicked one of his clawed gloves away before he could hit another. The hit was strong and Paul had stumbled back a few steps. It reminded him that maybe she wasn't the best mentally, but she was still a leader at the end of the day that had strength that surpassed his own. She surrounded her leg in the blood, so she wouldn't be affected by the poison. Paul noticed. However, he was ready. As soon as he saw Jill, he made sure to keep his soul weapon active so he could use it at any point in time, and now was the time. Out from the pores of his skin, and through his clothing, dark green liquid could be seen seeping out of him. Soon they started to form into dark green balls the same size as a billiard ball. I'm happy my soul ability is similar to what I had in the past, Paul said as he was surrounded by 8 dark green balls floating in a circle behind him. Seeing this, Jill moved forward again, and Paul controlled the balls to go after her. The balls could move faster than himself and kept up with Jill's speed. The first one had hit her on her thigh. Nearly a few seconds later, her eyesight started to blur, and she could feel herself feeling weak. Luckily, she was able to use her blood hardening to go under where the poison was and chuck it on the floor. Not touching it directly, it was similar to scraping it off her body. But soon, there were more balls of poison upon her. She used blood hardening to block off some of them, and dogged the third. But what she didn't expect was that the one that had just missed and gone past her was stopped midair and moved back, hitting her from behind. Again, the same effects were happening as before, and she had no choice but to use the blood hardening to scrape the poison off again. Now that she was more aware of her situation, she could see that all the balls of poison had surrounded her, ready to hit at all sorts of angles. These people, they aren't just ordinary humans who have been turned into vampires. How can they be so strong? Jill thought. Dodging the balls and using her blood-hardening skills was taking everything out of her, and each time she would be hit by a ball of poison it would weaken her further. She was at a standstill, not being able to do anything. Or at least that's what Paul thought. At that moment, Paul could hear something. Not just one or two voices, but multiple loud voices rung through his head. My arm hurts. It hurts too much. These vampires are so strong. I don't know how much longer I can go on. I don't want to die. I want to see my children again. I know I agreed to follow Paul, but I didn't think it would be the death of me. Right now, Paul could hear the thoughts and cries of everyone on the battlefield. As they were being sent to his head, he tried to concentrate and ignore them, but it was hard as some of the words were making him lose focus, and the balls were slowing down. How does it feel? How does it feel to know you're the one that caused all of this? Jill said. Because of you, all these people have been forced to fight. She started to laugh hysterically. Paul was being so affected by the words, he fell to one knee. The cries were getting louder, and it was as if he could really feel their pain. Jill stood there laughing in place. As the poison balls finally dropped down and fell to the ground, she could finally move once again. Until, in the middle of her laughter, she felt something smashing into the side of her face so hard. She could feel her cheek and teeth falling apart. The punch was strong, it was just as strong as one of the leaders, and before she knew it she was flying through the air. I told you I would come back for you, bitch, Peter said. Towards the back of the tents, people, Layla and CIA were in the middle of the battle. Since Layla was a supportive type, she continued to fire arrows. There were also plenty of negative feelings for her to feed off in the middle of the battle, so at any point in time she was able to transform into one of her three forms, but she held off for now until it was needed. However, what had shocked her was suddenly CIA had grabbed onto her hand and had a look of death on her face. She was sweating greatly, and her breathing was quick and sharp like something had happened. We have to go to one of the other gates now, CIA said. It's Erin. She's going to need our help. At the other gate, it looked like CIA had seen something that was true, because marching forward was another army of around 100. While Erin, she only had herself and the 10 students that Leo had been teaching. Don't be scared, guys. We knew that this was a possibility, but that's why we trained, right? Erin said, trying to encourage them. The others have already been fighting a hard battle, so it's possible that they won't be able to give us back up. But remember what happened last time. Remember what happened to your family members. It's these same people that took your family away last time. And it's these people that want to do the same again, she shouted. Those words were enough to give the students resolve as they remembered saying goodbye to their loved ones after the last attack, and the brave ones from the 10th family before that had risked their lives to save them. Walking at the front of them all was a hooded man with two small strange-looking daggers. It had 3 prongs on it and was known as a Psi. Another name given to it was the hairpin. Using her chi, she could sense the strength of the one in front, and it was definitely that of another vampire knight. No one engages with him. This one's mine, she said. The hooded man with the hairpin ran forward and could see the shots from the tower come out towards him. He had dodged the first one, but the second one managed to successfully hit. The students cheered as they saw the power of the towers, and when the hooded man came out, his clothes were destroyed and part of his flesh had fallen to the ground. However, he continued running forward, and it looked like he was healing on the go. It's the ability of the second family. He can reverse the damage, be careful. A student shouted, as he went past the towers and now was directly in front of Erin. Pulling out her large blade, she blocked one of the hairpins with her large sword, but the other one had directly hit her in the stomach. She was bleeding, but she didn't feel the pain, because instead, a new energy was rising in her as her eyes started to turn yellow. You're a damper, the hooded man said. Navigating their way through the battlefield, both CIA and Layla were running as fast as they could to reach 1-1 gate in particular. CIA's hands couldn't stop trembling at what she had seen not too long ago, but at the same time, the sight of wounded vampires, their own sides and that of the enemy, as well as the cries of pain were distracting her, but not for the better. CIA gripped the whip in her hand a little harder and swung it towards one of the vampires who came to stop them. The man had tried to block it with his left arm, but it got cut off and he immediately dropped the weapon in his right hand due to the sheer pain the loss of a limb and the still burning fairy blood caused him. During this attempted attack, CIA had learned a bit more about her weapons and why they were going to Alex, and now she was feeling even more terrible. All of this is my fault. This whole nonsensical war has started because they found out about Alex. If I had stayed quiet and not gone to visit Cindy, none of these people would have been hurt. She blamed herself. After my parents died because of the war, didn't I join Pure because they kept preaching about peace? And now my selfish D.E.S.I.es led to this horrible outcome. Why does the answer always have to be to fight each other? Seeing CIA's hand shaking after hurting the vampire, Layla embraced and grabbed her hand to stop her from shaking. I know you don't want to hurt them, but if you hadn't stopped him, he would have hurt us. We are just defending ourselves. Layla reassured her. So thank you for protecting me. Alas, this all made it worse for CIA. She knew that Layla only meant well. But would she still think that way if she knew what CIA had done? CIA's dislike of fighting had never been much of a secret, and it was also why Pure had made her be an agent instead. When she was assigned the task to keep an eye on Layla, she had wanted to get to know her better. For once she was going to be with another agent that would understand what they were going through, since they were experiencing the same things together. Through watching Layla and pretending to be friends with her, she had actually felt like the two were starting to get on. Perhaps because Layla was the first friend she had made, CIA had regarded Quinn as someone who would get in the way of that. However, right now she truly realized how foolish she had behaved. Simply put, she had been jealous. Jealous that her only friend would pick Quinn over her, and it was quite clear. Because she couldn't swallow her pride, she had caused all of this. These were the thoughts that were going through her head. Layla, whatever happens, I promise that I will make sure you survive all of this, no matter the cost. Erin had been pierced in the stomach, and although most would have felt pain at this point, instead she was feeling a new energy rise in her. Against a vampire knight, she couldn't afford to hold back, so she let the energy take over her body. Her eyes took on a yellow sheen, and power was being sent to her blade. She swung it and with it activated the blood swipe, the usual red color also changing to yellow. The knight stepped back a few steps and raised a blood wall, but it got smashed through easily. With no other choice, he had to use the blood hardening on his forearms, blocking the attack. But when Erin's attack touched him, it cracked through that as well. It was too late to stop it, so he did the only thing he could by falling to the side and sacrificing his left arm over his body. A damper in a place like this. Not only are the 10th family hiding a blood fairy, but you as well. Have you gone crazy, or do you intend to rid the world of all vampires? The knight shouted angrily while he lost vast amounts of blood. Normally the wound on his remaining arm would have at least started to heal, but something was preventing it from doing so. This wasn't an effect he knew the Dampiers had. It had to be something else. Still, placing his other hand over his arm, soon the arm started to reappear where it once was. He's healing again. No, this isn't a healing ability. It's something else. A different ability. Erin thought, since she knew the effects Chi should have had on vampires. It looked like their advantage of using Chi to stop the healing was being countered by the second family's own ability to heal these types of wounds. Although they should still be very useful against the other families, that knowledge didn't help Erin in the current situation. Everyone, form a line inside the tower's range. Your attacks will be stronger than theirs. Remember what Leo taught you. They won't be able to heal forever with their ability. Erin ordered, and the rest followed nearly instantly. The 10 soldiers that Leo had been training how to use Chi started to run past the knight in a line. The knight wanted to intercept them, but Erin wasn't giving him any chances. He might be able to heal such a wound, but he had a bad premonition that turning his back on her might lead to a fatal outcome for him. She moved directly in front of him, and swung her sword down, barely missing him as he pulled back. I feel stronger and faster. I can do it this time, Erin thought to herself, as her strikes accelerated with each clash. The Chi users formed the 10th family fired out their blood swipes infused with Chi. The others raised blood walls, only to be surprised when the attacks turned out to be stronger than they had expected. Some of them lost limbs or were greatly injured, and that's when they noticed. Not everyone in the second family had such a great control of the ability. They were only partly able to reverse the wounds. In several cases they turned out to be too great, and this caused the 10th family to gain confidence. However, there were still around 100 or so from the second family, and they started to retaliate with their own attacks. They were coming from everywhere, and it was impossible to block them all. Thankfully they had equipped best gear armor, which increased their defense, so the injuries they sustained weren't too great, yet they would lose if things continue this way. Eventually one of them suffered from a deep cut to the stomach. Not knowing what to do, they were wondering if they should fall back. But at that moment, 3 green flames came out shooting towards them. When it landed on the soldiers, their bodies started to feel better and the wounds started to heal. "We'll try our best to support you," Layla shouted a short distance away, but she didn't look like her usual self, for her bottom half of her body now looked like that of a serpent. Feeding on the negative emotions, she had succeeded in evolving into her third form. With this, her arrows could give out buffs, heal her allies, and she could cause damage at the same time as well. Usually seeing such a thing would scare the soldiers that were originally human, but it wasn't the case for these. That was because they had seen scarier things while they were locked up. In her snake form, Layla had grown to a height of 2 meters, and CIA was riding on her back. She did her best to protect her friend with the whip, blocking incoming attacks and punishing anyone that got too close to her, because now the soldiers eventually no longer cared about the tower and were charging forward. Aiming 3 arrows with red flames, the group were getting ready for another battle. Once Erin saw that Layla had joined the battle, she stopped wasting any more time and let loose. So far the knight had been blocking many of her attacks, but now as she had gotten used to her newfound speed, her superior swordsmanship was showing. The wounds on him were piling up faster than he could heal himself, not to mention that he would run out of MC cells eventually. And that time had come sooner than he had wanted it to. Feeling and knowing his time was coming to an end, he used his last chance to warn his family members. "This damper will be the death of all of the vampires," he shouted, letting his hands go, giving up. Erin had already vertically swung her blade, and couldn't stop the momentum before slicing off the vampire knight's head clean off. The strange thing was that despite having fought a vampire knight, Erin didn't feel tired the least bit. On the contrary, after killing the knight, the energy inside her only grew and she needed some way to expend it. "Regretfully, it looks like I was a bit late," a female voice said in a neutral voice. At that moment the vampires that had all been charging forward and attacking fell back to where the voice had come from outside the tower's range. For a brief moment the fighting by the gate stopped. "Leader, what are you doing here? It's dangerous, you should head back," the vampires next to her cautioned the woman while quickly bowing down. Dressed in her large black gothic dress was none other than Cindy Cha. "You've already defeated one of my knights, so how about we end this fight here? After all, it would pain my heart to ruin your pretty faces, girls," Cindy suggested, and at that moment her eyes had laid on CIA, who had climbed down due to Layla canceling out her transformation. Something she had learnt to do now. "Oh CIA, I'm surprised to see you here. How about you tell them that there's no need to fight? We can even pretend to not know about the damper cutie. All we want is the blood fairy, and you should know who it is. After all, you were the one who told us about its existence." A brief break from the fighting was just what everyone from the 10th family needed, especially since they were outnumbered. Although Layla and CIA came at the perfect time to reinforce them, it wouldn't be enough. The sheer number of enemies was too great, even if they all seemed to be mostly regular vampires. As soon as their line collapsed or they retreated, the towers would fall, allowing the second family's army to join the 8th family. That could very well turn the tide of the battle that they were winning at the moment. However, their camaraderie was already being challenged by what Cindy had just revealed. "CIA, what does she mean by that?" Erin demanded to get an answer. She had a deep hatred from those that had attacked the castle last time. A will stronger than any other on this battlefield to protect the castle this time, and to hear it might be CIA's fault. A mixed set of emotions was rising in Erin, as she started to think about what CIA had possibly done. Calm down, Erin. Clearly this is just her attempt to make us fight each other. We can't just trust whatever she says. I'm sure she's lying. Isn't that right, CIA? Layla defended her friend. Alas, CIA's silence wasn't exactly helping her case. Her head held down, not even looking at the others, made it appear like an admission of guilt. Come on, CIA. Even if it is true, now is not the time. Erin is too emotional, Layla thought as she could see the smog above her head. Ever since her eyes had turned yellow, Layla had noticed that Erin's emotions were getting the better of her. A lie? Do you really think us leaders would have to resort to such petty tricks? I'm only telling the truth. Why do you think Quinn had been made out to be a high-level threat? It was because I found that information from your friend there, but don't worry, she was only looking out for her family. The vampires, that is. Cindy spoke before they could clear any possible misunderstandings. You shouldn't be mad at her, but praise her loyalty to the vampire cause. That's why she told me what you and Peter were talking about. How you saw me have meetings with Jill. Saying that much, Layla knew that had to be at least a bit of truth to Cindy's claims. She and Peter had made sure to talk about it privately, and the only one she confided in had been CIA. CIA, did you really tell her? Is that why they tried framing Quinn? Was Peter actually right about Cindy? So many questions were spiraling through Layla's mind right now, but the biggest question was why? Why had CIA decided to tell Cindy about everything? What did she offer her in return? Could it be a deal to bring her memories back? Don't worry. I know a lot more about you girls than you originally thought. Cindy started to speak in a soft, gentle tone. You three girls don't deserve to get hurt. Each one of you is more special than you think. A rare Hanya, a Banshee, and finally a Damper. Although the others aren't much of a problem, you will bring danger to the 10th family if you remain, she said, looking towards Erin. Don't you see that the boy can't protect you three girls? Because of what you are, you will always be sought after, and the vampires will find a way to get to you. Just like with the Blood Fairy, if you stay with them they will come and attack the 10th over and over again. Or, if you truly value your family members, come and join the second family. With me and my faction vouching for you, I can promise you that not a soul will be able to hurt you. Layla went over to CIA and knelt down by her side. She could see her hands were shaking, and when she peeked at her face, tears were dropping to the floor. She already knew that CIA really had done those things before coming over. CIA? I don't know why you did those things, but I can tell that you regret them now. Just tell me, do you think because of what you told her, she's the one that set up Quinn? Layla asked in a quiet tone. Thinking about it, what probably started this was when CIA had blurted out the fact that Cindy had been killed by none other than Quinn. After she treated me, I had a vision of her being killed by Quinn. CIA managed to say amidst the sobs. Now to Layla, it seemed like there was a major suspect. Someone who knew about the Blood Fairy beforehand, and if Quinn killed her in her vision, it would have been for good reason. I guess Peter was right about you, Layla said, standing up. You are one crazy person. Setting all this up, you're willing to take in Erin, who you know is Damper, admitting you would hide her. I wouldn't be surprised if you have been hiding your own Blood Fairy from the others, and that's how you set up Quinn in the first place. It should be you rotting down underground, not him, she shouted. Quinn, I guess it's true what CIA told me, you are head over heels for him. Cindy sighed, almost looking depressed by the words Layla said. Oh well, a shame, but I don't need a girl that relies on a man. In an instant, Cindy moved forward as fast as she could and swung out her arm, performing a single-line blood swipe. It was one that was focused on speed, so it came out across the ground faster than Layla could react. She also wasn't a vampire, so her physical traits weren't as strong as others. However, there was one person who was not injured and felt faster and stronger than ever, and that was Erin. Using the energy in her body, Erin also dashed in front of the attack and held out her large sword in front of her, infusing it with chi, hoping to either deflect the attack or take most of its energy. Seeing this, A smile appeared on Cindy's face as she reached out her hand and activated her blood control skill. "I won't kill you, you are too special," Cindy said, as she controlled the blood swipe to move around Aaron, heading straight for Layla. The attack connected and blood was seen flying in the air. Liquid was felt on Aaron's back as it went across her clothes. When turning around though, rather than seeing a sad face, Aaron only saw one of smiles falling to the floor. At this moment, Underground Quinn could feel having lost connection to one of his family members. A cursed family member has died. 3350 slots remaining. The slots for being able to use the blood ritual had also gone down by 1, and the messages had just confirmed what he feared. An anger rose in him, as he was filled with regret. No, how could this happen? Quinn thought as he tried with all his will to break free from the wall, but it was useless. The blood swipe had hit, and her body had been cut in half by the blood swipe, and for some reason, Aaron could see that she was smiling with her face full of tears. But it wasn't Layla who had fallen, it was CIA. "I knew this would happen," CIA thought. Back at the main gate, the sudden vision CIA had received was not one of Aaron's death or anyone else, but her own. She had seen herself save Layla's life. Knowing that this was the fated outcome, she had accepted it, as it would save the one person she truly cared about. "Please, continue to live on, Layla. Thank you for having been my best friend." Pacing up and down in the room at a quick pace, biting the top of his nail was none other than Alex. His back was starting to ache as it kept his wings tucked in tight underneath his clothing, more so than ever before they were twitching, begging to be set free. Calling him a nervous wreck was still putting it mildly. The blood fairy was inside the castle, hidden from the two families who had come to drag him back. Paul had told him to go to the top floor, to wait in the throne room, until everything was sorted. Still, Alex wasn't alone. Logan and Syl were there as well to keep an eye on him. Logan was looking out of the large glass panel window, watching the battle unfold. As for Syl, he took the chance to sit on the throne. "This seat is really nice," Syl mentioned with a satisfied smile. "If I was Quinn, I would never leave a seat as comfy as this. All you have to do is become the leader of one of the families. Or, you could just get someone to make you a chair," Logan commented, not even looking up from the window. The view from above allowed him to grasp their current situation, and to his surprise their family was doing extremely well defending their position. Before, the defenses weren't great, and they would have been overpowered, but defending a castle was always easier than besieging one, and that was especially true thanks to Quinn's towers and gargoyles. However, if it would have been up to him, he would have placed them in slightly different places to maximize their efficiency. Logan had seen some of the towers start to rise on their own, unsure if Quinn was somehow doing this from wherever they held him prisoner or whether he had planted them there for the future with the power of his system. If he could raise them on the go, then they should be able to turn the tides. If the battle was to continue this way, the eighth family was likely to flee, but if they could raise some towers behind them, it would be possible to trap them all inside. At least that was what Logan would do. He knew Quinn wasn't vindictive enough to want to eradicate the whole family. Most likely their leader just wanted the fighting to stop rather than teach them a good lesson. In the long term, it would probably be the better decision. "How can you two be so calm?" Alex shouted. "There is a whole army out there trying to break into this castle and get us." "You're wrong," Logan corrected him. "They are here to get you, and it doesn't look like they will be able to make their way here anytime soon." At that moment, something strange had happened. Alex felt a slight pain in his chest. It was a dull pain that was hard to pinpoint, and he soon noticed that it didn't actually hurt but was more of a feeling as if they had an itch on their heart. The next moment it went away, as if it had never been there, yet he instinctively knew what it was. "They're dead. Someone from the cursed family has just died." Alex softly spoke, in disbelief. He thought this was all due to him, due to what he had become. Hearing this and looking out the window, it didn't look like anyone from near the castle area had died, which meant it was most likely from one of the other gates. Just then, popping his head through the flap of Syl's side pocket toolbox that was attached to his leg, was little Borden. Alex, don't worry, you know I'm strong, right? If I'm here, I promise I'll protect you. It's what Quinn asked me to do, Borden said, although Alex didn't know what a little human the size of a puppy was meant to do. He had heard the stories of how Borden had protected the little kids on the cursed ship, when Pure had sent their people in. Seeing the one supposedly responsible didn't really give him much confidence, but he understood that the other meant well. Thanks. At that moment, a strange device that Logan had set up by the throne started to blink rapidly, making a beeping sound with it, and then it stopped. Then it did so again, soon stopping again. This is bad, quite bad. Someone's inside the castle, and they're incredibly fast. Prepare yourself, Logan shouted, immediately recalling the spiders back to his body as he equipped the speed suit on himself. Knowing what was happening, Logan had set up senses in parts of the hallway that one would have to pass if they were to reach the room they were in now. What was worrying him, though, was the short amount of time between each beep. At the speed they were traveling, it meant whoever it was would reach them in less than a minute. Popping out of the toolbox altogether, Borden was now on the red carpet, while Alex went to hide behind the throne. Brother, you have no abilities here. It's not safe for you, you need to stay safe as well. We can't save the others if you die, Borden cautioned him. Assessing the situation, Logan could only assume it was bad. Paul had gone out thinking the castle would be quite safe. Syl was no help at all, and Logan didn't really know what Alex could do. He himself wasn't the best fighter either, which meant the only person they could rely on was little Borden. If only Quinn had placed one of those statues here and here, but I guess he couldn't predict they would be after Alex, only that they might attack this place. Soon, the doors to the throne room swung open violently, and a man could be seen standing there with his hands behind his back. He wore a smart white shirt with a long dangling trench coat that had seen better days. It was in tatters, and the one wearing it looked as if it had just been in a fight, but one of his most standout features was the ends of his mustache that would twirl. I can smell you, bloody fairy, Remus, the original 8th leader, called out. This place brings back bad memories. Just knowing there is one of your kind inside this damned castle makes me want to tear it to shreds. He shouted out so loud that the curtains at the very back of the room had ruffled from just his voice. Who the hell is that guy? Alex whispered, hiding behind the large throne. Syl, who was by his side, could only shrug his shoulders. A few seconds later, though, and they heard a loud crashing bang. Alex couldn't resist the urge to carefully peek over the corner of the throne to see that the intruder that had just entered had been smashed, and was currently stuck in the wall. See, I told you I was strong, Borden cheered, not looking like he did a few seconds before. He now had 2 spikes on his back, as well as scales running up his arm and down certain areas on his face. Who allowed you inside our throne room, you old man? Borden shouted. Getting out of the wall, pieces of it had crumbled to the floor. Remus twisted his apparently broken neck slightly. It cracked and twisted, fixing itself, and so did the bones on the other parts of his body. That hurt far more than I expected. It seems that this era has its fair share of interesting people. Yet why do all of you insist on giving me so much trouble? Remus asked, clearly annoyed. He looked at the little one in front of him, and before he had time to react, Borden felt himself sent flying from a powerful kick. His instincts had made him try to block the attack, yet his body had only been able to react when he was already mid-air. However, the attack didn't stop there. Remus grabbed onto Borden's head and dragged him across the red carpet, before slamming him head first into the top half of the throne. Several cracks ran on the previously immaculate throne, and a mix of green and red blood now decorated it. A few seconds in, the top half of the throne fell off, revealing Alex with his legs clacking together. Looks like I have found you, Blood Fairy. Still on the floor, Alex looked up at the man towering over him, as his whole body started to shudder uncontrollably. The man wasn't large, nor did he have a very scary look per se, but as Alex stared into the other's eyes, he could feel the sheer power inside the vampire, power that he could never hope to match. If you don't do anything, he's going to grab you. Move, Alex, move. He screamed internally, but none of his body parts were willing to listen to him. He felt like a frog staring into the eyes of a snake, his fate already sealed. That's when he felt someone grab his hand and drag him from their spot. That one person wasn't affected by the man's presence. My grandfather is a lot scarier than him. Trust me, if he was here, we would all be dead already. Sil joked as he pulled his friend along. It's useless. He seems to be even stronger than Quinn, and we know how fast he is. Alex protested, but when he looked back, the strange vampire had stayed in place for some reason. Just let Borden handle him. How have you not realized what he is yet? Looking over again, he saw that it wasn't the vampire not wanting to move, but more a case of little Borden having his hands gripped around the vampire. And it was only then that Alex started to pay attention to his body features. Wait a second. He looks like a DDAL? A Dalki. He stuttered. That's because he is one genius. That's why he was so confident. Sil replied, not stopping their escape. Alex had been blissfully unaware that there had been Dalki on board the cursed ship the whole time. Yet for some reason, he couldn't say that one was out of place, given their ragtag team under Quinn. Nevertheless, right now he couldn't care less what Borden was, he just wanted him to win this fight. Taking this brief moment of nobody paying attention to him, Logan decided it would be best to try to contact the others, because there was one thing worrying him. Yes, Borden was strong, but there was a time limit to his prowess. This is Logan. Paul, I don't know what's happening right now with you, but you have to come to the castle right now. We have a visitor on the level of a leader. Logan tried to relay the message, but there was no response. This was because at this moment in time, Paul was being overwhelmed by the simultaneous influx of information coming from all voices on the battlefield. It was impossible for him to filter out what Logan had just relayed. With blood dripping down his head, Borden had a smile on his face. Old man, have you ever fought against a Dalki before? You know the more you hurt me, the stronger I get. Borden shouted as he crushed the bones in Remus' hands. Lifting up in the air was quite the sight for them to see, and soon, he was slammed down into the floor. Getting up quickly, Remus was recovering at a rate that would even put a wight like Peter to shame. Vampires had great healing abilities provided they had blood nearby, but this strange vampire somehow managed without, albeit at a tempo he himself was unhappy with. This truly is an interesting era, for so many people to be able to actually hurt me. What exactly are you? You smell like a human but at the same time like a beast. Remus questioned, shaking his arm after a few seconds. Not answering or wasting time, Borden went in again. If one big hit won't finish you off, then I just need to hit you until you can't recover anymore. This time Remus took on a fighting stance with one hand in front of the other, and as the punches came he would tap them away with his finger from side to side. It was awkward due to Borden's small size, but still the original vampire could keep up with everything that was happening. The swings look wild, but I can tell he is well trained. Seems my bad habit is acting up again. I should stop wasting time with this one, and go after the blood fairy. Leaping back, away from Borden, Remus made a fist. Blood cannon. Activating one of his strongest skills, his arm churned back and the recoil was strong, swinging his arm upward. A large red heavy ball was shot out from his arm as fast as a bullet, knocking the Dalki back to the throne. Looking at Remus' hand now, it looked completely destroyed as all the skin from his outer arm had peeled off, and his muscles could be seen. However, once again his arm was regenerating at a visible speed. That skill, it looks like Quinn's blood bullet but a stronger version. Logan noted. Using blood bullet once makes it so Quinn can't use his fingers for at least a day, but with his healing speed it looks like he can use it as many times as he wishes. And soon Logan would find that out. Borden stood back up again, yet he was covered in far more blood than before. For such a little person it looked like a horror scene, but there was a smile on his face as new energy was building up inside of him. You are pretty resilient, aren't you? Remus noted, now holding out his fingers like that of a gun. He fired, hitting Borden's legs, but he continued moving, firing again, hitting his shoulder. He then attempted to hit his head, but Borden was moving faster than before, and he was ready to deliver another punch. Charging forward, the bullets continued to fire as Remus' fingers would heal with each shot, But now Borden was dodging them all, and this was when Logan could see it, that Borden had a third spike sticking halfway out of his back. Jumping up from under, Borden was suddenly above him, and he grabbed both of his fists ready to slam it down upon Remus' head. For some reason, Remus had a bad feeling that if this attack was to hit him, he might not recover that easily. Holding both his arms out and having his hands in fists, he shot out a double blood cannon, hitting Borden and throwing him slightly off target, to allow his fists to slam across the floor. A shock wave was sent out, instantly shaking the whole floor, and Logan and everyone else could feel it. Soon after, the floor started to cave in. From the single punch, the hard black material was crumbling. The whole floor had collapsed and they were falling to the floor underneath them. While falling, Alex decided to take off his top and used his blood-red wings to grab both Sil and Logan so they wouldn't be hurt by the impact. Remus, on the other hand, had landed fine, but he was a bit stunned by what had just happened. He stood still and was looking at the ground. The little man was still standing, huffing and panting, but he didn't look like his former self anymore. It hasn't been 10 minutes yet. Is it because of the third spike? Logan wondered, but what he was more concerned about now was Alex. He looked at him and Sil. "Alex, get out of here. Why are you still here?" Logan shouted, frustrated with everything that's happening. "Quinn, are you really going to let this happen? We need you. Right now more than ever." Logan was frustrated, mostly at his own weakness. A battle between the two in front of him made him realize how powerless he was, and the one person who probably could have done something had wrongfully been detained. Seeing little Borden in pain like that, Alex gripped his fist and made his decision. "No, I know inside that big head of yours that you know it's pointless to run. He would catch up to me anyway. Besides, he's here for me in the first place. I should have just done this from the beginning," Alex said, as he started to walk over towards Remus. "You idiotic fool. You're going to give up now?" Logan questioned, as he was ready to attempt to fight the strange vampires. But Sil was the one that stopped him. "Don't lose your life for no reason, Logan. We've already lost one of our own. Let's not add to that count." Sil shook his head. When Logan turned around, both Remus and Alex had disappeared, yet the fighting outside continued. The enemy had yet to realize that they had already succeeded. The tide was still in the 10th family's favor on the battlefield, but there was still one big problem they needed to deal with: Jill. A leader had great strength, and quite rightly so. Some could turn the tides of a battle by themselves. Paul was still down on one knee as the voices in his head continued from those that he cared about most. However, for a brief second, they had stopped, and when he looked up, he could see Peter walking towards him. "Of all the people to come and save me at a time like this, I never thought it would be this guy," Paul thought. Peter was now standing directly above him and had his hand held out. "I think my opinion might have changed of you," Paul thought, seeing that he was giving him a helping hand. "Your gloves," Peter demanded. "If you're going to be so useless fighting against her, then you don't need those weapons, do you?" Peter wasn't offering his hand to help Paul up. Instead, he was demanding for the beast weapons in his hands. Slightly confused by the demand, he hesitated, and before he knew it, Peter was pulling them off him and wearing them. He looked at them for a few seconds and gave a few practice swings in the air. He could throw his hands out like fists, but the claws had better range and were made with fairy blood. It was the first time Paul had seen Peter really move up close like he was doing now. With each strike, a sharp noise was made as the blades slashed through the wind. Seeing this, he only thought one thing. Fast Peter was incredibly fast, and judging how he sent Jill across the battlefield, it looked like he was strong as well. If there was anyone that was a dark horse that the other families probably would have underestimated, it would be him. A vampire came running towards Peter, and he was simply whacked away with the palm of his hand, further proving his strength was on the same level as a leader. Ignoring everything going on around him, he had his eyes set on one person and one person only. Jill, who was recovering from the punch dealt to her face, her cheeks slightly red and still in the middle of healing. She could see Paul starting to stand up, and she knew what was coming next. "That punk from before is back, but I can only direct the thoughts into one person at a time. I don't think it will do much on that idiot, and the night seems like more trouble in the first place. Jill decided, as she once again activated her abilities. Paul this time could ignore the thoughts better. As he was getting used to it, something had changed. Now, not only were sounds being transmitted into his head, but images to go with it. As he heard his fellow teammates scream in pain, images proceeded. Some of them were getting clawed at, and their limbs torn or were bleeding out. The images were even blocking his own real vision, and he was finding it hard to see in front of him. Looks like she can do a lot more than just become a mobile phone for the vampires. Paul started to think, but he smiled, because he knew he didn't have to worry about her. Peter immediately rushed in head first, and he had caught up to where Jill was in an instant. He threw out one of the claws, and it was faster than she had anticipated. How is he as fast as a leader? I thought he had just caught me off guard. But there was one thing that vampires had that whites didn't, and that was blood skills. Using the blood hardening, she blocked the powerful attack and threw out a blood swipe, hitting him on the shoulder. However, feeling no pain, the punch continued, and this time when he had hit her, it was with the claws from Paul, causing immense pain through her body. Using the blood control took time, same with the blood hardening, and Peter was ignoring his own body damage to deal blows to Jill, knowing full well she would be hurt more by it. "Damn you!" Jill screamed as she gritted her teeth with a mouth full of blood from the hits she was taking. She attempted to slash Peter's head right off, but both his arms and weapons had blocked his head, with another pair in front of them. Looking at it, Jill could see that the other pair of arms was from someone she knew. It was her own Knight Tfu that had been raised from the dead. Protect the head. It was the only lesson Edward taught me, and it's the only lesson I need, Peter shouted. Tfu grabbed onto Jill, and Peter stabbed one of the claws right into Jill's thigh. The blades dug in deeper than before, and the effect was taking over her whole body. I can't win, she had finally admitted to herself. Where the hell is my help? Just wait, Bryce. Let's see how you deal with this failure. 1 second Peter could see her, standing in front of him, proud, and the next second he could see her running off, and soon after the rest of her people started to follow her. Finally, the images in Paul's head were stopped along with the sound. Is it over? Paul wondered, as the battlefield in front of him was clearing. The 8th family had retreated. Although the fight was over in front of the castle, there was still the fight at one of the other gates. Aaron had just witnessed Cindy attempting to kill Layla, and in the end, another was sacrificed in her place. Seeing the blood of someone she knew, someone fell in front of her again, reminding Aaron of her past. No, it's going to happen again. Everything. They're going to take everything away, Aaron thought as she gripped her sword and dived into the enemy's side, right in after Cindy. She was the one that attacked. She is the problem I need to get rid of, Aaron thought as her anger had reached a boiling point so strong. She was crying inside to get rid of the energy that had built up. The whole situation had been calm up until this point, that the others didn't know what to do. While Layla, she had transformed into her serpent form, and was placing her green flames on top of CIA's wounds, but it was doing nothing. The slash in her body had nearly gone through her. It was that strong, but it had torn everything inside with it, giving her almost an instant death. CIA, Layla cried. Come on, I lost my mother. You can't leave me now as well. She screamed at the top of her lungs until her throat was sore. She continued to cry and used all her energy to produce bigger green flames. Her voice was nearly torn to shreds as she continued to shout. Wake up! Wake up! Who is going to help me find out about my mother? Didn't you just remember who you are? You can't just leave like this. However, there was no answer, and her eyes were lifeless, with a soft smile on her face. Seeing Aaron rushing towards Cindy, the other vampires around her started to gather, pushing her towards the back. They were clearly worried for their leader, who wasn't known for her combat abilities, but instead was known for her actual ability. Please, leader, stay back. None of your noble vampires are here, one of the vampires ordered. Cindy had only brought one vampire knight along with her, along with the regular vampires from the pooling area. She didn't bring any from her inner castle area, or from the castle itself, which was why the vampires were so worried about her, and at the same time were trying to make an impression, hoping to be promoted. "Don't hurt her too badly," Cindy shouted, strangely concerned for Aaron. What the vampires didn't realize was what they were getting themselves into. It didn't take much for Aaron to beat them. All blood swipes coming towards her could be blocked with her sword, and with each strike of her own, a vampire would fall down and never get back up. That's when Cindy noticed something. Every time she strikes down a vampire, her attacks are getting faster and stronger. It wasn't just her imagination either. Aaron could feel it. Every time she had killed a vampire, a surge of energy was increasing inside her. This was the special treat of the vampire hunter. "I have to get stronger, stronger," Aaron screamed internally. No longer was she worried about herself or the others, but she was just looking at the next vampire to go after. The vampire stepped back a little, and she leapt forward, launching after them swinging her sword, when a sudden clash was heard swinging her own sword upward. It was a first in this fight where she felt her blade overpowered. "Who did that?" she shouted. "Don't get consumed by your own power, Aaron," a voice said. When she finally saw who had just blocked her attack, she recognized who it was. Teacher. Usually a run-in with one's teacher would be followed by a feeling of relief, especially in the case that the one in question had disappeared for far longer than should be reasonable, but instead Aaron felt hurt by what had just happened. For more reasons than one, a strong swing from herself was still able to be deflected like so. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "Have you been swayed over to the enemy side? Why won't you let me pass?" For a second, Leo was concentrating on the aura around her. He could sense it. This wasn't the power of chi, but it was something else that was fueling her body. The yellow power surrounding her was larger than he had ever seen before. What exactly had happened in the time they were away? What made it so you had to resort to the power taking over, Leo thought. "I'm sorry," Leo responded. "I'm sorry I wasn't here. I've neglected my responsibilities as this family's knight. I should have been here for you all. However, I can't let you hurt these people. Not when they have already given up and lack the will to fight." "What do you mean?" "Stop making excuses," Aaron asked, confused by his words. She dashed in, not wanting to wait anymore, and swung up her blade high, towering over her head. "Do I have enough energy left?" Leo wondered, as he could see the power inside of her. "I have no choice, it will have to be done." He placed his blade in his sheath again, crouched, bending his knees slightly, not moving from the spot he waited, and when the blade started to descend down, that's when Leo unleashed his sword. Suddenly, Aaron could feel something pull her sword in a certain direction. She could tell if it continued on this path, that it would be blocked, but she couldn't do anything about it. It was as if her arm was being guided and it now had to follow that path. At the right point in time, Leo's blade struck the large blade and stuck it into the ground, yet Aaron had more than one weapon on her. She also carried a new katana-type blade made from Alex's blood. As she was attempting to draw this out, Leo kicked her hand, hitting her knuckles, pushing the sword back in, and then his hand laid on top of her head. Soon, the energy from her got distributed to Leo himself. Aaron's head was clearing and all the anger in her body started to dissipate. What he was doing right now was a form of Leo's soul weapon, and it was the same before. Learning how to use the second stage of chi had also opened up more ways for him to use his soul weapon as well. When the energy died down, her yellow eyes began to dull, and that's when she noticed the look of those around her. The vampires from the second family no longer looked defiant. No, they looked frightened, as if they were looking at a demon. Their weapons drawn, shaking in their hands, and even those that were on her side had great concern for her. Once the energy was transferred to Leo, he lifted his sword and struck it into the ground. Cracks started to appear in the ground and yellow energy could be seen coming out from it. The area of attack wasn't large, but an attack deeper than one's eyes could see was created in the ground itself. "Leo," Aaron spoke softly, having come to some of her senses. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attack you. Don't worry, you have too little experience with this type of energy and failed to control it. That is what teachers are for, and that is why you are still a pupil and not a teacher. Leo replied as he put his hand on her shoulder. Now aware of what was going on, she realized that Leo was right. For some reason, the second family were no longer attacking them, and instead they just stood there watching the scene in front of them. The reason why Leo knew they were no longer planning to fight was because their aura told him so. It had retreated and was no longer on the attack. "What are you still doing here? Do you need an extra invitation to leave?" Leo questioned. "Do you think I would take orders from a vampire knight?" Cindy talked back. "Remember, I am still a leader." Turning his head, Leo had his hand gripped on the hilt of his blade. Although the others had put their energy away, there was still one person prepared to fight. "No, I don't expect you to take orders from me, but I do expect you to listen to the orders you have been given. I'm not in the best of moods right now. My duty is to protect the 10th family, and if you dare to step a single foot forward, I will do just that." Cindy appeared calm, cool, and collected to everyone on the outside. The expression on her face hadn't changed in the slightest, but Lep could tell those words had angered her greatly. She was unable to hide it with her aura as it went about fiercely over her, like a rabid cat. "Everyone, we shall retreat for now," Cindy ordered, turned around, and the rest soon followed. Aaron didn't understand what was going on. Why would they retreat now just because Leo had turned up? Things were certainly confusing, but as the whole area was quiet, there were sounds of sobbing that could be heard. Looking at where the sounds were coming from, Layla was no longer in her serpent form, and had her head pressed up against Ciaicist. "Everyone," Leo shouted. "The fight is over. Return to the castle. Get your wounds treated. Afterwards, we shall pay our respect to those who have given up their lives for us." Walking over, Aaron could see CIA wasn't moving, and she hadn't been for a while now. She looked cold. Dropping her large sword to the floor, she fell to her knees. "I'm sorry, my last words. My last words to you, Aaron." She couldn't even get the words out she wanted to say. A small tear fell from her left eye. "It's okay. I'm sure she knew you didn't mean it," Layla said, with a forced smile through her own tears. "Look, she's smiling. It means she was happy, right? Tell me she at least died happy." "Yeah, she's definitely smiling," Aaron replied, thinking back to their last moments. Not long before Leo had arrived at the battle scene. At the king's castle, they also had another visitor who was in the throne room. Her silver hair was ragged and messy, as if she had been living in the jungle for months. Her face was full of dirt, but she didn't care, for she had come straight to the king's castle before going anywhere else. Silver was bowing down, and standing in front of her was King Bryce. "Silver, you truly are an amazing person to have found all that out. Who would have thought they would be involved?" Bryce noted with a big grin on his face. "The request has been made. Those attacking the 10th have been ordered to withdraw. You may leave now." However, Silver remained. She had gone through all that, and that's all Bryce was going to say to her. "Sorry, Your Majesty, but may I ask what will happen now? What will happen to Quinn, and what about what we found out?" She spoke worriedly. "Things are always more complicated than they seem, and unfortunately complicated things take time to unravel. You have done enough, Silver. Leave this to me and the council. Your father was right about you. You do have the traits to become a great leader. I shall look forward to working with you soon." Clenching her fists, Silver still didn't think this was good enough, but what choice did she have? Watching Silver leave the room, Bryce sat back down on his throne. "You have done a great job so far, Quinn. Looks like I might need to use you and your family a little while longer." The area around the castle was filled with the sound of swords clashing, explosions going off as abilities were used, as well as cries of pain and anger from those who had mustered the strength to fight with their lives on the lines, until all of it stopped rather undramatically. The 10th Army had been outnumbered. To carry on pushing forward, they had to go beyond what they had in their tank and pushing their bodies beyond. Yet eventually, with the appearance of their first vampire knight, the fight was over. Jill had already retreated with the rest of her family members, leaving the 10th family's army standing still. Some of them were wondering if it really was the end or some sort of plan. They could imagine that this might only be the beginning. That was until Paul spread the news that he had received a message from a man he had been trying to get through to for the longest time. "Paul, it looks like you did well in my absence. I'm sorry I couldn't return sooner. The other gates are fine. Only the one I'm currently at got attacked by the second family. But Aaron seems to have done a good job in fending them off. I know you are worried that they might return, but trust me, the other families won't be. At least for a while anyway. We have to take this time to rest and do what we can." Leo reported. There were a lot of things Paul wanted to ask Leo, most of all where the hell he had been all this time, and what did he mean they wouldn't return. The order to get the blood fairy came from the newly crowned king himself, and Paul couldn't imagine that unless they achieved their goal or got rid of the 10th family that Bruce had any reason to call them off. But if there was one thing, Paul trusted Leo greatly. He was a man who had achieved a lot and might have been in a higher position than himself in the army if he had accepted it. Looking around at his men, there was a lot of work to be done. Let's get to it. What was concerning for him was that, in the middle of the fight, he had felt something. Not just him, but everyone who had been turned by Quinn had felt it. The loss of one of their own. One that had a blood connection. He was wondering if it had come from one of his army or possibly someone else. Unlike with the attack from the bloodsucker, the damage done to the inner 10th area was actually kept to a small area. The area directly in front of the castle. The two newly erected towers had protected them well in the fight and were still left standing. As for the gargoyles, only the one who had defended the castle walls had remained standing. The other had been destroyed in battle. The most impressive thing about them was their regenerative ability, but at the same time, if the core was destroyed, they would no longer be active. It was a weak spot they had. Those from the cursed family had known about it, so they had done their best to protect the core for as long as possible, but eventually they got overwhelmed. Those that were injured were taken into the castle for treatment and healing. Thanks to them doing that in the middle of the battle, there weren't a lot of casualties lost on their side. There were many gravely injured that could no longer battle, but out of the 200, they had only lost 50 or so, which was far fewer than the other side. "Sir," Ashley reported. He had been called from the other gate, which was the only one that hadn't been attacked. Him and his group of 10 had been lucky enough to survive completely intact, by following their orders to not move from their post. "What would you like us to do with those from the 8th family that are still alive?" In front of the castle, a large green tent had been put up. For the time being they had dragged all those not belonging to the 10th family there. The ones that were still alive. From this fight Paul had learnt one thing: it wasn't easy to kill a vampire. Many of them had lost one or more limbs and couldn't move, but as long as their hearts continued beating and their heads remained on their shoulders they wouldn't die that easily, although it was easy enough to give them that finishing blow in their current condition. "Don't treat them just yet. We don't want them to leave the area to start another attack anytime soon. There's a dungeon underneath the castle. Place them in there and then give them a minimum supply of blood. We don't want them dying. I'm sure we can still use them as some type of bargaining tool down the line." "And what of the crystals, sir?" "Crystals," Paul replied, wondering what the man was talking about. Out from his hand, Ashley revealed the bright red crystals that looked similar to that of the beast crystals. It looked and felt like there was a strange power within them. "Gather them up for now. Maybe there will be a use for them as well." Finally, Paul could see Leo walking over with the others. He was thankful that most of them looked fine without any severe injuries, but there was one being carried in Leo's arms, and the look on Aaron's face, behind him, didn't seem fine at all. So it was her in the end that had died. "I wonder how this will affect the girls and the others. I wonder how it will affect Quinn," Paul thought. Although he was sad for CIA's death, there were many others from the army that he was much closer to that had died today. Paul's mind was focused and he was more thinking about how the group could grow from this. Death was a truth of this world. In all honesty, they were lucky that no one close to them had died until this point. "You have made some good calls," Leo praised him. "A lot has happened on our end, and it looks like a lot was happening on your end as well. I'm glad we came back with what we could. When everything is sorted, we should try to figure out just what is going on here." When the outside team had finally finished bringing everyone in, Leo and Paul had returned inside, and started to head up to the throne room. When Paul reached the floor underneath the top one, he noticed that the whole stairway was blocked in. Trying to go down the hallway, there was rubble everywhere as the whole floor had collapsed. "No! No!" Paul shouted as he frantically started to run around the floor, and then he finally was in the room directly underneath where the throne room would have been. A large bedroom that Quinn would usually reside in. Inside, there were Syl and Logan, who looked to be frantically typing away at a holographic screen. Ever since Alex had been taken away, he was doing everything he could to try and reach him. Alex had the shadow ability and wasn't wearing his mask, which meant there was a chance that he could get in contact with him, but so far no messages appeared to have gone through. "What happened here?" Paul demanded to know. "Paul, why haven't you been answering your mask? I tried to inform you constantly of what was going on." Logan criticized the latter. Looking at his mask he had taken off after the fight was over, he could see it blinking away, but the vibration function on it had broken, so he was unaware that Logan had attempted to call him multiple times. With the look on Logan's face, and Syl tending to a weakened Borden, Paul noticed that he couldn't see one vital person. They got him? All of this and they still got Alex. Yes, Logan confirmed it. The other side has won this battle. At that moment, the sense of victory they had felt, the lives they had sacrificed and the struggle they had endured, all of it felt useless. It was impossible to keep what was happening to the 10th family a secret from the other vampire families. After all, 2 of them had been involved with the attack. However, the result was contrary to what everyone had expected, and it had quickly become the talk of the whole settlement. Wasn't the 10th family weakened from the attack with the bloodsuckers? I heard they made the 8th family and 2nd family retreat. Stop giving the 10th family all this credit. It was under the king's order that they retreated. But it's true. Have you not seen what happened to those that came back from the 8th family? Many from the pooling area had joined them for the attack, but only about half of them had returned. No one wants to mess with those in the 10th family now. I heard it's all because of their leader's special construction. Those towers we saw last time, there are more in the inner circle areas, and I heard they have deadly statues that are actually beasts. What's going to happen now? Do you think the other families will form a bigger army and attack them together? That was the question on everyone's mind, especially for the 10th family themselves. Paul was in one of the large dining rooms they often would have a meeting in, while the others were still busy completing his given tasks and looking after those that had been hurt. Paul had just informed Leo about everything that had happened during his absence, catching him up on why exactly they were after Alex. The biggest shock to the first vampire night being the fact that Quinn had been captured. I see, so it's difficult for us to make a move currently. I wonder if what we found out will be enough to let him out. Have you had an update from the king? Leo asked. No. Paul shook his head. I've heard nothing, and it looks like you might know more than me. Usually we would get an update through Jill, but I have this feeling she won't be speaking to us anytime soon after what has happened. So what about you? How come you knew what was going to happen? Did you discover some information during Feck's rescue? Yes, we definitely found things, but it has nothing to do with Feck's. It was just like his familiar said. Someone had removed all his memories. It would be best for me not to say anything just yet, at least until we hear back from Silver on how things will proceed. For now, we should keep an eye on those in the castle. Quinn brought a lot of these people together, and without him they are being torn apart. They will have to find something else to rely on and push forward. They are young and have never experienced things like this before. Even in my time I did things I regretted. Leo was right, there were many of those that had been affected by the loss of their comrades. Walking down the hallway, Peter was looking at the gloves that he had taken off Paul. Paul had asked for them back, but so far Peter had ignored his request and was happily testing them out. He had never used a weapon, but these gloves suited him quite well. There was a time when playing the VR game Power Fighters he had tried multiple weapons but couldn't quite find the right one. Peter mainly fought with his fists similar to Quinn, but Quinn also had many options to fight at range due to his shadow and blood abilities. Although the gloves wouldn't give him a big range, they were perfectly suited for his current fighting style and gave him an extra bit of power, especially against vampires. Suddenly, He picked up the sound of sobbing coming from one of the rooms. It was a voice he recognized. He placed his head on the door for a few seconds, deciding whether he should go in or not. Ugh, this is something Quinn would be better at. But he isn't here right now. It wasn't that Peter was a completely unemotional person, but ever since his evolutions his emotions had become far more dull. Even now, he didn't feel much empathy personally, but was more aware that he should feel bad and try and cheer the person inside, as that was the proper thing to do. Surprise! Peter tried to act cheerful, but his voice came out quite dull. Rubbing her eyes, she looked up to see who it was. "Oh, Peter. I probably look horrible," Layla said as she was rubbing her eyes with the bed sheet. It wasn't hard to guess why she was crying. Not long ago they had just lit a fire for those who had passed away, including CIA. The fact that Layla was currently under CIA's bedsheets was all the evidence one would need. "You look the same as always," Peter said, not realizing that this actually hurt Layla's feelings. If a girl thought she looked horrible, it would be a man's job to deny it, not confirm it. But Layla was far too upset to even care, especially since it was Peter. Seeing Layla continue to sob was kinda annoying Peter, so he decided to say what was on his mind, whether it would help her or not. "Layla, crying for the dead is fine. It's good to let out your emotions, but it will do nothing. You should focus on those that are alive like Quinn, and try to do what you can to make sure the same thing doesn't happen to him," Peter stated bluntly. This had just caused the waterworks to come out from Layla even more. She was emotional not just because of her, but also due to the race of the vampire she was. It would amplify her feelings. Grabbing the pillow off the bed, she threw it towards Peter as hard as she could. He didn't move, and as it hit him on the face it fell to the floor. "Would it make you feel better if I pretended I was hurt by that?" Peter asked. "Just get out," she screamed, and Peter was on his way to the door. "Before I go, one more thing. CIA could see visions of the future, right? So if anything, she should have been able to avoid her death. If she saw herself dying, she probably knew this was going to happen, so in a way this was her choice. If she saw you now, she might be thinking she made the wrong choice." Closing the door, Peter was gone and he shook his head a few times. "Yeah, let's not try to do that again," Peter thought, continuing on his way to where he was originally heading. Peter was now walking towards the research lab. During his spare time he enjoyed helping Logan out with his things, since their personalities allowed the two of them to get on well. Neither of them liked talking about things, and Peter could stay up all night helping him. When he entered the research room he could see Logan, checking up on Borden, trying to see if everything was okay with him. The little guy was plastered with white circles all over his body, which were linked up to a computer screen. He looked to be fine. There was a little worry as it took him a while to wake up. "Everything is registering okay on the computer. The equipment says you are good, so I don't see any problems," Logan reported. Still, Borden didn't seem happy about that answer and was deep in thought. "Everything is okay, but it's not, is it? I'm not the way I used to be. I'm not even the same size. I know I have a short lifespan like all the other Dalki, but why can't I fight for longer than 10 minutes? He shouted in anger. This was something that Logan wasn't really clear on. "Please, Logan, I know you have a great mind. There's nobody else I can ask. I want you to make it so I can fight for longer than 10 minutes so I can bring out the same power as I had before. Isn't there anything you can do? I don't even care if it makes my life shorter. Alex got taken away, and Syl nearly died because I was too weak." Of course, this thought had run through Logan's mind many times, and there were things he wanted to try, but experiments were risky, potentially damaging or costing the life of a subject, especially without any prior research. Research? Then something came to mind. In the lab where Logan's parents had originally helped create the Dalki, there should be information that might help. Given Logan's identity, he had access to the place. There was all the past work he needed that was performed by his parents on the Dalki, and maybe he could find something to help little Borden. The question was, at a time like this, could he really afford to leave this place? Remembering the strength of the vampire that had attacked them, Borden had done a good job, yet it had been the time limit that had made him lose. If they had to go up against someone like that to save Alex and Quinn, They did indeed need more help on their side. There might be something we can do, Logan said with a smile. Peter, you want to accompany us on a little journey outside? In the dark pitch bulk room, still tied up against the wall, Quinn was given a few seconds of relief before a familiar ding was sounded in his head. Quest complete. Quinn received the message after the other families had retreated from the battle. However, he wasn't happy with the result. How could he be when he knew that his family had been attacked and he knew many of his family members perished? With the system having displayed everything as red and green dots to him, he had been focused on saving as many of them as possible. Yet the reality of the matter had only really hit him once he had felt the loss of the connection with one of his own. The fact that he had no way to find out who had died turned out to be a worse form of punishment than anything else they could have done to him in his current situation. Quest rewards will now be distributed. 10,000 reputation points earned. New title, Great Architect received. Building items from the reputation shop in the allocated zone will now take half the time. This also includes upgrades and repairs. The rewards were nice, the reputation points made up for what he had lost during the fight, and even the title was great. It seemed like this title could also be used in conjunction with his other one, since he needed the 10th leader to access the reputation store in the first place. Not that it would be much of a problem, since Quinn could switch titles at any point in time without any hassle. What he was more concerned about was whether he would have to use those reputation points and rely on the title in the first place, because if he could help it, he wouldn't want another attack to happen while he was down underground locked up. What the hell am I still doing here? So what if I can't use chi? So what if I can't use the shadow? Am I really going to wait and rot in here, hoping for the others to bail me out? There were two options that Quinn still had up his sleeve. One of them was his night summoning skill. He could bring Leo to where he was, and Leo would probably be strong enough to cut down the chains. However, if Leo was in the middle of an important matter, he wouldn't want to do that, same with Paul. The other problem would be getting out of this area. There was the special lock on the front door, which with the two of them they might be able to break, but it wouldn't be quiet and the ones above wouldn't just let them out the front door. This was another reason why Quinn hadn't attempted to leave. Leaving in a way was admitting to his captors that he was guilty, but since nothing had happened to him for so long, Quinn could only deduce that they either lacked evidence against him or that it was not solid enough. At least the vampires are fair in that sense, even if they get the evidence through illegal means, Quinn thought. But there was a second method for Quinn to escape. Something he had figured out not too long ago. He still had one power source on him left he could use, his blood energy. The vampires that would come in so often had been feeding him blood, and it was to the point where Quinn's blood bank had also been filled. It wasn't like he could use his blood skills to get out of here. He could hardly move his hands to perform a blood swipe, or any of his other skills, but there was something he could do. Susan's ability was strange. It prevented him from regaining any of his shadow powers, and it appeared to have done the same to his chi as well. However, after experiencing it a few times, Quinn came to the conclusion that it was actually more like it kept certain things in the exact condition he was when the needles were placed inside of him. Unlike with the other form of energies, the feeding of blood did allow him to restore his blood energy. He closed his eyes and started to focus. Looking at the ball of energy that would usually be filled with chi, it was empty. The red energy was flowing around him as usual. And even if that wasn't enough, Quinn had the blood bank to back him up. Let's give it a try, Quinn thought, as he started to use his blood control to move the energy around his body. He did so while pouring it into the chi ball slowly, bit by bit. Your blood density is increasing. Your blood density is increasing. Quinn, what are you doing? Vincent asked, stunned, as he saw Quinn's body slightly changing. His skin was tightening and his muscles were building as his fat was being eaten away. Have you forgotten what I told you? Doing this could be how you turn into a bloodsucker. Even if you can escape, there is a good chance that they will try to kill you as you escape from here before you even get any proof. Don't worry, Vincent, Quinn replied while grunting out loud at the changes of his body. He didn't fill up the blood in his body straight away. Instead, he was placing it on the edge. Each time he felt his sanity slip a little and his mind start to go blank, he would move the energy out a little, stopping him from turning. When his body got used to it, he would push it further, adding more blood in. He didn't mind what state his body had transformed into a bloodsucker. He wanted to do that so he could have the strength to break out of here, but he wanted to also have a clear state of mind. I know it's possible from what Leo told me, and if someone else can do it, it means I should be able to. Quinn grunted again as some of his hair from his head fell out. It was a difficult stage to keep because one needed to be self-aware of themselves the most. If he pushed it just a little over, then there was a chance he would completely transform into a mindless beast. By this point, he had made it so his body was already starting to change, but was unsure how long it would take. Quinn! There are footsteps. Someone is coming. Hearing that noise, Quinn didn't want to alert them to his plan. So he quickly moved all of the blood energy away from where his chi would reside. His body started to go back to the way it used to be. However, when looking at the cuffs on the wall, Quinn could see that one of them had moved very slightly off the wall. Looks like my new plan might work out after all, but I also need to think about what I do after. Do I go to Bryce? Or do I head to the 10th family and try to get my family out of the vampire world? Without information, it was a hard decision to make. The door started to open, and this time there were a few more royal guards that had come to visit him than usual. He thought the timing was a bit strange as they had been consistent with the times when posting him to give him blood. Quinn had only met the clown once, thankfully, and never saw them again after. Set it up, the guard ordered, and the guards quickly moved in with somebody that Quinn couldn't quite make out. The room Quinn was in was large, and they had gone up against the same wall but were around 10 meters apart from where he was. The sound of a few clangs was heard here and there, and when they finally moved away, Quinn could see that they had tied someone up against the wall just like him. "Alex!" Quinn shouted. Up until the very last second, Alex had been wondering whether it was the right thing to give himself up. After all, in a way, everyone in the 10th family had been dragged into a fight to protect him. Would they forgive him once they found out? Would they blame him for being selfish, having made this decision on his own? Would they understand what he was thinking at the time? Perhaps sympathizing with how scared he was allowing that strange vampire to take him away from his friends and family, unaware whether he would see them ever again? Ultimately, the reason why he had decided to go along with the powerful vampire was because he didn't want Logan to get hurt. Or anyone else for that matter. Before the vampire had entered the facility they stood a good chance, but after witnessing what he had done to Borden, he knew that even if Logan and him teamed up it would be useless. If the outcome was bound to be the same either way, wasn't it for the best to at least save those next to him? A few seconds later, after he had begged the vampire to leave the others alone in exchange for his life, Alex had only been able to see the vampire sigh and nod, before he felt a pain at the back of his head, and his vision had gone black. By the time he woke up, he understood that he had been knocked unconscious, though he was unsure for how long. The strangest thing was that when Alex opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar-looking room. Yet at the same time something seemed slightly off. The walls? A throne? Am I in another castle? Alex thought. Soon, the figure that had brought him here stood over him once again, blocking his line of sight. Out of instinct, Alex scurried away, a little like a little scared cat. Ha! Ha ha! Remus laughed out loud. That's right, this is how things should be. You're a pathetic being, just like everyone else from your damned family. Surprised, Alex noticed that he wasn't tied up or anything. When he looked back, the reason why became obvious. The man before him didn't care if Alex tried to escape. He would just bring him back in a matter of seconds. What do you want from me? Alex asked nervously. He was trying to act brave, but he felt like he might pass out from his own nerves at any second. What do I want from you? Remus pointed at himself with a look as if it was a stupid question to ask. I am only doing what I have been asked. You are best asking them over there. He tilted his head, and it was only then that Alex noticed there was one more person in the room. If this is one of the other castles, then that must be one of the leaders. Alas, Alex had been kept inside the 10th family's castle for the entire of the trip for obvious reasons. As such, he had no idea what the other leaders looked like, so he could only guess. You've done a great job, great ancestor. Their family turned out to be more troublesome than I thought they would be. The leader bowed lightly. You can say that again. Remus scoffed. I thought our original vampire bloodline was supposed to get weaker with each generation, not stronger. Yet somehow, their family is filled with extraordinary existences. You should thank your lucky stars that I didn't destroy the whole castle down there and then. That place is only filled with bad memories. Don't expect me to hold back next time. If I ever go near that place again, I won't be able to stop myself from eradicating the entire family and their castle. Hearing these words, Alex knew he was serious. He could see it in the vampire's eyes. For some reason, when speaking about the 10th family, he had a deep hatred for them. Did Quinn do something to him to piss him off? No, the other one just called him an ancestor, so maybe it was something a previous leader did. Noted. As promised, I will pay you back once all of this is over. The leader replied respectfully, analyzing when the two were speaking to each other. Alex noticed that one didn't speak like the other was less than them. Instead, it sounded more like they respected this person. It made him wonder if both of them were leaders of a vampire family. This could work. I have to try what I can. But maybe I can turn them against each other? He naively thought, but he had already been captured, and since they hadn't killed him yet, he should have still some use to them. Hey, you're stronger than them, right? In that case, why are you listening to what they have to say? You should do what you want. I don't know what the 10th family did to you, but there is a new leader now, and maybe you two can strike a deal. It took a lot of courage for Alex to say those words, and not hearing a response from either one of them was killing him. Nice try, boy. However, I will never work with one of them. Not after what they have done to me. You're correct that I am stronger than them, but I know how to repay a favor. They've done something that couldn't be done by any of the other families. What your family took away they brought back, and they have given me a chance to get rid of every single one of your members. Luckily, you get the privilege of hearing about it. Remus said, as he started to laugh and left the room, leaving Alex alone with the leader. The question was, what were they going to do with him now? What came as a surprise to Alex was he was handed over to Bryce in the end, and eventually ended up put in the cell with Quinn. Alex had just finished telling the tale of what had happened. How those in the 10th had been attacked because of what was used on Dwight. How they were after him and everything after he had been taken. The mysterious vampire that you saw, the one that entered the castle. Can you describe him? Quinn asked. He had quite long black hair flowing to his shoulders. His clothes were all tattered, but I don't know if they were old or because he was in a fight. But the thing that stood out most was his twirly mustache. Alex described. From the description alone, there weren't any of the leaders that fitted that exact bill, but there were a few that came close. Quinn, I'm not entirely sure what Alex said is correct, but from the sounds of it, the person he was describing is one of the originals. One of the originals, are you sure? Yes, and not just any original, but the original belonging to the 8th family. If it's true, then what Alex felt and the words he heard might be true after all. Do you remember what I told you about Jim? How he had experimented on one of the original vampires? Well, that was the 8th. Vincent explained. Wait, but didn't you say he had died? Yes, but I don't know the full details either of what actually happened, only what we have been told. But if it is true, then his grudge against the 10th family will run deep. Very deep. Once again, something that was completely unrelated to Quinn, but to those before him was bringing pain to him and his friends. He couldn't imagine the experiments Jim must have run on the original for him to be so angry. One more question. Would you be able to describe the leader in the castle that you saw? Quinn asked. Of course. I didn't get a good look at her because she had a black veil covering her face. Alex said. But it was obvious it was a girl, because she wore a big fluffy black dress. Out of all the leaders, Quinn only knew of one leader that wore the same dress every time he saw her. It looked like one of his guesses was right. It was Cindy, and they were for some reason working with the 8th original leader. A day had passed since Silver had returned with Leo, and since the fighting at the 10th family's castle had stopped. Nobody else had come to bother them since. Frustrated about no news, Silver already decided to ask for another meeting with King Bryce. After the information she had given him yesterday, there should have been an announcement or something should have happened. But there was nothing. Were it not for all the strange things that had occurred, one would have called it a peaceful day in the vampire settlement. However, it was precisely the lack of anything happening that Silver thought it to be strange that such an important matter was moving so slowly, especially given that it was the new king's problem. Up to this point, Bryce had been rash when deciding to attack the 10th family, but when it was other matters, suddenly things took longer. To her surprise, though, Bryce had immediately accepted a meeting with her, which was why she was currently standing outside the door to the king's throne room. It was a place hardly used, since his predecessor's health had him remain in his old chambers most of the time, and leaders and knights mostly met up in the council room. But for Bryce, it had become his favorite place as the new king. Opening the door, Kyle and Prima came out. Kyle gave a quick glance at Silver, and she realized that she hadn't bowed down to show her respect. "He says you can go in to see him," Prima informed her while walking past. "These are the new royal knights? It's as if they think everyone should give them respect due to their position rather than earn it." I can't believe Bryce was the one who had been elected as king. But walking in those doors, she was wondering if Cindy would have made for a better choice. Given everything that was going on, maybe an outsider like Quinn would have been best. Just like last time, Bryce was sitting casually on his throne as if he didn't have anything to worry about in the world. Even though there was an assassin on the loose, someone working with the bloodsuckers, and the absolute blood book had been taken away. "You seem way too calm," Silver wanted to tell him, but she knew it would be counterproductive. "I can guess why you are here. You want to know why I haven't done anything, correct?" Bryce asked her directly, not mincing words. Silver was on one knee in front of Bryce, paying him the respect a king should deserve, but there was something different about him. He had always been a leader exuding a lot of pressure on others, but somehow after his election, he seemed to give off even more pressure than before. "Indeed. With the information I have given you, Your Majesty, we know now that there is an original leader out there somewhere, and we know it to be the ancestor of the 8th family. As such, I highly suspect their current leader Jill to be somehow involved in the matter. I brought you back her vampire knight and thought there would have been some progress by now, or at least some action taken. And due to the other thing we found, it should be safe to assume that neither Quinn nor the blood fairy he was keeping had been used on Dwight." Bryce started to stroke his long white beard for a while, before finally answering. "Young people always seem to be in a rush these days. The person behind this has been cautious, and due to the 8th leader's ability, I'm sure they already know everything that you or I know as well. Which means they are always one step ahead of us. Think back when you thought you had discovered an illegal in the human world. Did you capture the illegal and bring them back straight away? No, you went on to search for the one who had created the illegal. I am taking the same steps here, so taking in Jill now will mean nothing. Instead, I intend to use her to lead us to the rest." Judging from his words, it seemed like Bryce was making his own moves in the background. He had always been sneaky as the first leader, and now it seemed like he could be even sneaker as king. "And what will you do with Quinn and the 10th family?" Silver asked, concerned for her brother who was a part of the 10th family as well. "There isn't much I can do. Even if Quinn wasn't behind the killing of Royal Knight Dwight, we now have proof that he had indeed been keeping a blood fairy. I was thinking of using him. If we plan his execution for plotting against the Vampire Council, it will make whoever is behind this feel safe." Although Silver wasn't particularly close with those in the 10th apart from her brother and Leo, these words angered her. Her fist was tensing up as she thought back to that incident that had harmed people unnecessary. Yet Bryce didn't care as long as he got what he wanted. "Are you upset with my decision? The 10th family will become a problem in the future for my plans. Do you not think so as well? They are mostly made up of humans. That stupid boy actually shared the ability of the Punisher with many of them. If I simply leave them be, I can see a future in which they may be those that wish to bring the Punishers. I won't get rid of the 10th family altogether, though. They are still needed, except those with the shadow ability. So don't worry, your brother will be safe." "Fine," Silver replied quite aggressively. "But if that punishment is acceptable for him, then an even worse punishment should be dealt to those that are really responsible. I know you do things by the book, Your Majesty, so I have to ask. The night I brought you earlier, were you able to extract information to prove that Jill is involved? This was important, just like with Quinn, they couldn't prove he had killed Dwight, so they couldn't execute him. Now they were going to use the fact that he had a blood fairy as grounds to order his execution. As for Jill, there was no proof she was involved with working with the bloodsuckers, only that her vampire knight did. The leader would be punished for not keeping an eye on their knights, but nothing serious would happen to them. The knight you brought back. Their information was useless. We weren't able to get a single thing from them. Bryce answered. What? Silver shouted and nearly stood on her feet. She was so stunned. After all the work her and Leo had gone through to make sure to bring her back alive, they had found nothing. There was one thing Bryce could do to her, and that was use the influence skill to force information out of her, but now he was stating they could find nothing. It would make sense if she had no memories like her brother Fex and Kaz, but this didn't make any sense. She is under the influence of someone more powerful than I, most likely the original you have mentioned to have found, unless there are more of them awake. It could also be by whoever obtained the Absolute Blood Book and the blood of all the leaders, which means they could have awoken any of the previous leaders. I have told you too much already. It's time for you to go. Leave matters in my hands, and let this be a warning for you to not get involved. Leaving the room, Silver once again felt dissatisfied with everything she had heard. She wanted to fight for Quinn, after he had saved her brother the last time, and after Leo had helped her, but she had failed to speak up. However, the worst news was yet to come. A few days later, a meeting was held, which led to King Bryce making an announcement. A date had been set for both Quinn and Alex's execution.